sight. Everybody fighting for their rights, getting sore, shouting their voice. Freedom was never a choice. He's failed to try and divide. No kings is what we provide. None of us will ever concede our rights to basic human needs. That's what I'm talking about. No kings. Any questions? And by the way, Donald Trump, if you're listening, you can kiss my ass. That's right, kiss my ass. Another day, another dollar bill to pay. Donald Trump looking worse every day. Which one will it come across first? Good economy or Donald Trump's hearse? For our soldiers standing at bay. Only candidate is MLK. They can look into start up some beef. Abolish ICE and fuck the police. What? Huh? You want me to solo? The song's happening like as we speak. I gotta prepare. Okay, shit, I gotta prepare. Okay, 3, 2, fuck. Yesterday, I had a great sight. Everybody fighting for their rights, getting sore, shouting their voice. Freedom was never a choice. He's failed to try and divide. No kings is what we provide. None of us will ever concede our rights to basic human needs. Oh yeah, you already know it. And by know it, I mean filling in the empty space with my voice. That's how you write a song, goddammit. Alright, back to the tunes. Another day, another dollar bill to pay. Donald Trump looking worse every day. Which one will it come across first? Good economy or Donald Trump's hearse? For our soldiers standing at bay. Only candidate is MLK. They can look into start up some beef. Abolish ICE and fuck the police. Give a shit. I'm gonna include this in the song. I made this in one fucking day, so you better appreciate it. Go to my Bandcamp, do all that shit. Fuck Donald Trump, fuck ICE, fuck Republicans. Join your DSA. Underground rep, eating sewer hounds, prowling around these parts, always hidden in the dark. Suddenly they screech, incoherent rodent speech. Such a putrid smell permeates a sewer well. One man stands alone, red beret above his dome. Sleeva was his name, fighting, climbing, rodent game. Be the rat men who live in sewer rat dens. Taking one last breath, it's time we fight off to the death. Oh, geez, Sarge. You're telling me that I needed to go after this rat and I needed to, like, bait him or something. So, I gave him a whole wheel of cheese, Sarge. It cost like $2,000 and I used your credit card, Sarge. I'm sorry. I thought it was gonna be a good investment, but, oh, geez. I'm gonna get it now. Oh. My name is Jim Water, I'm a CEO. Everything I own is H2O. Forget about the cash or any other vices. Buy some fucking water or I'll increase the prices. If you wanna make a witch, you better join their staff. Despite the violations, OSHA kisses my ass. I lobby all the Republicans, they'll take a bribe. With Citizens United, I don't need to hide. Walk around town with my liquid hat. I'll piss my pants in public and everyone clapped. 6'19" and strong as an ox. Call me Solid Snake cause I'm in your mama's box. I drink several thousand glasses a day. Only reason I'm alive is cause I pray that all of you dehydroids learn a thing or two. Drink my water or death is due.
Hereby cast a spell of warning to protect the chat, and a second spell to summon the dodo ghost.
Come. I found over 1,700 times in the Word of God where this word is used, come, and that's not coming, the rest of the comes, but that's just come. Preaching my heart out for 45 minutes to an hour on that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me, come and drink, come and dine. Jesus said, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on. Is universal in its application. Come! What did Jesus say to his disciples? Come! There's no room for discussion, friend. Guess what? Come! Come! It commands obedience. Come!
Joining me, Clara Mackay. She is the sister.
He was crucified for you. He died for you. He did everything for you. It's time for you to... Oh! On that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me. Come and drink. Come and dine. Jesus said, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on. Come.
When
swishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being inflating more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs from Viva Bojack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Watching YouTube is swishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics mainly, and plenty more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack.
Hello, 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 you lovely, lovely beans. How we doing today, folks? Hello. Hello, hello. How we doing, folks? Hello, Jupiter Judy. Hello, Drybon. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, Paladin Lost. You got two. You goddamn got me. Creamy Hamster, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs already off the bat. Oh my goodness, we're heading towards the danger zone. Thank you very much for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. Cute Dark Arts, this is very specifically for you and no one else. Hello, Miss Evelyn Rose. Hello, Jenna Sparks. Hello, Ryan Jack. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. My God. Very much appreciated. 1 second here. The alert
Sister to
box.
tune
There we
into
go.
part of this stream. I am trying to get her more into politics and such.
I just need to watch the Yakuza and FMV streams. You convinced your sister to tune in. Oh, that's wonderful. I welcome Nathan's sister. I hope you have a good time here. Apologies for this particular night being the one that you are coming in on. I wish we could be talking about a lot of good things, but I did go out of my way to try and prep good things at the beginning of the show before we get into existential dread provoking things. So that's that. I also just remembered I need to make sure I post that the stream is live. We are live. Potential war with Venezuela? Question mark? I don't know. We'll talk about it. Get in the boat. Twitch, YouTube, and riverboat.gg. And there we go. Boom. Nailed it. Whew. All right, there we go. Hello, McKenna Nielsen. Hello. Welcome. Welcome, welcome.
Hi, my local No Kings was wonderful with some 12 to 15k people. I've even been pushed to do my first ever phone banking session for Omar Fateh. Thank you so much for pushing for practical
Yes!
action.
Oh my God, and you're going after my own heart with Omar Fateh. Dude, I believe that man can make a huge difference here in Minneapolis. So I, as a local, appreciate your phone banking. Also, I appreciate the $50 dono. My God, thank you so much. That is 83, I think. Yo, let's go. And also, hello. I need to finish saying hellos. Hello, Malachi. Hello, Jobertus Maximus. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Fox of Fade. Hello, Snoogan. Hello, Penny Auntie. Hello, Werix. Hello, Nethercat. Hello, Catabingo Rising Revengeance. Hello, Matthew H. Hello, Gwenifer. Hello, John Bogardus. Hello, Zoe Bren. Hello, Big Bad Ardwolf. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, How we doing, Donovian? Hello, Underground Uncle. Hello, Splintered Orion. Hello, how we doing, Akluved? I'm gonna assume that's how it's pronounced. Hello, Tea Leaf. Hello, Lord Beers. Hello, Moth. Hello, Brass Man. Hello, Nyan Rat. Hello, one and all. And I just realized I don't even have the full chat open. Hello, Carver E. Bain. How we all doing? Hello, Equana. 22 minutes. Did a nice agent bit a few days ago. I think yours was better. Oh, a nice agent bit. I'm glad you appreciate the the nice officer. What, geez, Sarge? You said they were a bunch of clowns out there, and I went out there and I tried to tell some jokes, and no one was laughing, Sarge. Let's see. Might be late, but I'm here. Hello, magical girl madness. I had someone cut open my face and drill a spike into it. Badass. Hello, Eddie666. Hello, Salty Dork Club Cake. Hello, Addercop. Hello, Hundo. Hello, Mr. Malachite. How we all doing, folks? Hello, Beetlebug Robo. Welcome, everybody. Let's get started because we got a lot to talk about today. Let me just take a look here. Make sure I got my my show prep in order. All right. So we are going to be talking about a lot of pretty dark shit as we go deeper into the show. But I have tried to kind of balance things a bit. And I do want to make sure we get through all of the planned segments for the show today. So if you guys hit this goal, don't worry, there is another goal beyond that, but we will have to fulfill it once we do all of the segments tonight. So apologies for not interrupting the flow, but we got to prioritize getting through some of this stuff. So early, yeah, we got a lot to talk about. I wanted to sleep, I failed, but now I'm here. Hell yeah, Rat NR1. And also, if you guys hit the sub goal, I will let down my hair. I don't know if that's any incentive for you, but I decided I wanted both looks tonight, and that's my way of getting it. All right. Nathan, thank you for the $5
Hello,
dono.
darkness, my old friend.
Indeed. It is going to go that way soon enough. But before that, I did try and pack in some positivity to the front end of the show, so let's take a look at it. So one of the things that I've been hopeful about, and this won't really be a segment, but I introduce the stream, ease into things. I came across this thread from Eric Michael Garcia, who's the Washington bureau chief at the Independent. And if those of you unfamiliar with the Independent, they do really good journalistic work, and I would recommend them as a news outlet to trust relatively. But he compiled this list of different issues and races, right? And I found this to be particularly heartening. Washington Post, Shar poll on Virginia, likely voters governor is Spanberger, 53%, Winsome Earl Sears, 40%. Basically, the polling shows the Democrats are ahead by like 13 points. You know, in some of these races, the lieutenant governor race, they're ahead by, 8 points. No, not 8 points. 7 points. No. Yes, 7 points. Math is not what I went to school for. Attorney General is 50-50, which isn't great. But the top issues in Virginia, 18% say it's the economy, 12% say anti-Republican, and transgender issues only poll at the top of people's priority 3% of the time. Right? Like that isn't huge. And one of the things that people have been throwing into the face of folks on the left repeatedly, and this includes Democrats, by the way. Democrats have also been trying to kind of spin this narrative that trans people lost Democrats the election, that like Democrats not distancing themselves enough from trans people being able to exist publicly without threat or fear is some kind of existential threat to Democrats winning. And that just is not substantiated, right? And one of the things that I really appreciated in this thread from Eric is that he brought it back to kind of the original point that a lot of Democrats started saying, oh, wait, maybe we shouldn't support trans issues. And that was from the anti Kamala they them ad, like she's with they them. Um, and a lot of Democrats saw the success of that ad and said, "Oh yeah, no, this is, obviously most people just don't like trans people." And I think to an extent some trans people internalized the narrative that Democrats and, analysts put forward after that, right? And one of the things that I find interesting is that like that doesn't seem to be the case. What seems to be more the case is that the messaging of that ad was received by audiences less as yeah, screw trans people and more as Kamala Harris will spend more time thinking about, LGBTQ rights than whether or not my family can afford to eat. Like I find that to be weirdly hope inducing. Like I find it weirdly one of those things where I'm just it's nice to have an angle on this and data to back it up, indicating that folks, don't hate me specifically as a demographic. It's just nice. And that maybe, in fact, this country isn't as cooked on civil rights as a lot of people, especially naysayers and doomers, have been saying that we are. Um, and it's also like it's not even necessarily that they are in favor of trans rights. They might be in the abstract, or they might not be in the abstract. It's just that like by and large, they're fairly neutral on trans people because they aren't encountering trans people every day, you know? I've been well aware of their disdain for us in the establishment, but I also see the lefties who keep speaking out for us. I take note of the good ones. Exactly, Underground Uncle. But like it's just nice to see like, oh yeah, no, the polling is actually substantiating what I've been saying the entire time, which is that people want to be able to make ends meet. And one of the things that I've kept coming back to again and again is that the actual like material conditions are extremely bad. Like this is kind of the high level view of it, but like people across this country are struggling. And one of the things, and this was pointed out by Anna Valens over on, Blue Sky, which Anna Valens has some pretty good journalism work on sex workers, if you aren't aware of her work. But one of the things that she pointed out is that, and I think that this is pretty accurate, right? Is that like sex workers and strippers in particular can be excellent economic indicators of how people are doing on the ground. Like the business of strip clubs is kind of an indicator that people have excess money to spend. And when business starts going down, that is in fact a really bad economic sign. And one of the things that she pointed out is that a lot of folks in the sex work industry are seeing a precipitous drop in people availing themselves of their services, right? So here is a thread. We need the real recession indicator. Strippers of Reddit, how is business going? Not a stripper, but my dive bar is down $50,000 compared to this time last year, and my booze is cheap. We're fucked if alcoholics aren't drinking. Or I've worked in the industry for years. It's been bad for the last 3 years now and continuing to get worse. Prior to COVID at my club, you could expect a ratio of 5 or 6 customers per girl. Since COVID, it dropped to 1 to 1 or worse. And not just my club, but the whole area. The first couple of years after COVID, money got stupid good, but that all dried up a few years ago. Previously, when the industry slowed, the girls would bounce to other clubs and eventually come back after a month or two. However, girls are now leaving the industry entirely. New York City girl. I know of multiple girls who have lost their apartments. It's the worst anyone has ever seen the industry. My earnings have definitely declined in the past year. I'm still doing okay because of my past regulars, but they're coming in less as well. Tourism is down in my state. It isn't great. It isn't my only source of income, but I'd be struggling a bit if it was. It's bad, real bad, worse than it was in 2008, and that's saying something. I stopped by my old club last week, and the manager said they made more money during COVID. Left the industry early entirely this year after the past 3 years of decreasing pay with no bounce back at all. Most dancers at the last place I worked were lucky to leave with $200 at the end of a shift. At this point, we're not getting naked for warehouse pay, ladies and gentlemen. The only women that are left are there because they either have no options at all, or are there because they have no other options at all. Everyone with an option is gone. The money is gone. Our clients no longer have enough money for the club, and many dancers have a second job now. Um, so like one of the things that you're probably going to see is a certain contingent of Democrats trying to make an argument that it's the culture war issues, it's trans people, it's LGBTQ rights, it's DEI. Donald Trump was right about DEI. It's gonna like you're gonna see like a certain contingent of centrist Dems trying to make that case. And I'm here to arm you with the idea here that that's not accurate. This is what's accurate. What's accurate is that our economy is doing extraordinarily badly. And if you are struggling, you are not alone. That struggle is something that is shared by so many people right now who are working on the ground, who are trying to make ends meet with those warehouse jobs, with those just everyday jobs upon which this entire country runs. This isn't just you being in your head. It's not you, you're not worrying over nothing. You're not crazy here. It is, in fact, that the economy is doing very poorly. And a lot of the economic data that you're going to start seeing coming out of this administration is unreliable at best, especially given that Donald Trump has moved to fire anyone who releases poor economic data. So what we're really looking at here, it's pretty catastrophic. Um, we're being propped up by the AI bubble. Yes, we 1000%. The reason you have not seen Wall Street panic is because all of them are betting everything they have. They're betting their shirts on AI being successful. And that is, I would recommend folks, regardless of where you're doing economically, buy some shelf stable foods. Worst case scenario, you have extra rice and beans, okay? But cuz that AI bubble is going to pop, and it is going to be one of the worst stock market crashes in history when that bubble does pop. They're all they're all hoping um they're all hoping that it's not going to drop, that like the other shoe isn't going to drop, that AI will have this huge breakthrough, that it's all going to come together. And I guess suddenly I am doing a segment here. But like this is the technology that they're banking on, right? One example, right? Just one example. Here is an example of AI video games that they're working on trying to put together for the masses. And it's genuinely insane. Hallucinatory, I would say.
They've got a chopper on us. Find some cover now.
What Republicans think the morning commute in Chicago is like.
Unironically accurate, yeah. Accurate to what Republicans think. But, like, it's stream logic, but also, like, the only gameplay you're seeing here...
Is the stream buffering or is that the game OMG?
The only gameplay you're seeing here is, every so often, you see a menu pop up at the bottom. Drive into the Uptown subway. Or dive into the Uptown subway. Push up Broadway behind the bus. Cut right, climb the fire escape. It's just a choose your own adventure game that is generating images to fit the prompts, right? And is it generated on the fly? That is that is kind of the point here. There isn't gameplay per se here. It's just I don't know, man. Like, the and folks, you guys, here's the link for the video. It's a choose your own adventure FPS. Yeah, except worse, because choose your own adventure games are actually fun and cool and, like, crafted really well with a lot of intention. Like, point and click games are also really fun and cool. Like, adventure games are just awesome and they're so goddamn charming. But this is just like, why would anyone want to spend their time doing this? Yeah, this is a choose your psychosis adventure. Like, choose your own meaningless drivel. Like, putting aside the fact that all of it looks like shit. Like, he runs from the bus station into, like, a subway car that just pulls up in the middle of the road. It's insane. Yeah, what if we could make QuickTime events even more bullshit? Exactly. And that's all of this technology is horribly alienating. I don't understand why any user would actually want this. And in a similar sense, we are seeing just people in business positions trying to just extract any information they can get out of us.
Oh, I just realized they made an FMV game but with none of the narrative character or art of an actual human creation.
I mean, kind of, yeah. It's not even an FMV game, really. Like, yeah, they're just throwing AI at everything. And one of the things that I personally hate the most are those AI, like, sunglasses or AI glasses that they put out there. They made Ray-Ban sunglasses not cool. Do you have any idea what a feat it is to turn Ray-Bans into something that suck? But they managed it. They used their technology and all of their know-how into making anyone who wears Ray-Bans losers. You know, like that's what happened. And like this is a story from just like yesterday, chat. A $60 mod to Meta's Ray-Bans disables the privacy-protecting recording light, meaning that for just $60, you could just walk around recording everyone and gathering data passively on every single person you see. And even if that light wasn't disabled, you could still do that. Like, I don't understand why anyone would be friends with someone who wears these or uses these. They are essentially a corporate spy. They've turned themselves into a willing stooge for a gigantic mega corporation that hates them and is just using them to spy on other people. And, like, it's just awful shit. It's just so awful.
The wheel, it calls to US. WHEELTHAWHE.
See, you know what? You know what I appreciate?
BWA.
You know what I appreciate about the text-to-speech? A human typed those words. A human forced us to listen to all of those E's in a row. A human forced us to listen to 7 L's consecutively together. You know, a human did that, and I appreciate it because it's silly and fun. But it would fucking suck if an AI just auto-generated that message. I would be so mad. I would be so mad. God, it really is just the worst shit. Also, Paladin, thank you for the 11 tier 1 subs. That is incredibly generous of you. And of course, now that we have the soundboard.
Do you want to tank? Do you want to fight? Do you want a class that'll instill fright? Take up some plate and keep the goblins in sight, because you want to make sure they eat this paladin smite! Fuck you, gods. If you want me to play your game of ethics, you can kiss my shiny plate mail. Alright, fine. Wait a minute, what the hell is that noise?
God. Joe Cat is just great. But I have one last thing, right? The AI bubble is going to burst. Like, just monetarily, like, there's no money to be made off of Meta Ray-Bans because people hate them. There's no money to be made off of AI video games because people hate them. And that's not gonna change. People hate that shit. And, like, not only that, but the attempt to put AI into everything fundamentally makes human beings worse when we use it. And you might be thinking, but Jack, no. AI doesn't make people worse individuals. Well, here is a study posted, what day was this posted? In Computers and Society from the 1st of October. A study titled Sycophantic AI Decreases Pro-Social Intentions and Promotes Dependence. Basically, what does that mean? What does this study show? It shows that people who use AI are prone to becoming reliant and dependent upon that AI, meaning that if they try and stop using AI, they don't just suddenly get the
context
faculties
has
back
value.
that they
Human
lost.
perspective is valuable in itself until I has self-awareness. It's creatively bankrupt. Waluigu laughing SFX wahaha wahaha wahaha.
Not Waluigu. What? Waluigu. Just the failed clone of Waluigi. But no, like, this study basically shows that people who use AI become dependent on AI, and then they don't just get back the faculties that they lose once they are dependent. Like, once they are dependent, they lose the ability to be independent of it. And are just... Yeah, in a way, it's kind of like a drug, Superjet Guy, yeah. Because your brain, that's the saying, your brain is a muscle, you have to use it. It's true. If you stop using parts of your brain, you don't just get them back, it atrophies, right? And not only that, it decreases what the study calls pro-social intentions, which what that means is, in a practical term, is that people who become dependent on AI lose the impulse to help other people and the impulse to reach out to other people for help. Meaning that they isolate themselves and become more and more dependent on AI. This is why all of these, businessmen want to invest into this technology, because they see it as the ultimate kind of apotheosis of turning us all into creatures that only consume. Creatures that only consume and have no independent interaction with one another. It keeps people on their platform, it keeps us dependent on that platform, and they can learn every single thing about us. Yes, in this context, AI literally kills the concept of community. And all of that being said, even if you don't buy like the scientific studies that are coming out showing that AI use is bad for you individually, even if you don't care about the effects of the environment, on the environment, etc., even if you don't care about any of
Hello
that.
Jack, hello LLDDDD nice die, auto-generated AI, robot emoji.
Nice try. That wasn't auto-generated by AI. That was auto-generated by a cat on a keyboard. Also valid. Thank you for the $10 Australian dollar dues. But if you set all of that aside and you're purely someone who's in it for the money, I want you all to keep in mind there is not enough investment capital on Earth to keep up with the amount of data centers they need
The
to build.
ultimate addiction mechanism. Surely no one would be evil enough to make this commonplace.
Surely no one would invent the torment nexus. Surely no one would do that. But what we're looking at is basically, in order for them to actually have functional companies, the amount of resources that need to be invested into these companies by next summer is projected to be the entirety of all investment capital on Earth. It's not possible for this industry to be continued to be popped up. We can't do it. We don't financially. It isn't possible to prop up this industry for even until 2030. It's not possible to prop it up and even until 2028. It is not sustainable financially. Because you look at the financials of every single one of these companies, you're like, well, surely they're making money. None of them are making remotely the amount of money back that they are putting in. We're talking hundreds of billions of dollars just being lit on fire and nothing being produced. And I take that back. One thing is being produced, and it's this incredibly effective demo that you all watched. Wow, look at this. Wow. Look at how that train just blipped a ladder and a walkway into existence for no reason. Wow, look at these signs that don't say anything. Wow, look at this train just hopping up on the platform.
Waluigian here. Let's enjoy some food from my homeland, Norway. How about a reindeer burger with avocado and Swiss cheese namu?
Samantha's Trains, thank you for the $5 donut. But look at this. Okay. Up to guy walks in. Random explosion happens. Suddenly there's another half of the train over here. blasts it open. Suddenly he's back on the train platform. He shot at nothing for no reason. Of course, there's Lafitte and Center, or Servior, or Service North now. We've got the two air conditioners, just one right on top of each other, you know, so you can air condition your air conditioner. You okay? Just shoot that guy, nothing happens. Oh, yeah, you know, the classic control wheel setup of Koidempt and Lurgeftisape, Gwetdad, Jalv Donor. Just... Ah, yes. The passing. Yeah, let's just open up this vault. Again, the car just rotates. Bunch of guys in there. Ah, hell yeah, dude. Fire at nothing. Hell yeah.
As someone who frequents certain ahem websites, I really don't like the explosion of iPron. Sure, some of it looks nice, but it doesn't hit the same, but it floods the market, so to speak.
Floods the market. Like, it just... It all sucks. Like, it all sucks. Yeah, shoot, look, this van that all your homies are rolled up in. Shoot at the van. Oh, okay, that thing's gonna explode for some reason. I guess you ricocheted the bullets off the van to blow that up. And I guess the fire escape was also a smoke grenade. Oh, good. We just shat out a sewer grate. And this is where I was like, was this made as a joke? But no, it's not made as a joke. Aw, yeah, man. The classic helicopter looking for people in sewers. You know. You all know how you go into the sewers below New York City and you look up and you see the helicopter holes. So, you know, the helicopters can see you. Classic. Yeah, hunting the rat down.
They've got a chopper on us! Find some cover now!
It's just such meaningless garbage. And for that meaningless garbage and the opportunity to exploit every single one of us, these gross capitalists want to burn half the earth down and take us all with them. It's truly gross, you know? Yeah, you know, you're in a pipe filled with other PVC pipes. The classic maneuver. God. But, you know, times are tough. And I want to bring us back to the beginning of this segment, because I know it started with polling out of Virginia, right? But this stuff is coming for all of our working class jobs. It is attempting to exploit all of us. You know, people in Hollywood want to use this to replace actors and create region-specific films tailored with AI. Like, it's bad. And this is going to affect every single person. And people in power are saying, oh, no, it's okay, you'll love it. But all of us hate it. All of us hate it. And we are also dealing with the fact that we don't have money. Like, the strippers can't dance at the strip clubs anymore because people don't have the disposable income to get drunk at a strip club and look at titties. That's where we currently are right now. And like, the idea that they're going to be able to make back all their money on this AI nonsense, it's all a pipe dream. It's all a pipe dream to get funny with money. That's it. So anyway, yeah, that is where we're at with AI. And importantly, all of that exploitation, all of that material suffering on the part of folks who are just trying to work hard and get by, not being caused by trans people. And the sooner Democrats realize, and the sooner people on the left realize, and the sooner this whole damn country realizes that what people care about is their material conditions, not the fact that trans people can walk around in public without being assaulted. You know, maybe folks will stop with this narrative that, like, oh yeah, Democrats lose elections because they talk about trans people deserving rights. Just a thought. There we go. Done. Segment done. Like, comment, and subscribe. Folks, been on for over an hour. If you're enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. Please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. And we are going towards our second goal, and in-time independent news. Thank you for the raid. Very much appreciated. And also, folks, I do need to get through the rest of these, but I do want to tease what you guys have unlocked at tier 1. And then I will tease what you guys will unlock at tier 2 if you guys reach 400 subs. Let me grab that real quick. Ba-doo-boo, ba-doo-boo, ba-doo-boo. And that, yeah. There we go. All right. So, for those of you who don't know, there is an anime series that is extraordinarily good titled Kaiji Ultimate Survivor. Now, Kaiji Ultimate Survivor is about a young man in the 1980s. The economy has collapsed. He can't get a job, and he just gambles whatever money away that he can get. And in the course of gambling, he finds himself indebted to criminals, and they force him into a gambling game in order to try and make back the money he lost. It's kind of like Squid Game, but better. And they made a stage adaptation of it, and seems fun.
説明はただの一度のみ。どうぞ皆様集中してお聞きください。ではまず先ほどお配りした紙袋に封入されているカードをお出しください。これが皆さんの命運を握るギャンブルの種目です。さあ、
これが
もしかしてグーチョキパー？
その通り。皆様この遊戯は熟知していらっしゃる。
So, yeah, this is gonna be good. I'm real excited. It's about degenerate gambling and how it's great. Yeah, no, that's the takeaway. But we will take a look at this. It is shorter than the Yakuza stage play. But I don't know the anime, so I'm not too sure what's going on. It's okay. You guys will get it as we watch. But my god. It's so fucking fun. It's called Kaiji Ultimate Survivor. Now, the other thing, if you guys get to the next level, I've got an analog horror for you guys.
Hold up, I love kaiji. If we can watch real anime and not just creepy cult stuff, can I recommend my favorite anime of all time, Creators? I realize now it's a stage play. My question stands.
Yo, Nathan, I didn't know Recreators had a stage play. Wait, let me take a look. I mean, of course, we're limited by what has been uploaded
One
to
thing
YouTube.
not mentioned with AI, the chip waste. AI runs GPUs at very high temps and they burn out quickly, and Nvidia releases newer and more powerful cards all the time. It's millions of tons.
Oh shit, I actually did not know that they burned out the cards. That they were just using them so hard that the cards were burning out. Is it more angel hair? It's not more angel hair, Sylvia, right? It is, in fact, actually scary. I remember being very disturbed and unnerved last time we dove into this. It's the Tuesday tapes. Here is a small teaser.
I didn't realize you were talking about the kaiji stage play. I was talking about the Recreators anime.
Oh.
It's my favorite anime ever because it celebrates the creative works of people. I could go on for
Oh yeah, no, Recreators is wonderful. I was talking about Kaiji the stage play. This shit is genuinely so fucking cool. We might actually just for funsies, we might start from the very beginning on this. And like work our way through it because it's freaky as hell. Genuinely unnerving. Oof. Jupiter Judy, you have a good evening and a good weekend. All right. That being said, that is at 400. Now with all that, let's continue on. Y'all ready? You make Recreators a dono goal, I'll do. Well, I can't watch Recreators on stream. That's one of the issues here. More analog horror, Thiele, if you are correct. You guys ready for our next segment? Never ready, always willing? Hell yeah, summer lovin', love the attitude. Here we go, folks. Also, hello, Young Thug. Even if AI could make a perfect looking video game that played like the best Call of Duty ever made, I would still think it's utter and complete shit.
I tuned in and got an immediate hit of gender envy. Just wanna say hi, cute top, you look
Thanks.
great, Jack smile.
The Dr. Azami, thank you for the $10 super chat. I very much appreciate it. And for the compliments. Also, you guys did hit the goal. Oh shit. You guys did hit the goals. So let me take my... How do you get your hair so shiny? There are lights. You know, there are lights that make my hair look shinier. Oof. All right, folks. You got your hair cut today and you look human again? Hell yeah, Amber Brains. Thanks, Jane.
Jack, what's your opinion on Neurosama the IV tuber? It does a good job of feeling human. It's the only one that makes me not completely hate I.
I think again, even if it does a good job of being human, I don't think it's like it's not
Why your
human,
hair's
right?
so pretty, less than 3.
That's smart. Thank you for the $5 dono as well. My opinion is that like even if you get something that looks and acts like a human, I find it gross. You know? Like the closer it gets to seeming like a person, the more revulsion I feel. Like I don't know. Like imagine if someone took that and made, I don't know, your dead loved one act like that. And like I think when you put it in that context, it's easier to see why it might seem extraordinarily gross. In my mind, I equate it to like it's like you're interacting with some kind of fey creature, like that is you know what? You're an anime head, Nathan. To me, it's like you're interacting with the demons from Freerun. That's how I view AI. Like it's just a device that tricks you into thinking it's a person, but it is not that. It is all of the machinery behind it is something utterly and completely alien to what we are, and like us mistaking it for being human is like a fallacy on our parts. It's because it's like how I can be like, look guys, this is a new character. Dr. Softhole. Hello everybody, I'm Dr. Softhole. Now you'll never see Dr. Softhole again. Dr. Softhole is dead. It's just gone forever. And in that moment, you guys were like, wow, a new character in the extended Riverboat Jag universe. And now, but like it wasn't real. you guys like sympathized with it or empathized with the fact that like I held up a scrunchie and made it like say words. I'm still stuck on Mr. Softhole. Look, the entire point I was trying to make here is that like human beings anthropomorphize everything and anything that we can because we like doing that. And when you anthropomorphize something that is designed to act like a person, um, and then you start attributing to it humanness that does not exist, it becomes a really big problem. Softhold died like a hero. How many subs for a Mr. Softhole stream? Wow, Paladin. Wow. Women can't be doctors. Maybe Dr. Softhole was a lady. You're a monster for what you did to that creature? Okay. All right. All right. Fuck. All right. Here, I do have a little bit of hopium for you guys, all right? You guys ready? You guys ready for this? Just a little bit of hopium for you. This was posted by One Perfect Union earlier today.
Austin with great news. We're executing on the next stage of our plan to get big money out of politics. Behind me is the First Circuit Court of Appeals, where we are raising a case that could finally put super PACs to rest. Let's break it down.
So this all started about a year ago when 600,000 Maine voters voted for an initiative that ended super PACs in Maine. That teed up an immediate challenge in federal court, and a federal district court judge ruled that that initiative was unconstitutional, citing the Supreme Court's decision in Citizens United. And that has now teed up the fight that's going to happen in this building starting today.
If we win here, then our case makes it to the Supreme Court. But here's the key point. The Supreme Court will not overturn Citizens United.
But they don't have to, because our case raises a completely different question from the question in Citizens United. In Citizens United, the court said that you can't limit the size of expenditures by an independent political action committee. We're asking whether you can limit the size of contributions to an independent political action committee. The Supreme Court's never decided that question, and the court that decided it was a lower federal court. And that lower federal court decision is flat out wrong. It's wrong under the reasoning of Citizens United, which says that you can limit contributions when there is a risk of corruption, and plainly with super PACs, we have seen the risk of that corruption. When we win this case in the Supreme Court, after winning it here, we will move power back from the billionaires to the voters.
This is the start of something really big. We could have super PACs out of our elections by 2028. Curbing political corruption, ending political bribery is something that unites all Americans, Republicans, Democrats, and independents alike. So stay tuned with us as we follow this case as it moves through the courts.
I don't know. I think More Perfect Union, I like the work they do. I wish them the best of luck. I'm not going to hold my breath with this particular Supreme Court. But you know what? If they can pull it off, with this particular argument, the fact that they are trying to
That is a very cute top. Gonna miss Dr. Softhole though 07.
Hashtag justice for Dr. Softhole. God. Selena Mary, thank you. So, we'll have to wait and see on that one. I would love to see that go through the courts. I disagree with the bipartisan framing. I don't think Republicans care much about money out of politics. No. Average Republicans do care. Like, when we're talking about Republicans in, like, Republican voters care. Or at least they say they care. Republican politicians obviously do not give a single fuck about corruption. It's like a feature for them rather than a bug. But I like to see effort. I like to see attempts to make the world a better place. Speaking of, let's take a look at Zoran Mamdani. He gave a speech about Islamophobia because, well, frankly, Andrew Cuomo has doubled, tripled, and quadrupled down on Islamophobia. We all saw the ad where he basically called anyone who supports Zoran Mamdani, a thief, an abuser, like a violent protester. Like it was disgusting. Like the AI ad that he posted for all of like, I don't know, 2 minutes. We covered it when we were taking a look at the debates the other day, but truly astounding that that is out there, and it is a sign that Andrew Cuomo's campaign is dying. Well, let's take a look at how Zoran Mamdani addresses the Islamophobia.
6 years ago,
Islamophobia was a bug, now it's a feature.
Well, for Andrew Cuomo, not for really anybody else.
shortly after I'd announced I was running for state assembly, a well-meaning Muslim uncle pulled me aside. He smiled softly and looked at me with care. In a quiet voice, he told me I did not have to tell people I was Muslim. His eyes kind, his beard proud, and his face heavy with the implications of the unsaid. I had not learned the lesson that he had been taught time and again. It is the lesson that safety could only be found in the shadows of our city. That it is in those shadows alone where Muslims could embrace their full identities. And that if we were to emerge from those shadows, that it is in those shadows that we must leave our faith. These are lessons that so many Muslim New Yorkers have been taught again and again. And over these last few days, these lessons have become the closing messages of Andrew Cuomo, Curtis Sliwa, and Eric Adams. Yesterday, Andrew Cuomo laughed and agreed when a radio host said that I would cheer another 9/11.
Yeah, it's do I have that clip handy? Was it? Here? Ah, yes, here we go. This.
Morning that Andrew Cuomo said this that got a lot of attention.
Any given morning, there's a crisis, and people's lives are at stake. God forbid another 9/11. Can you imagine Mamdani in the seat?
Yeah, I could. He'd be cheering.
It's another problem.
Immediately, Zoran Mamdani taking to social media to call
Yeah. He'd be cheering. Gross.
Yesterday, Eric Adams said that we can't let our city become Europe. He compared me to violent extremists. And he lied again and again when he said that our movement seeks to burn churches and destroy communities. The day before that, Curtis Sliwa slandered me from the debate stage when he claimed that I support global jihad. And every day, Super PAC ads imply that I'm...
Yeah, Andrew Cuomo saying that Zoran Mamdani would turn New York City into Europe is a reference to what a lot of people on the far right say when they talk about Europe, which is that immigration and migration to Europe from Muslim countries has degraded and destroyed the West. It's a very common talking point, especially on the far right in Europe, and it is now also a talking point of the far right here in the United States. And Andrew Cuomo here is explicitly trying to rally a far right base around himself in the waning hours of the election because he's desperate as heck. And in his desperation, he is turning towards extraordinarily racist attacks.
I'm a terrorist or mock the way I eat. Push polls that ask New Yorkers questions like whether they support invented proposals to make halal food mandatory, or political cartoons that represent my candidacy as an airplane hurtling towards the World Trade Center. But I do not...
Yeah, I think Tim Pool really got one of his big boosts in the far right for going to, I think, Sweden and going to one of their high crime areas of like that had like immigrants in it and like tried to smear the area as so scary and dangerous, and literally nothing happened to him while he was there.
I want to use this moment to speak to them any further. I want to use this moment to speak to the Muslims of New York City. I want to speak to the memory of my aunt. Who stopped taking the subway after September 11th because she did not feel safe in her hijab. I want to speak to the Muslim who works for our city. Whether they teach in our schools or walk the beat for the NYPD. New Yorkers who all make daily sacrifices for the city they call home, only to see their leaders spit in their face. I want to speak to every child who grows up here, marked as the other, who is randomly selected in a way that never quite feels random, who feels that they carry a stain that can never be cleaned. Growing up in the shadow of 9/11, I have known what it means to live with an undercurrent of suspicion in this city. I will always remember the disdain that I faced, the way that my name could immediately become Muhammad, and how I could return to my city only to be asked in a double-mirrored room at the airport if I had any plan on attacking it. And since I was very young, I've also known that I was spared the worst of it. I was never pressured to be an informant, like a classmate of mine. I've never had the word terrorist spray painted on my garage as one of my staff had to endure. My mosque has never been set on fire. To be Muslim in New York is to expect indignity. But indignity does not make us distinct. There are many New Yorkers who face it. It is the tolerance of that indignity that does. Since I announced my candidacy for mayor 1 year ago yesterday, I have sought to be the candidate fighting for every single New Yorker, not simply the Muslim candidate. I've carried these indignities with me each moment of this race, doing so all the while as the first major Muslim candidate in the history of our city. I thought that if I could build a campaign of universality, I could define myself as the leader I aspire to be, one
Honestly,
representing
I see
every...
Cuomo's racism as a good thing in the sense he's scared, and that's why he's making wild swings. As a side note, isn't it funny that TTS can pronounce Zoran Mamdani netter than Cuomo?
I mean, it is true, but like Cuomo's pronouncing it wrong on purpose. Again, because he's trying to court the racists. And like, yeah, it's good. It's good for Zoran politically because he gets to come out and make this speech, but like, it's not good insofar as like it mainstreams uh and gives a green light to this kind of behavior to, the worst elements of New York City. And, they're going to hear that message and they're going to flock around Andrew Cuomo and they're going to feel more emboldened to do the hateful things that these folks do. And I don't think that's a good thing.
New Yorker, no matter their skin color or religion, no matter where they were born. I thought that if I worked hard enough, it would allow me to be that leader. And I thought that if I behaved well enough, or bit my tongue enough in the face of racist, baseless attacks, all while returning back to my central message, it would allow me to be more than just my faith. I was wrong. No amount of redirection is ever enough. In doing this, I have told the wide-eyed young child in Jackson Heights or the first-time voter in Parkchester that they too should remain in the shadows. In many ways, I have become that same uncle who pulled me aside 6 years ago. No more. The dream of every Muslim is simply be treated the same as any other New Yorker. And yet for too long, we have been told to ask for less than that and to be satisfied with whatever little we receive. No more. For as long as we have lived, we have known that no matter what anyone says, there are still certain forms of hate that are acceptable in this city. Islamophobia is not seen as inexcusable. One can incite violence against our mosques and know that condemnation will never come. Elected officials in this city can sell t-shirts calling for my deportation without any fear of accountability. The consequences amidst this inaction are stark. More than 1 million Muslims in this city existing all while being made to feel as if we are guests in our own home. No more. We stand on the precipice of an election, but that is not what today is about. We know that in less than 2 weeks we will say goodbye to a disgraced former governor and our current indicted mayor. The bigger question is whether we are willing to say goodbye to something much larger than either of these two men. It is whether we are willing to say goodbye to anti-Muslim sentiment that has grown so endemic in our city that when we hear it, we know not whether the words were spoken by a Republican or a Democrat. We know only that it was spoken in the language of politics of this city.
God, he's genuinely so insanely good at this. Like, I'm sorry, it's such a classy move to be able to come out and do a speech like this when, like, people's faith is a pretty intensely personal thing to them. And it's especially intensely personal for folks who are in a community that has been persecuted for their religious belief. And like, he is, it takes a lot of effort to go on stage and talk about, folks in your community who've had their places of worship burned down, who have like had accusations painted on their property. Like we're talking like some clan level discrimination against these folks. And like there's a reason why he opened this up when talking about a Muslim uncle who took him aside and was like, you don't have to say it, you know. because they're worried about his safety. Yeah, he is Zoran Mamdani, among many other things, is a very brave man. And attacking him on the basis of his religious belief, it's a deeply disgusting thing to do. And the ability for him to navigate this so gracefully and with an open heart is truly it's truly moving, and it's truly, I think, a very effective politically, but also just, you know, I think regardless of where you are on this guy, whether or not you're voting for him or someone else, but like I think a lot of folks look at him and they say, I like him. Even if it has to be begrudgingly, they like him.
In an era of ever diminishing bipartisanship, it seems that Islamophobia has emerged as one of the few areas of agreement. And while I appreciate all who have rushed to my defense over these past few days, I think of those Muslims in this city who do not have the luxury of being the Democratic nominee, who do not have the luxury of being deemed worthy of solidarity. While my opponents in this race have brought hatred to the forefront, this is just a glimpse of what so many have to endure every day across this city. And while it would be easy for us to say that this is not who we are as a city, we know the truth. This is who we have allowed ourselves to become. And a question lies before each of us. Will we continue to accept a narrow definition of what it means to be a New Yorker that makes smaller every day the number of those guaranteed a life of dignity? Will we remain in the shadows, or will we together step into the light? There are 12 days remaining until Election Day. I will be a Muslim man in New York City each of those 12 days and every day that follows after that. I will not change who I am, how I eat, or the faith that I am proud to call my own. But there is one thing that I will change. I will no longer.
Zoran's greatest strength beyond the rhetoric and the policy might just be his positivity, his ability to keep positivity and kindness for the opposition in his heart. The Republicans could never.
They genuinely could never.
Longer look for myself in the shadows. I will find myself in the light. Thank you very much.
Did Cuomo apologize?
What kind of question is that at the very end? Did Cuomo apologize? Like, of course he didn't. Of course he didn't. Like, what? He chuckled along with that joke because he intended to. Like, my God. And like, I'm not a religious person, but I recognize that others are, and it's deeply important to them. And I have immense amounts of respect for Zoran Mamdani being able to come out and say what he's saying while being attacked by violent bigots from so many different angles. It's a strength of character that a lot of us could learn from. But we live in a time of political monsters, and I am hopeful that Zoran Mamdani can slay one come the election. What was that he mentioned about an informant? After 9/11, the United States, with the Patriot Act, started targeting Muslim New Yorkers specifically to get them to inform on other Muslim New Yorkers in order for the FBI to basically find terrorists. And basically a bunch of like kids in New York City got gang pressed by the FBI into snitching on other Muslim kids who would then get like picked up and like tortured or imprisoned or disappeared for various lengths of time based on the accusations. It was a lot of bullshit. A lot of bullshit. It was a very bad time. And all this to say that finally, just a couple of weeks before the election, folks, Hakeem Jeffries has finally endorsed Zoran Mamdani. It finally happened. He did it. It was like pulling teeth, but he finally did it. In the 11th hour, when literally everyone else had already done it, he finally endorsed Zoran, which is honestly a huge accomplishment. Like, this is the establishment bending the knee to Zoran Mamdani, and I, for one, am here for it. I consider it the kind of final triumph of Zoran and his campaign, that they have been able to best the worst that the establishment could throw at him, both in the form of Andrew Cuomo and in the form of Andrew Cuomo post losing the Democratic nomination. Not everyone. Schumer hasn't. Yeah, that's fine. Everyone fucking hates that guy. Hakeem Jeffries is a big deal because Hakeem Jeffries, like, doesn't have as much power as Chuck Schumer. And, you know, is also under threat from a progressive challenge. So, I wasn't expecting Chuck Schumer to endorse, but I was expecting Hakeem Jeffries to endorse. And we finally got to that day. So basically, you can't be Muslim in the USA? That's not what I was saying.
Andrew Cuomo 2 electric bugaloo.
Exactly, Nathan. Thank you for the $5 dono. And also, you can be Muslim in the USA. It's just that, especially in the aftermath of 9/11, the US government did some heinous shit to people they suspected of being Muslims. Now, folks, if you've been getting anything out of today's stream, hit that follow button, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, like the stream, and also consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because, folks, y'all make this stream possible, and I appreciate every single one of you that comes here and supports me day in and day out. It means the world to me, and I very much appreciate you guys. Oh, okay, just real quick. Just real quick. This is a like I saw this the other day and I assumed this was fake. I assumed that this was a meme that some funny trans person had put together. I assumed that surely there isn't a man, a beefy veteran army dude named Dylan Blaha running as a Democrat in Illinois, specifically on defending trans people and LGBTQ folks. His name is literally Dylan Blaha. He's real. He's a real guy. Dems are rolling over on LGBTQ plus rights. He's running for Congress to change that. Now, I know very little about this man, but like, it's pretty great. He went to a he went to a No Kings rally dressed as Captain America, and he's literally running on protecting trans youth and defending gender affirming care. He's too pretty to be straight? Maybe. I do want to know more about him, so let's go to his campaign website. Anti-authoritarian, I like that. Let's see. He has a pretty robust set of platform policies. Like it. Okay, calls the Trump administration fascist, wants to fight them and fight the billionaires. Cool. Anti-oligarchy, wants to regulate AI. Democratic reform, what does that look like? Oh, getting rid of Citizens United. I will follow the path of Bernie Sanders and other progressive leaders and only accept grassroots donations. Love that. Economic rights. Congress must pass legislation like the Place to Prosper Act to incentivize local governments to promote affordable housing in their communities, streamline permits, protect renters and homeowners. All right, not super great on economic rights, but that's all right. LGBTQ plus protections. Expand protections for LGBTQIA plus people of color and end the criminalization of identities. Hell yeah. I don't know. This guy seems good. This guy seems good. I don't know a whole lot about him, but like, dude seems good. Does he have an... Look, he has a cute dog. Everyone loves cute dogs. Has a chart of big money's influence in politics. He has a degree in molecular and cellular biology. Doesn't appear to have a campaign ad yet, but you know what? That's okay. I don't know. Just seems neat. Boom. All right, okay, bro, you can't be smart and that high. Wait, he has a tattoo? I think he literally talked about all of his tattoos. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Haha, no Nazi tattoos, but I appreciate you asking. I have 6 total tattoos. Right arm, Angel of Death. Post PTSD tattoo that helps me remember how to live life. Like there might not be a tomorrow. Chest, blue heart with red roses. Right side, lettering for those I love, I will sacrifice. Left side, a name with a Roman numeral birth date. Upper back, Batman symbol with the phrase, "It's not who I am underneath, but what I do that defines me" around it. Right calf, Celtic cross. My parents and I got tattoos in Germany after our trip to Ireland in 2022. So there you go. Now, it's possible, I suppose, that he was lying about having no Nazi tattoos, and the name with a Roman numeral birth date is Adolf Hitler. But, you know, I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that that's probably not the case. All right, folks. I need to go use the bathroom. We've been going for about 2 hours. Like, comment, subscribe, do the things. I'll be right back, and then we will jump into Vuvuzela news. Take it off.
Oh, take my hand in your hand and walk with me to the promised land. Beat your drum and join the band, and we'll chase away the clouds of the morning. We don't need any more than we are. We don't have to be afraid. There is a power in these legs and arms and the voices that we can raise, saying no, we won't go away. I have heard the crowds of the old and the young when the steel canyons echoed with the songs that were sung, and the streets were filled and the law was undone, and the fever of the people was breaking. We don't need any hand-me-downs. We're not looking for charity. 'Cause we've been fooled, we've been jerked around, and there's only so much we can say. No, we won't go away. Oh, the time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions we'll refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine. There's another day just about to unfold, when another world will rise from the ashes of the old, and the meek will follow in the footsteps of the bold, when we realize what's ours for the taking. We don't need any weapons of war, not a drop of blood to fall away. They are many, but we are many more, and the sky will echo our refrain. No, we won't go away. Whoa, 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 whoa. The time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions we'll refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine.
It's true. It was a very fast pee. True. Sometimes the peas, they're not that fast, but sometimes they are. While she's gone, move the mannequin. Ha! No mannequins in this room. Not anymore. Early stream today? You bet your bootstraps, Anders. Whew. All right, folks. Let's talk about Vuvuzela. I'm already subscribed. It's okay, Elonita Express. I appreciate that you're here at the end of all things. What I miss? A lot. Been talking up a storm. Vuvuzela is my daughter's middle name. She picked it herself. Hell yeah. That's badass. Speaking of fast pissing, reminds me of the olive oil and coffee drink, and people got mad because they were blasting out of both ends. So anyway, I just started blasting. You play that song in the pizza shop? Hell yeah,
Jackie
Samantha
Dacky
Strains.
do, where are you? We got some politics to do now.
We do got some politics to do now, Nathan. It's true. Thank you for the $5 dono. Coming in hot, supporting stream. All right. Baja be thy blast. Rhyme Jack, I appreciate you. All right. Here we go. Diku. So, folks, we have to talk about the fact that Donald Trump appears to be gearing up to invade Venezuela, and not just like a limited strike on Venezuela, not just like, oh, we're gonna, do some murders on the outskirts of Venezuela, like, oh, we're potentially gonna go full on invasion of Venezuela mode. And it's not great. Now I want to remind you that so far around 43 people have been killed in the Caribbean since Donald Trump started just doing summary executions of anyone that he thinks might be a drug dealer. We're up to 43. And it has gone on for so long that even Republicans are starting to get a little uncomfortable about it.
In America, we were talked earlier in the show, President of the United States and the Secretary of Defense, these strikes against boats near Venezuelan waters, and then the other day, one near Colombia. The president yesterday suggesting that there could be land strikes soon within Venezuela. Some of your colleagues in the Congress have said they haven't really received any kind of justification for these, or at least not adequate explanation or legal justification for these strikes. Do you believe that this is an appropriate use of presidential power? Are you comfortable with what President Trump is doing here?
Look, many presidents have done similar things. We are in a war. We're losing 200 to 300 Americans every day from fentanyl poisoning. Now, thank God.
The framing Republicans are going with here is that we are already at war. America is at war because people in America buy drugs. Like that's the argument. The argument is that like people in America buy these things and then they die because they do the drugs. But this is like saying, "Oh, we need to declare war on, beer manufacturers because people become alcoholics and like do drunk driving." There is no argument here. It doesn't make a lick of sense. This is saying, "Oh yeah, when people drink whiskey, sometimes they drink too much and they die."
I do wonder if they show Trump a
against,
screen and have him magically divine whether a drug dealer or if it's more of a magic 8-ball situation.
No, like it's genuinely, it's all just vibes. Donald Trump says to Pete Hegseth, do this. Pete Hegseth sends it down the chain of command, and that's exactly why the commander of like all of the forces down there resigned, because they were just ordering him to kill civilians. I know this administration doesn't give a shit, but this constitution vests war powers in Congress. That and power of the purse are Congress's most significant check on the executive's power. Exactly. This is fundamentally an effort to take Congress's power of the purse and Congress's power over the right to wage war and trying to vest it entirely in the president alone. And what we're seeing is the result of that, where Donald Trump, I want to remind you all, we haven't even finished this clip yet, but this was just the other day, folks. Just yesterday.
And Mr. President, if you are declaring war against these cartels and Congress is likely to approve of that process, why not just ask for a declaration of war?
Well, I don't think we're going to necessarily ask for a declaration of war. I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. Okay? We're going to kill them. You know, they're going to be like dead. Okay? Yeah.
That's like, you know, at some point we run out of words we can say, you know. At some point we run out of the words that we can say in public, you know. This man is a doddering old fool, and they are trying to vest him with supreme authoritarian power. And by they, I mean like the people around him, the opportunists like Stephen Miller. Pete Hegseth is a sycophant, right? Like, they are all just in it to try and get as much as they can before the entire thing collapses underneath them. And then you have true believers like Miller, who absolutely want to create their own little Fuhrer in the form of this doddering old man. But here is this man again trying to say, "Oh yeah, we're at war. Yeah, we're absolutely at war with cartels because Americans buy drugs, and that is the same. Yeah, we have the ability to wage war on them. The president could just kill anyone he thinks is a drug dealer now.
The border secure, and that was the number one thing the president ran on was securing the border, getting the price of gas down, which he's done. Grocery prices have stabilized as well. So no one.
They have not.
Can argue that his methods are working right now, that the imports of fentanyl in this country are way down right now, that his methods are working right now. So if you have basically a crime organization, terrorist organizations in Colombia, Venezuela that are part of that crime ring, then yes, they've got to be broken up. And again, I think back to Panama not too many decades ago that we did something similar.
Republican Senator in America. We were talked earlier in the show. President,
like, he's still going along with it while also saying no one can argue that his methods are working right now. Like, oh yeah. This dude should absolutely have supreme power. Yeah, sure, the things he's doing with that power aren't working, but you know, he should still have the power. What if he needs it though? Murdering Venezuelans will not bring down fentanyl because that ain't where it's coming from. Usage will go up as people find it impossible to escape the plight Donald Trump caused them. Exactly. Like, attacking Venezuela doesn't disrupt fentanyl at all. Like, we already bring fentanyl into this country legally because it's legally used in the United States in hospital settings. Like, I just, it's all nonsense. It's all a nonsense pretext. But here's the Independent earlier today. Trump could destroy cocaine facilities inside Venezuela as U.S. deploys strike force to Caribbean. World's largest aircraft carrier is deployed to the region in an escalating military conflict against drug traffickers. And honestly, let's be real here. Going along with the framing here that, oh yeah, no, it's a conflict against drug traffickers. It's not. They're just killing civilian fishermen. Like, is it? I'm sorry, but if a foreign government started killing fishermen off the coast of Alaska, and like we saw media reports, oh yeah, no, it's okay, Russia's just escalating its war against smugglers, those Alaskan smugglers, and then deployed its entire navy to the border of Alaska, we wouldn't just be like, oh yeah, no, it's okay. He's not, they're not actually trying to attack our country. They're just going after the smugglers. No, this is all bullshit. It's so gross and disgusting. Trump is not in a rush to make a decision to strike Venezuela while his focus is on a trip to Asia, negotiations with Russia and Ukraine on ending their war, CNN reported. But potential plans for attacking the country, an operation that could spill over into a regional war, follows a growing buildup of military forces in the region and a series of lethal strikes on alleged drug boats that have killed more than 40 people within the last month. Asked on Thursday why he won't seek permission from Congress for a military campaign aimed at South American regimes, he claims are fueling a drug epidemic in the United States. Trump said his government is just going to kill people instead. This man needs to be out of power. This man has no business being in power. It is shocking to me.
Hello, fellow human. Have a money chat.
Also, Sam Roker, thank you for the $10 Canadian. Very much appreciated, especially in these trying times. I'm kind of without words here. Here's the Atlantic. The U.S. is preparing for war in Venezuela. More U.S. military firepower is headed to the Caribbean as Trump escalates his anti-Maduro rhetoric. And we've destroyed at least 10, again, suspected drug vessels. And the U.S., because Donald Trump has redefined what it means to be a terrorist, is using that new definition to say it's totally fine for them to kill anyone they think is trafficking drugs. Yeah, media manufacturing consent already, and it's genuinely deeply disturbing and unnerving. And this is all, by the way, I want to keep in mind, I want to remind you guys, this is all coming on the heels of just last week, Donald Trump publicly announced one of the most crazy things I've ever seen a president announce. Trump administration authorizes covert CIA action in Venezuela. He blabbed about it. He literally was out there and he's just like, yeah, we're gonna allow CIA to do stuff in Venezuela. You're putting American agents on the ground in Venezuela, and you are trying to then bomb targets in Venezuela. This is an invasion of Venezuela. That is what this is. Yeah, this is not what covert means, but that's, the old meanings of words no longer apply because fascism is here. I remember this dance. Drugs are the new WMDs. Yeah, no, they're literally doing the Iraq playbook again, except that they made it even stupider this time because in Iraq they were claiming biological weapons or whatever, or maybe even a nuclear warhead somewhere or a dirty bomb. In this case, they're just saying, well, WMDs also include fentanyl because we did a bullshit proclamation, tee that fentanyl is a weapon of mass destruction. So clearly, they're manufacturing WMDs inside of Venezuela. If fentanyl can be a weapon of mass destruction, so can cocaine. Checkmate. Like, I don't know, man. Did Don Jr.'s coke habit get so bad that they need to, like, invade Venezuela? Like, what is happening here? And I know, like, people are gonna be like, "Oh, it's because Venezuela's oil," and like maybe that's a part of it. But this is so utterly out of pocket. It's so utterly out of pocket, and I genuinely, I can think of several reasons why. In addition to that, this might be the chosen course of action. But like, I'm utterly baffled by this. This is going to be, if we start actually doing an invasion of Venezuela, this is like the new Vietnam. Like they are going to like kick our asses if we are trying to like occupy Venezuela. And it might also be there is no good reason. It might also be that Donald Trump's brain is just cooked. That it's leaking out his ears, and he's just doing word association and being like, Venezuela? Oh yeah, I don't like Venezuela. Well, invade it. And like that's the extent of his planning, you know? Like I genuinely I think it's close to that, cuz Venezuela doesn't pose a threat to America. There's no threat there. Holden Blood Feast got to him. Yeah, I mean it genuinely might be that. Yeah, TU Scoops, that's kind of I'm hoping that what's happening here is just empty posturing, and like a few drone strikes get carried out. But I don't think you move the largest aircraft carrier in the world into striking distance of
Random
Venezuelan
thought: what if Donny
territory
Boy depleted the oil
to do that.
reserves too much and now we need to invade a weak country with OKL even if it's substandard?
But like we're the biggest manufacturers of oil on the planet. I don't think it's that. You know? None of it has been empty posturing so far. When I say empty posturing, I mean like in terms of the population of Venezuela, like like empty posturing insofar as he doesn't actually intend to invade Venezuela. Like my hope is that it's just posturing to extract some kind of concession rather than actual maneuvering because they intend to put troops on the ground and like launch a bombing campaign, right? Um Obviously there are already like 43 people who have died. And chat, speaking of that 43 people who have died, and speaking of manufacturing consent for this is one of the most insane fucking articles and headlines I have ever seen in my life. I saw this today and it made me so viscerally mad at the complicity of mainstream media. And I don't really know what to do with that rage. A mystery in Trinidad as bodies wash ashore after US strikes. And I have to say, just from the headline alone, doesn't seem like much of a mystery to me, actually.
November 22, 2025. Remove the regime protest in DC needs to be our Romanian Christmas party. Blue heart emoji, yellow heart emoji, red heart
Hell
emoji,
yeah.
Christmas tree emoji, party popper emoji, raised fist emoji, raised fist emoji.
Kraujoja, Tertingeji? I am so sorry. Kraujoja, I think I got close to right. Maybe. Possibly. Thank you for the $10 super chat. I do appreciate it. And I do hope everyone turns out to as many protests as you can get to, because we are in some deep shit. And we have some fixing to do. But guys, this isn't a mystery. if you're solving the mystery in the headline, it's not a mystery. The U.S. campaign targeting what it says is drug trafficking from Venezuela has exposed Trinidad to the fallout. Unidentified bodies with burn marks and missing limbs showing up in its territory. I wonder where those could be from. This is so infuriating to me. Whoever made this headline, it's not a fucking mystery. Oh, where did the blown apart bodies come from? I wonder who's conducting a giant bombing campaign in the Caribbean near Trinidad. You know, that place that's close to Venezuela. Who could tell? No way we could find out. But this is genuine. The bodies have fueled a mystery that is gripping parts of Trinidad and Tobago, the Caribbean nation that is within sight of Venezuela's coast. Who were they? Did a U.S. strike kill them? Will more bodies appear on the beaches? The first body washed ashore on Trinidad's northeastern coast soon after the U.S. carried out its first strike in September on a boat in the Caribbean. Villagers said the corpse had burn marks on its face and was missing limbs, as if it had been mangled by an explosion. The tides deposited another corpse on a nearby beach days later, drawing a wake of vultures. Its face was similarly unrecognizable, and its right leg appeared to have been blown off. I'm sorry. This needs to be, when we win, and we are gonna win, chat. When we win, and we get these evil motherfuckers out of power, we need to join the International Court of Justice. We need to join with The Hague and hold these people accountable, not just in American courtrooms, but in international courtrooms. We need to send these guilty ass murdering fucks straight to The Hague. The idea that we can just let them be another George Bush and just Donald Trump will go and do some watercolor paintings. No, they need to get fucking prosecuted for this. And they need to get prosecuted not just here, but internationally, because they are killing people internationally for no goddamn reason other than to flatter the current president's ego.
The only thing more obvious would be something like an American flag watermark in the pictures or something SMH hashtag bring back the Nuremberg trials for Republicans AMD Democrats.
Genuinely, we need something even more effective than the Nuremberg trials. This is insane. Every fucking day. Every fucking day it's something like this now. But as the attacks draw claims in Latin America that the United States is violating international law by killing dozens of people who don't pose an immediate military threat, some in Trinidad are questioning whether Miss Prasad Bisesar's hesitance to cross the Trump administration is keeping them from getting answers about the corpses being stored by their government. There's no question in my mind that these men are casualties of war, said Lincoln Baker, 63, an employee of Trinidad's water and sewage company in Cumana. Like many others in Cumana, a sleepy outpost with an Anglican school, food stores, and Christian and Muslim houses of worship, Mr. Baker said he was convinced that the two corpses came from the first attack on September 2nd that left 11 people dead. Since then, the bodies have emerged as part of a puzzle involving the U.S. military deployment in the region. The Trump administration publicly says the mission is to combat drug trafficking out of Venezuela. But American officials have privately made clear that the objective is to drive President Nicolas Maduro of Venezuela from power. The campaign has led to the largest U.S. deployment in Latin America in decades. This isn't a mystery. This isn't a mystery. Donald Trump is killing civilians for no reason in order to try and provoke a war with Venezuela. That's it. He just wants a war. He wants a war that he feels is going to be popular with the Republican base. And, like, mainstream media is complicit with this. And, like, not to toot my horn or anything, like, I'm not a huge piece of how we fix this, but, like, this is why you guys need to start supporting, like, non-mainstream media. Like, if you are reading places like some good places to start would be, frankly, The Independent, The Verge, some of these other not so 404 Media, Wired. Like, find some not so mainstream outlets and support them. Support, folks like the Majority Report. Support Democracy Now! Like, folks, yeah, The Nation. Sorry, I had a mind fart as I was trying to list, as I was going to list outlets, but folks, it's time to, like, leave these places behind because they no longer serve us. They serve this administration, and it's disgusting.
Jack, you're a pillar of how we fix this. You are moving people.
I'm doing my best, Nathan, and I know I'm not nearly large enough, but I'm gonna do my part. Because we're talking about just the most evil folks to ever be in charge of the United States, and that's really saying something. You know? And the guy who's running it, all of the folks around him talk about him like he's a goddamn child. Like, just to kind of close this out, because I don't know what the state of whether or not America is going to go to war with Venezuela. I don't think Donald Trump knows if the United States is going to go to war with Venezuela. I don't think he knows or cares. He's just doing what he does because he's on autopilot and moving on momentum. That's it. Right? They never assign agency to him. But also, like, when they do assign agency to him, this is how they do it.
Trump announced all.
This is Scott Bessant, I believe. No, wait, is this Scott Bessant? No, this is Hassett. My bad.
All trade talks with Canada have been called off because of an alleged fake ad that showed Ronald Reagan bad-mouthing tariffs. Okay, the president's angry about this. He immediately just said, no more talks with Canada. But where do we go from here?
Well, I mean, the president, I'm sure, has his reasons. There have been a lot of talks with Canada. I've been involved in some of them. And I think the president, probably more than anything, is frustrated with the progress that he's making with Canada. And sometimes when you're frustrated, a timeout is the right call. And the president's saying no talks with Canada. I would guess that at some point between now and the end of his term, he'll talk to Canada again. But yes, right now, I think there's been frustration with the behavior of the Canadians, the demeanor of the Canadians, the positions of the Canadians. And so it's probably a good time to take a break from the war.
Dumber than I could imagine. It's either pretending to be smart and bigotry or regular bigotry.
Oh yeah, 1000% Starch Manning. Thank you for the $5 super chat. But, like, it's, I mean, you're right. Like, it's all posturing, whether dumb posturing or smart posturing. It's just posturing. But, like, they talk about Donald Trump like he's a literal child. Oh, well, Canada was acting up a little bit, so we had to put him on a timeout. We had to give him a little bit of a timeout. He was acting up. You know how he gets when he gets a little bit riled. He had to have a timeout. When he's calmed down, he can come down and play with his Nintendo Switch 2. Okay? When he's calmed down, he can have his Xbox time back. Like, genuinely, they talk about him like he's a temperamental child. And I'm sorry, but like, this kind of divining tea leaves about the president's intention is indicative of the fact that our system is completely and utterly broken right now. Yeah, you know, when Donnie doesn't have his nap, you know, sometimes he gets a little angry and he starts saying things about going to war with Venezuela. You know, he just gets a little angry. And it would be funny, except that people's lives literally hang in the balance. We've killed almost 50 people so far. And like it's because he's frustrated. He has this idea of doing regime change in Venezuela. Like, not like needs
The
to be
kid gloves
gone.
on the media in regards to Trump is honestly disgusting.
It really is. He's the president. How on earth are these people having like a higher, like a lower standard of his behavior compared to like I don't know, like especially on Fox News, like they'll take footage of like I don't know a black person shoplifting and like talk about it like it's the end of the world or the end of Western civilization. But when the president of the United States and those around him demonstrate the mental capacity of like a 5-year-old, they're like, no, it's fine though. No, like a 5-year-old is in charge of the nuclear bombs and is just summarily executing people in the on boats. Hey, whatever, it's fine. Yeah, today he truly became a president. Fuck. Hassan said it a while back. Everyone is 12. Yeah, no, like I was saying something like that the other day. Like we are in the age of just like everything makes sense if you just assume folks have the intellectual capacity and emotional stability of a 12-year-old. You know? Didn't they all hate that boy king in Game of Thrones? Clearly not enough. Clearly not enough. We may be on the verge of sending people to like die in a foreign country for no clear objective or goal, and to visit and rain death and destruction on a foreign country, again, for no clear goal or objective. Like, there's no good reason for this. Americans are gonna die, Venezuelans are gonna die, and it just for nothing. Genuinely for nothing. It's gonna be like the tragedy of a generation for no reason. And my heart breaks. Because I part of building popular. Oh, are we losing? We back? Small F? Okay, you guys started scaring me with the Fs. Did I drop everywhere? No, I only dropped on YouTube. Okay. Cool. We bricked a bit. Sorry. But I guess just to wrap up my thoughts here, because I know I'm rambling a bit, but part of building a popular movement to remove this guy involves the idea and the acceptance that we aren't going to be able to just materialize tens of millions of people showing up to protest and to take other nonviolent resistance actions. We're not going to be able to materialize that out of our butts. You know, it is something that takes time. And I do have faith in that process and faith in our ability to mobilize. But this is why we need to treat it with some urgency. Because people are, in fact, depending on this. We need to succeed not just for the folks here in America, but for the folks who want to live and thrive abroad as well, because our problems here in America affect everyone else on this planet. And so I'm imploring each and every one of you, as we go forward into this weekend, as we go forward in this hellish timeline, look around you and figure out what you can do and figure out how you can organize. You know, get involved with your local Dems, get involved with your local DSA. We have folks in our community that can help you. Join the Discord, reach out to Gamergy if you want to help joining DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly if you want help joining your local Dems. Radicalize your Dems, make your DSA more effective, or join some other local organizing apparatus that is available to you, that you feel comfortable in, that you can do good work in, that is more than just a social club, that can, in fact, go out there and make things better in your community, because we, by making things better in our communities, build solidarity with one another and build up this movement of people who are willing to turn out and make things better, not just for themselves, but for others as well. And we need to build up that network of folks so that we can eventually build up the amount of power necessary to nonviolently confront this fascist administration and defeat it. That is what needs to happen. I hope you will all look around and figure out what you can do, because I'm doing the best I can, and I hope each and every one of you does as well. Whew. There we go. He's doing what he said he was going to do. Stop drugs coming into the country. You say he wants war, yet he just got a ceasefire in Hamas and Israel. Yeah, how many people have died since that ceasefire?
I say we force everyone on the right to watch Epic, the musical, to restore their humanity.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but I do like musicals. Thank you for the $10 Canadian. Very much appreciated, Sam Roker. Like, Merc and Chad, like, you realize that since the ceasefire, over 100 Palestinians, mostly children, have been killed. Just the other day, Israeli settlers in the West Bank beat a woman with bats while a journalist filmed. Like, you can't say that peace has been restored when they're still murdering children, actually. And you can't say that a guy who is ordering the unilateral bombing of people in the Caribbean on boats deserves a peace prize, while he moves the world's largest aircraft carrier off the coast of Venezuela. And you can't argue that doing unilateral strikes on Venezuela is the act of someone who loves peace. Because you fucking know that if Russia moved an aircraft carrier off the coast of California and started bombing warehouses across the southern United States, You fucking know you wouldn't be like, oh, they're just bombing drug dealers. It's okay. Fucking disingenuous piece of shit. Just think about your ideas for 5 seconds and realize how full of shit you are. I would rather not have the fent in my country. Hey, does Venezuela make fentanyl? Hey, who are the largest purchasers of fentanyl in the United States? Let's start with that one, American Chad. Who are the largest purchasers of fentanyl in the United States? Do they not transport a large majority of it? No. Who buys the largest shipments of fentanyl in the United States? American Chad. Here, you know what? You're being disingenuous? I'm not. I'm asking you a pretty simple and straightforward question. Who buys the majority of fentanyl in the United
States? And don't forget bombing our boats and actually murdering people.
True. This is actually a pretty simple and straightforward question. Buys the majority of fentanyl in the United States of America. Enlighten me. No, I want you to give me the answer. You're the one who wants to bomb, kill people summarily without any kind of trial or evidence. You're the one who's seeing agents of the state murder people, and you're saying, no, that's fine, without seeing any evidence. So I want you to tell me, who are the biggest buyers of fentanyl in the United States? Drug traffickers. Wrong! It's hospitals. American hospitals are the largest purchasers of fentanyl in the United States. You are incorrect. Every hospital in the United States has fentanyl in it, you stupid motherfucker. Wow, well done. You've proven you know nothing. I guess Donald Trump should bomb every hospital in the United States for, trafficking drugs. I guess Donald Trump should just start raining bombs on your local hospital, man. You said innocents. I corrected you by saying they were proven drug traffickers. Proven by whom? Have you seen the evidence? Have you seen the trials? They got court dates? Who proved that they were drug traffickers? Just another very straightforward question here. Man, it's sure taken someone a long time to try and find any kind of evidence. Did ChatGPT stop feeding you answers on that one? Oh, CBS did a thing on it earlier. They literally had a Q&A on it just hours ago. That's
Jack,
so
please,
interesting.
this guy has the intelligence of a 4-year-old. They couldn't make a good argument even if they had the proper info.
Well, what's interesting about that to me is that I didn't realize that CBS was a court of law. I didn't realize that CBS was a place where people presented evidence and then a judge decided whether or not the US state could kill people. I didn't realize. Hurling insults shows you're losing your argument. It doesn't, though. See, the great thing about being an American is that I can both be smarter than you and also insult you. I know that this might not be something that you've ever truly encountered before because most of the comments folks make are likely to fly over your head because you are clearly intellectually short. But it's fine. You can of course get better. And I would recommend that you do cuz you didn't answer my question. So let's try again. Let's try again. Who proved that these folks were drug traffickers? Because you said CBS, and that's not correct, actually. So let's try again. You've been actually thinking through almost several minutes now of Jeopardy thinking music. You've really had to be thinking hard and deep on this one to come up with literally the dumbest answers I've ever seen written in this chat, and that's saying something. Want a link from you? No, I want you to actually present some kind of evidence. Like a court case. I'm not looking for a CBS news spot. I'm looking for the evidence for your claim. You know, the thing you're saying is true. I'm looking for the evidence of that, and you're not going to get it from CBS because I'm asking for, legal, presidings. They literally spoke about it in the White House. Oh, the White House. The White House would never just lie. The White House. You mean the United States government? The thing that never lies? Ever? Whoa, guys. Whoa. Case closed. The White House said there were WMDs in Iraq. Case closed, everyone. Totally justified. Just, oh, God. Kind of like the Afghan withdrawal. Dude. You're one of the dumbest guys I've ever encountered on here, and
If
you are
this
such a
MF keeps
gift
being stupid,
to me
I
in
am
this
going
chat.
to keep
I love
donating
you.
to make
Thank you
this a
so
worthwhile
much.
venture.
Oh my god. Oh my god. It's been a while since we had one of you here, and you're so fucking stupid. It's not, no, see, Silrinthia, it's not even source, just trust me, bro. It's not even that. It's literally source, the CIA said it, so it must be true. Like, my god. What a fucking moron. Holy shit. Do you get laughed at every time your kids come over for Thanksgiving or something? Do they just clown on you the entire time? Or am I making too many assumptions that you've been able to procreate? You got bullied, that's why you're fucked up mentally? Nah, actually I was not bullied. So your projection is pretty funny though. Clearly, you got clowned on though. 'Cause we can all fucking see it. Fucking crayon eater motherfucker over here. Holy shit. Hey, what's interesting about that comment there, right? Someone who begs for an Israel-Hamas ceasefire, but when Trump does it for you, it's bad. I would love if Trump did an actual ceasefire where Israel, opened up aid and stopped starving children and stopped shooting children. I would love that. Except that hasn't happened. You're falling for headlines because you're a stupid motherfucker who falls for liars and propaganda. Like, I don't know. Like when people walk up to you and try and sell you a bridge, do you give them your entire life savings? How are you even able to type this? It's genuine. Like, how are you literate? Are you literate, or are you just talking into an Alexa right now? Please, I need to know. Are you literate? Did you learn how to read? It's very important. You're delusional? That's not that's not that's not an answer to the question, actually. But it's pretty fucking funny that you don't deny the illiteracy claims. Hey, I don't litter. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Holy shit. You actually didn't answer
This right
the
after the
question.
captured media segment is wild timing.
You actually didn't answer the question about whether or not you were literate. You got so mad you thought you did. Oh god. You realize for that to happen, we would have to invade and take control? They're gonna continue fighting for thousands of years? That's not true! That's stupid! That's like saying because France and England fought each other for 100 years, they're gonna fight each other for 10,000 years. And then you look at France and England now, they're fine. Like, I don't know, open a history book. But again, in order to do that, you would have to learn how to read and stop using Alexa to type. And I look, I support you in the endeavor of going back to school and getting your GED and like fixing your life a little bit. Clearly whatever brain damage happened to you as a child can be reversed potentially. I would hope. But right now, it's clearly not safe for you to like walk down the street. You'd fall into a open manhole, or like, I don't know. Someone would try and sell you a watch and like somehow take you for all of the money you have. Like, I don't know. I'd like to see you walk down the streets of Hamas. You know what? I think I would last longer walking down the streets of Hamas than you would. I'll take that bet. I'll meet you there. I'll meet you there in Gaza. We'll walk down the street together and see how long we both last. The streets of Hamas. The streets of Hamasabad. You fucking clown. Oh man, this is doing me so much good right now. You have no idea. You have no idea. Holy shit. I appreciate you. Yeah, can you show us where Hamas is on a map? I wouldn't be able to set foot on their soil. You realize that? Oh wait, you wouldn't be able to set foot on the soil. Sure I would. 'Cause I'm not a pussy. Yet you defend them and they openly hate gays. Yeah, I defend the fact that you should have human rights too, and you hate gays. So, like, I'm consistent in that way. Yeah, I think your human rights should be respected too, and I don't think you should be genocided either. I actually do. When I say I want everyone in the United States to have healthcare, I include you, you stupid bitch. doesn't mean I'm obligated to treat you with respect interpersonally, you understand? Because you're a moron and, you know, a bigot and a bitch. Oh, fuck. I'm having too much fun. Yeah, unlike you, I'm actually morally consistent. And, you're not. Because you can't use that many syllables for a word.
Genuine question: how do people like this actually choose to exist in stupidity? Their lives are hatred, hardship, and ignorance. Why would you choose this?
You know, genuinely, it's usually because they exist in some kind of media bubble, and normally I would have the good sense to not engage to this degree, but sometimes it's just fucking funny. I genuinely don't think you do. I think all liberal idiots like yourself are severely misguided and you wish hate on the right. You wish pain and suffering. I'm sure you celebrated the death of Kirk. You can actually watch every single stream I have done, and you will not see me doing that. You will actually see me banning people from my community for doing that. Because I believe in nonviolent political action. Unlike people like you, actually. Also, I do support your rights, and I frankly don't give a damn if you believe me or not. But I fight for the rights of every American to have all their civil rights protected, and I fight for you to have additional rights because I think you should have the right to health care. I think whatever godforsaken spawn you have should be able to be born inside of a hospital, and you shouldn't be given a bill for $60,000 because they needed to be born in safety with medical care. I think that you should be able to go to work and work a full shift and have enough money to live your life as you see fit. Because I believe in a living wage for every single American. And I believe that you should have those things because I'm consistent and I think everyone deserves that regardless of what they believe. And that's the difference between you and me. You see me as someone who is subhuman and less deserving of rights. I view you as
Rosalita,
an equal
you
human
can't
being.
understand my life. I'm from the streets of Hamas and you're from the upper class. We can't be together.
I don't think that of you. You literally told me you didn't think I should be able to own a gun. You think I deserve less rights than you. You've already demonstrated that you do not believe I deserve the same rights that you have as an American. Like, you actually think I am subhuman for being what I am, and you used a slur to demonstrate that to me. You know, I think you're stupid, and I think you're misguided, and I have been clowning on you for both of those reasons, and I think you're bigoted because you've demonstrated that. But that's the difference between you and me. I think there's hope for you to get better. You think I am fundamentally not the same kind of human as you. And so, like, that's kind of a problem, right? But yes, I do not believe that people who undergo transgender surgeries should be able to own firearms. Guess what? Haven't undergone any transgender surgeries. But, you know,
Hate
you don't
chatter. Does
care.
it feel good that Jack has made actual real money off of the hate you monger?
Like, you genuinely don't care to know more about people like me? You don't... Again, okay, so you support them. You think I don't deserve the same rights as you because I have a different political view than you. That's what makes us different. I think you should have the same rights I have. You are literally saying I shouldn't have the same rights you have because we disagree politically. And like, this is a big difference. You're trying to dance around it, but your own words show how full of shit you are. No, it is based on my political view. You've just redefined what you think political views are to align with yours. You think anyone who agrees with you politically should have rights, and anyone who doesn't should have less or none. And you have said, oh, well, you know, supporting trans people, that's not, you know, that means you don't deserve political rights because it makes you mentally unstable. And like, I don't know, bud. That's like me saying, you're conservative, that makes you mentally unstable. You shouldn't have rights. You see how easy that is for someone to do? You see how easy it would be for a state to do that? I think that's bullshit. But you do the bullshit thing. Because I think, again, you're ignorant, misguided, and bigoted. You are someone who has never bothered to actually crack open a textbook at higher than a middle schooler's level when it comes to gender or sexuality. You are someone who is intellectually incurious and hasn't bothered to learn anything about this. You are someone who looks at me and makes assumptions about my body without asking. You are someone who fundamentally has demonstrated time and time again that you are mentally deficient in some way. And yet I still think you deserve fundamental human rights. Agree to disagree? No, we can't agree to disagree when it comes to fundamental human rights. I'm sorry. You either believe people have those rights on a fundamental level or you don't. I believe you have I believe you have those rights. You don't believe that I have those rights. Simple as. I'm not assuming it. You have said it. So, when we talk about this and I clown on you, and then I begin to engage seriously, like, I gotta be honest, you don't understand what you're talking about. You haven't made any assumptions or insults? I have. I made assumptions about your intelligence. I made assumptions about your abilities. And I have certainly insulted you. But none of those have any bearings on whether or not I think you deserve fundamental human rights and liberties. You think I deserve less liberty than others.
My rights? But I get all the rights, silly person who needs an honest self-reflection and to deal with their insecurity.
I mean, it's just kind of, it's sad, really. You know, these people have deluded themselves into believing that they do believe in liberty. But they'll say that right as they look at someone different than them and say, oh, but not for you. Oh, but not for Muslim. Well, not for the blacks. You know, like they not for indigenous people. You know, like they start carving out exceptions to human rights because they fundamentally cannot believe that other folks are equal to them. You know? And like that's not assumptions on my part. Those are demonstrable from what that person was saying. You know? Like when you confront them on it, they run away. No, I don't mean that. I just think you're mentally ill and thus deserve less rights. So it'd be fine to deny fundamental human rights to like someone who's mentally ill? Someone who has ADHD, depression, PTSD? Do veterans no longer deserve fundamental human rights? You know, it demonstrates, I mean, RP Marson, you're right. Like, there is a level of eugenicist belief there. You know? It's really fucking gross. And, like, it is tough to be on the left. Because at the end of the day, the hill that I plant my flag on and am willing to die on is that stupid, bigoted piece of shit deserves all of the rights and liberties that I have. And like, you know, it's hard sometimes to be consistent in that way. But I will persist and I will continue to grow this platform, and that person will remain relatively irrelevant and ignored by any future progeny he might produce. I don't love it, but I have to be consistent. Exactly, Rhyme Jack. when trying to prove they're not bigoted to one group, they prove that they're bigoted to more than one group. Exactly. I'm glad that I did have fun with that, but I am glad that I had that interaction. And I know that maybe I was being a little bit too mean. But also, you can't just call me a slur and say that I support cutting off the genitals of, 5-year-olds and expect me to remain civil. You know? Nah, I'm gonna be mean to you. Fucking clown. Nah, you weren't too mean. Frankly, you were too kind. Maybe so. Also, did you guys love the part where he's like, you got trans surgeries, so you can't own a gun. I was like, I haven't had any trans surgeries, and then he was like, well, you think surgeries are okay, so you still shouldn't be able to own a gun. My disagreement with you isn't political. What a goddamn clown. Holy fuck. Bro is so fixated on your genitals, it's crazy. I think it tends to happen when I have a big booba shirt on. I don't know why. It's like they see boobs and they get angry. Or maybe their dick gets angry. I don't know. Was this guy 12? Maybe. Also, Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono, and also just retroactively, Paladin, thank you for the $10 dono. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono, and the $5 dono, and the $20 dono, and the $100 dono. My God. Thank you very, very much. I think that brings us to 258. I think that's where we're at in relation to our goal. They're obsessed with strangers' genitals and then they complain when women don't like them. Yeah, it was a little too charitable of me to assume that that person was able to, woo a person.
Remember, just 22.94% of 340 million voted for Trump. 78 million, and I rounded up. Really think about that.
It's true. If we engaged more of the population, he never would have won. But people were demotivated by, the fact that Kamala Harris deliberately deflated her campaign. Joe Biden wasn't able to drum up any real excitement. Low voter turnout really killed that campaign. And by low voter turnout, I mean Kamala Harris's not exciting policies and campaign killed that campaign. I think you deserve rights. Agree to disagree. Oh, indeed, indeed, indeed. Oh, God. Thank you so much, Nathan. I do truly fucking appreciate it. This is my first time voting, too. Thank you for doing your due diligence and your duty. Super nerdy. Also, Kraujoja. Wait, yeah, Kraujoja. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And that brings us to 59. Go. God, this is going to be such a messy stream for my editor to edit, and I do apologize. I don't know if that interaction will go up, but, oof. Being a socialist trans woman with big titties on the internet, fucking difficult sometimes with the kind of dregs that brings in from time to time. We do have fun here, though, folks. We do have fun. Also, folks, I do want to say, just remember, anytime I start engaging with one of those people, part of the reason I do it is to, like, benefit you guys and talk with you guys, and I think you guys enjoyed me clowning on that man, and I think you guys probably got something out of me demonstrating, a consistent idea of what being committed to freedom means.
I know I go a little crazy with the donos, but I prefer interacting this way when I am at work, as a plus I get to monetarily support my favorite streamer.
I do not mind at all, Nathan. I do not mind at all. Thank you for the $5 dono, and thank you for making me your favorite streamer. I appreciate it. And also, during important segments, I do mute the notifications. So, folks, don't feel bad if text to speech doesn't read your donos, because I will read them out loud at some point after text to speech gets turned off for a short period of time. It had just been a hot minute since, like, a real like pugilistic conservative came through. He was effort posting. It only took me calling him a moron, and he started effort posting. Though I still am not convinced that he was able to actually type or read. I do want to point out, he never confirmed that he was literate. Did he get banned? Yeah, he started using salty language. Like, he just started spam posting about, like, chopping baby dicks off. So, like, at the point where someone's just spam posting about, like, well, you think babies should have their dicks cut off, so you don't deserve rights. Like, that's, at that point. Remember when that guy said that when you start using insults, you've lost the argument? When you start spam posting wild accusations about someone else wanting to chop off genitals, I think you've officially lost the argument. Oh, fuck. Yo, Krujoja, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on youtube.com/riverboatjack. I'm impressed how often you're able to leave text to speech on without getting disruptive spam. Well, I think one of the reasons I'm able to do that is because we deliberately cultivate a community that has things to say, and, like, if people were to start abusing text to speech, it would probably go away more often. But often people have good insights that they share with their donations, or questions that they ask with their donations that are relevant to the topic at hand, and I think that's good. I like that. I like keeping it around, Bro started missing his 5 skin. Holy fuck. Oh, fuck. Well, also, you guys, like, I don't know, if anyone posts, like, a fucking slur in text to speech, you're just gonna get banned. And then we're gonna have to be a lot more careful with text to speech, Ooh, fuck. A lean, mean, green dodging machine? Hell yeah. Is there a community name for the Riverboat Crew? Well, Riverboat Crew works pretty well, but we also talk about the community as being shimps. Kind of like shrimp,
I got things
but
to say
shimp.
and money to spend.
Hell yeah, Nathan. Thank you for the $5 dono. And yeah, Shimp. Shimperfy. What about fictional slurs, though? I think that's probably fine, tentatively, but I reserve the right to rescind my stamp of approval. I'm not entirely sure what that means, or what that would constitute, or the usage. Shimps together strong. Because like when one shrimp isn't very imposing, but many shimp are very imposing. Yeah, like Clanker would be fine. I don't mind.
Just remember to not take lightly those mad streets of Hamas. 0.0.
I fucking forgot. He wanted me to walk down the streets of Hamas. Fuck. Oh shit. No, not like simp, super nerdy, like shrimp. Like I think of you guys as like the little gay friends that live in my computer, you know? Like you're just little guys, like little shrimps. But you guys aren't shrimps. You're more mischievous, but in totality you can actually make big differences. So, shimps. I don't know. It's just fun to say. It came about because I believe Salmon Moose was trying to make a shrimp on the Barbie joke because she's from Australia. It's instead
Riverboat Jack
wrote
is a
shimp.
tranche. She also runs the mean streets of Hamasabad.
Oh god. Uncle Gumball, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Fuck. Brutus
Shimperfy, Mother Rudders.
Thank you for the $5 super chat, and I really like Mother Rudders. That's great. Shimpin' ain't easy, exactly. You guys get it. You guys are on board. Well, super nerdy. It's not even as deep as that. Salmon Moose was trying to write shrimp on the Barbie, and text to speech read out shimp on the Barbie, and I thought it was really
Shimp
funny.
equals silly shrimp.
Yeah, silly shrimp. I like that. But it was just something that text to speech spat out, like just read out a spelling error, and I found it really funny, so people started using it. And then I don't know who was like, we should call ourselves Shimp, but someone did at some point, and I don't know, it just kind of stuck, and I think it's fun to say. Do I eat shrimp? Not a whole lot, but like a good firecracker shrimp is fucking phenomenal. Every day I'm shimping. There you go. I too have been the victim of text to speech and autocorrect. It's a lot of the memes we have. Riverboat Jack is how you change the oil on the riverboat. Indeed. She's eating the shimp. God.
Shimp panya for my real friends. Real pain for my shimp friends.
Paladin, thank you for the $10 the $10 dono.
My headcanon is that some of us are refugee imps from the Demon Mama community. Therefore shimps. Peepo shrug.
I never connected shimp to Demon Mama until someone made that observation like a month or two ago. And I was just kind of like, oh yeah. Also, is Demon Mama doing okay? I really liked I really liked Demon Mama, and I don't really know what happened. Just get burned out doing the content grind, because I can understand that. If you don't have some shimp specific merch, you really should make some. It's not a bad idea. I need to like take time off of doing streams so I can design
Between
merch.
this and the Ratman emote, the riverboat lore will be impenetrable.
It's why we need the riverboat Wikipedia. We need riverboat Wikipedia. Riverboat wiki. There we go.
I always thought Salmon Moose was a guy.
Nope. Very much not a guy. Moose do tend to be associated with large and maybe more masculine. Salmon Moose, lovely lady. Riverboat.gg wiki/wiki when. My brain wanted to take that in a direction of like the doctor and the son joke where you just assumed that the moose was a man, and that shows your latent sexism towards moose, but my brain couldn't make that work. Moose bites can be pretty nasty. Indeed, as the crow flies. Love the reference. All right. Let's go. We got to talk about some other awful shit. All right? Oh, you know what? Before we get into awful shit, I think you guys would enjoy this. So, I saw this going around today. Why Trump would be perfect for an honorary doctoral degree. Posted last week. I don't know how many of you have seen this, but it's fucking great. Okay. Ooh, Salmon Moose. I hope you feel better soon. I thought you were joking about your brain hurting. But dear members of the University of Michigan's Honorary Doctoral Degree Committee, it's with trembling hands and a certain degree of anxiety that we are writing to make the inevitable nomination of President Donald Trump for an honorary doctoral degree from the University of Michigan. We cannot imagine a more appropriate candidate in the current historical moment. Trump represents our university's values and ethical convictions like no other. He has not only provided the political climate and resources for the university to turn into the empty shell that it now is, but has now given so many in our leadership the inspiration to crack down on civil and constitutional rights, attack academic freedom, and turn their back on common human decency. Many have characterized Trump as an amoral person who is incapable of understanding actions that are not guided by pure self-interest. By this criterion, the university is now quintessentially Trumpian. We are denying gender-affirming care, we made cuts to diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, and we laid off relevant staff and faculty. We've proven that we have no hard moral principles and no hill on which we will die. Everything we once stood for has now melted into air and been thoughtlessly sacrificed to preserve our organization's financial and political standing. Awarding Trump an honorary doctoral degree would be an opportunity to recognize the long way the university has walked in less than 2 years. juniors may still remember times when the campus code was determined through collaboration between faculty, staff, and students, and then respected and followed by university administrators. This is called democracy and shared governance, and we used to care about both. Today, the higher administration unilaterally rewrites codes and procedures while it's charging students and staff with various violations. Some of us may remember times when the Office of Student Conflict Resolution worked on resolving student conflict. Today, this office functions as a judicial arm that disciplines politically active students based on complaints that the university pays external companies to submit. Only a few years ago, employees who faced serious charges received a hearing and due process. Today, pressure from an angry regent over an anonymous and unsubstantiated complaint is sufficient to summarily fire a senior staff member. Examples are plentiful, but the picture is clear. The undercover investigators the university hired to follow some of its politically active students, the regents who circumvented the county prosecutor and compelled the state attorney to file felony charges against students, are testimonies that the university is now operating by Trumpian standards and epitomizes the president's vision for the United States. Our faculty are afraid of teaching, our students are afraid of speaking, and free expression is a relic of the past. The collapse of academic freedom that we are witnessing on our campus mirrors the collapse of democracy in the entire country. Awarding Trump an honorary doctoral degree will give credit where credit is due. Donald Trump is the main figure whose vision shapes the University of Michigan today. Finally, in the spirit of cynicism and opportunism that is now ruling in the Alexander G. Ruthven building, it is worth considering how beneficial this honorary degree could be to the university. This gesture may very well alleviate the pressure we have been experiencing since January 2025. With his hopes for a Nobel Peace Prize dashed by an inexplicably obstinate Norwegian sense of propriety, we have an opportunity to redirect Trump's attention from peace to science. We should note, however, that even in the likely event that this does not happen, awarding an honorary doctorate to Trump will help our university community celebrate its absurdity. At another time, this letter would be humorous. It is not now. We would ask the committee to evaluate the above as a solemn and honest nomination, as tragic, desperate, and pathetic as the genre could be. We hope you give it the serious consideration that Trump and the University of Michigan in its current state deserve. The Faculty Working Group on Institutional Reflection. Like just 10 out of 10. Well done. Well done to Roy Livney, Rebecca Modrak, Stefan Szymanski, John Woodford, and Bassett Zafar. Just some excellent, excellent stuff here. Honor. I thought it was serious for a moment. It's written just serious enough that you get one paragraph in and you're like, wait a minute.
Trump the patio who dodged the draft the honorary degree despite his stupidity, and the president that hates Americans and only cares about himself, a cherry atop the turd.
Right? It's a wonderful way to both shit on the administration and on the capitulation of the University of Michigan. You know? Well done, staff. And it is, of course, unfortunate that we are currently in a situation where they basically all other support structures have failed them, and they are reduced to having to write a snarky editorial in the Michigan Daily. But I appreciate that there are still educators with spines within these institutions willing to stand up for what's right. They say they wish they say they wish it was funny, and it is still darkly comedic, but they are on a certain level seriously suggesting that he be given a doctorate because that's how hollow this institution is. The doctorate essentially means nothing whatsoever. And honestly, I think that's a perfect use of satire. All right. Just a little thing I wanted to share with you guys because I read it today and I just thought, this is good. This is some good shit. More people should see it. A doctorate for what? Who cares? Who cares? That's the point they're making. That their doctorate means nothing. It's a piece of paper, and the institution that writes that paper has abandoned all of its values and principles. So yeah, it's an indictment against both the University of Michigan and the president itself. Yeah, PhD in dictatorship. Exactly. Give him a gold star because he's 5 years old mentally. All right, folks, let's move right along. We got to get to talking about ICE and talking about protests, huh? Let's do it. You guys ready? You guys ready to dig in? Buckle down. Hello, J-Rock 420. Give him a doctorate in gender studies. All right, here we go, folks. Here we go. Let me get this queued up. Cool. Successfully queued up. All right. So, folks, we got to talk about ICE. And it's not going to be very pleasant. I want to just kind of upfront say content warning. You are going to see some violence. You are going to see some stuff that is going to make you blindingly angry. And, you know, my only request is that you let it radicalize you, because this should be the kind of stuff happening in our country that moves you to start looking around your community to take action.
Trump has been studying gender his whole life. Look at this anatomical drawing sent to Epstein.
It's true, Nathan. True. And here we go. Because let's just start with this. I was unsure where I wanted to start this, but Gizmodo spotted this just the other day. And posted this article. DHS posts video featuring song popular with Nazi creators. Now, you all might be saying, Jack, didn't you just talk about this the other day? Didn't you just talk about how DHS was posting a video with a Michael Jackson song that uses the K slur for Jewish people? Is this not just another article about the same incident? And no, because DHS is just posting Nazi propaganda on the daily these days. So what actually is it, right? Well, here is the post: end of the dark age, beginning of the golden age, join.ice.gov. Oh, the post is blocked. That's right, I forgot. I blocked Homeland Security on Blue Sky. Fun fact, you can do that. You don't, in fact, have to just leave these institutions unblocked and able to access the data you post on Blue Sky. You can, in fact, just block them. And I do recommend that you do. Let them just scream into their own little voids on Blue Sky. But that being said, the song in question here is MGMT's Little Dark Age from 2018. And the reason why people are like, this is clearly Nazi propaganda, well, is related to this specific study from 2021, which recognizes different ways hatred is used in various short form video formats like TikTok. You know, how are the violent racists and bigots actually using TikTok to create propaganda for their movement? And one of the ways in which they do that as observed in this report, and I'll link it here. You guys can read it at your leisure. One of the ways they do that is with this song. Wait, is MGMT bigots? No. They are not bigots. And in fact, the song is largely anti-bigot. And yeah, Gizmodo, in fact, specifically points out these lyrics from the song. Policemen swear to God, love seeping from their guns. I know my friends and I would probably turn and run. If you get out of bed, come find us heading for the bridge. Bring a stone, all the rage, my little dark age. Right? So it's a song that is not that supportive of, conservative beliefs and values. It is, in fact, pretty anti those beliefs and values. However, basically, there is a trend among neo-Nazis and white supremacists to slow the song down to a great degree and place it over, like, showing videos of, like, American flags and then Sonnenrods or black sun symbols, various Nazi iconography, etc. Yeah. If any of you remember the Ron DeSantis ad that played during the Republican primary back in 2024, I think early in 2024, the Ron DeSantis campaign released like that weird Nazi propaganda video very briefly. Yeah, the Sonnenrod, you've probably seen it before. Here, let me pull it up. It's also called the Black Sun. It's a pretty well-known symbol. I think it was like used in like the SS's headquarters. So it's common for these videos to be posted, right? So Gizmodo reached out to DHS for comment, and the agency was characteristically indignant about our questions. Quote, just because you don't like something that doesn't make it Nazi propaganda, this is bottom barrel journalism. MGMT's Little Dark Age is wildly popular on both sides of the political spectrum. Go outside, touch grass, and get a grip. Read an unsigned email attributed to a DHS spokesperson. But also, The Guardian described the far right's affinity for the song in an article from 2024. Certainly, its adoption doesn't say much for your average neo-Nazi's ability to understand English. Little Dark Age's lyrics are fairly obviously an excoriation of the Trump era American of racist political violence. So, yeah, taking a look here, it's interesting here, to say the least. In 2021, the Institute for Strategic Dialogue, the study that I shared in chat, published a report on extremist activity on TikTok. It made for thoroughly depressing reading, spiked with more moments of incredulity. Chief among the latter was the apparent popularity of the title track of MGMT's fourth album, 2018's Little Dark Age, with neo-Nazis. It was, quote, by far the most popular sound among extremist creators on TikTok, unquote. Soundtracking videos about the late American white supremacist George Lincoln Rockwell and esoteric Nazism. And so, like, yeah, basically, again, they slow the song way down, and then they show different American iconography interspersed with, like, Nazi paraphernalia. And, well, DHS is just posting that to recruit folks for ICE. Now, one could say this is just an innocent coincidence that ICE is posting what amounts to far-right neo-Nazi memes in order to recruit for ICE. But let's be honest here. They're just trying to recruit Nazis for ICE. That is the purpose of what they're doing here. And you know, we're in a time where it's just, oh, they're recruiting Nazis. And oh, this is the president from a press conference he held just yesterday.
I didn't have a big view on the mask, but I now understand why they should wear masks. I think it's very dangerous for them not to wear masks. They can do whatever they want. I notice some do it and some don't, but it's pretty dangerous. But I didn't.
It's super important for ICE to wear masks. They can do whatever they want. Like, they're recruiting Nazis, and then they know exactly why these people are running around in masks. What masks? No, he's talking about masks. The fact that ICE agents are covering their faces while they go about doing their jobs. Now, we are going to start looking here at some actions ICE has been taking recently as it has ramped up its campaign against the American people, because again, of course, this was never about just undocumented people. And we have to understand that this is going to come to each and every one of our doorsteps at some point in the near future. At some point in the near future, ICE is going to be operating in your community, and you guys need to figure out with other people in your community what you guys are going to do. Who are you going to organize with? How are you going to help? It's going to be really, really important to have these response networks created and out there. Oh, thank you. Yeah, here is the TikTok video from DHS.
It's not even a dog whistle at this point. It's just straight copy and paste. The new recruitment ad features several knights lurking through the fog, and the post was captioned, "Defend your hearth and home." This is exactly the same kind of imagery that Nazis used in their propaganda. Throughout World War II, Nazis frequently compared themselves to knights to justify their invasion of Europe, showing themselves as heroes even as they sent millions to their deaths in the Holocaust. Posters like this showed Nazis as knights fighting alongside farmers against Soviets to protect blood and soil. Others that were aligned with Nazis showed knights fighting socialists. Hitler himself was even depicted as a knight in an oil painting called the Standard Bearer, supposedly unifying Germany. Now the DHS is copying Nazis not just in posters, but in action. Growing reports of violence against immigrants and minorities today echo the same violence against Jews, queer people, and other minorities in Nazi Germany. DHS also reposted the word remigrate, which is a far-right term for ethnic cleansing used in Nazi ideology. They've even used Bible verses in recruitment ads, much like what did to justify their holy war. People have been denied the right to due process before being sent to detention facilities, or worse, abroad to CCOT, which is basically a modern concentration camp. And Trump and JD...
I do appreciate this rapid fire summary of how we got here and what is happening.
Fans continue to excuse this in the Republican Party. 30-year-olds in their Young Republicans group chat echoed Nazi rhetoric calling for gas chambers and declaring their love for Dave Taylor, a Republican Ohio representative, was found to have an American flag with a swastika over it in his congressional office. Paul Ingrassia, Trump's pick to lead the Office of Special Counsel, admitted in a group chat that he has a Nazi streak. And Stephen Miller copied Goebel, chief propagandist for the Nazi Party, in a speech called "The Storm is Coming."
We are the storm.
The evidence is undeniable and mounting by the day. And if Trump and those in charge continue to excuse this behavior, all while denouncing anti-fascist efforts, well, we've seen what that leads to before.
Yeah. It's an incredibly great summary. And the question is, what are we going to do about it? Right? What are we going to do about it? Because these folks want to come into our communities, right? They want to make trouble. I mean like this is Chicago from earlier today. Like, they are trying to come into these communities and cause chaos. They're tear gassing houses. They are violently arresting American citizens. Here's One that occurred not too long ago outside of a laundromat.
I'm not resisting.
You're under arrest for making a
No,
threat.
I never said a threat. I never said anything. I never said anything. I never said anything.
So you got her, man. Hey. Back up. All right.
I want you to let me go.
That's cool. You can record. Just back up. Thank you.
I want you to let me go.
Fucking Nazi shits. Like, understand. If you know anyone who has joined ICE, they've joined the fucking Nazis, man. They're marching down the streets just beating up people. They're looking at... There was a story the other day, and I don't have the video handy at the moment, of a guy who flipped off an ICE vehicle, and it turned right around and came up and arrested him for it. Like, these people, they don't have jurisdiction over citizens, but it doesn't matter to these brown shirt fucking losers. You know, it doesn't matter to them. You know, it doesn't matter that they don't have the right. They look at that and they say, well, we're going to take the right. Here's Stephen Miller talking about exactly what he thinks ICE should and should not be able to do. Let's take a look.
J.B. Pritzker could be arrested. Let's talk about your willingness and under what federal authority do you arrest a sitting governor? I understand the supremacy clause. I understand interference with a federal officer. Tell me how it works that he would make himself susceptible to being arrested.
Well, the answer I'm about to give doesn't only apply to Governor Pritzker. It applies to any state official, any local official, anybody who's operating in an official capacity who conspires or engages in activity that unlawfully impedes federal law enforcement conducting their duties. So if you engage in a criminal conspiracy to obstruct the enforcement of federal immigration laws...
I hate this fucking guy. I hate him so fucking much.
Or to unlawfully order your own police officers or your own officials to try to interfere with ICE officers or even to arrest ICE officers, you're engaged in criminal activity. Different kinds of crimes would apply. There's obstruction of justice. There is harboring illegal aliens. There is impeding the enforcement of our immigration laws. And then as you get up the scale of behavior, you obviously get into seditious conspiracy charges, depending on the conduct, and many other offenses. So again, it depends on the action, it depends on the conduct, it depends on what is taking place. But what we need to reassure, a couple points. To all ICE officers, you have federal immunity in the conduct of your duties. And anybody who lays a hand on you, or tries to stop you, or tries to obstruct you, is committing a felony. You have immunity to perform your duties, and no one, no city official, no state official, no illegal alien, no leftist agitator or domestic insurrectionist can prevent you from fulfilling your legal obligations and duties. And the Department of Justice has made clear that if officials cross that line into obstruction, into criminal conspiracy against the United States or against ICE officers, then they will face justice.
Yeah. Now, of course, he's lying as he breathes. That immunity does not mean immunity from state charges. If ICE agents are arrested by state troopers or state police officers, that does not they are not immune from that. And my position here is that governors need to start issuing orders for police to follow these ICE vehicles out into the field and to arrest any ICE officer that is breaking the law. Any ICE officer that is making an unlawful arrest. Any ICE officer that is harming those in the community. Any ICE officer that is, negligently discharging firearms or munitions. Any ICE officer doing this shit needs to be immediately arrested. That's what needs to happen. And JB Pritzker is perhaps more so than most other governors moving down that road, but for my taste, he's moving down that road far too slowly. Okay? Far too slowly. And Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. I don't know why the alert didn't go off. Preemptively assuring ICE of the authority really makes it feel like he's trying to embolden them to do openly evil things. No, that's exactly what he's trying to do. When he's saying, when he is saying there, hey, you have a blank check to do whatever you want. That's like, he's just saying, do whatever you want. Rough them up, kill them. Who gives a shit? They can't do anything. That's what he's saying. And you know, like, we're seeing escalations with ICE and DHS. Here's a man who got arrested.
Leave him alone!
Again, U.S. citizen.
Leave him alone! No!
Grab my phone. Officer, if you're letting this happen, you're just as much the fucking Where am I going? Where do we have to go to get him out? You can check my papers right here.
You can see him in this video, like, turning to the local police officers and being like, if you let this happen, you are also part of the problem. You can see that mother turning to the officer and being like, please don't let this happen. Remember, Jack, when I said you underestimate their cruelty? If you think that I underestimate the cruelty of these Nazi fucks, you are gravely mistaken. It is enraging. And every day there are more of these incidents happening. Every fucking day. Alan Shepard, if you're thinking like, oh man, Jack never could have believed that police would just arrest people or stand idly by. Come on now. I had hopes.
My heart breaks and I feel like crying, but also I am filled rage and a fire in TGE core of my being.
I hoped that it wouldn't get to this point. I hoped that there wouldn't be the materializing of a brown shirt movement. Hell, I hoped that we weren't going to elect Donald Trump. I did everything in my fucking power to avoid us getting to this particular point. And like, I'm not gonna lie, having someone be like, huh, you underestimated their cruelty. When, like, I have literally for years worked to avoid this particular moment and these particular things from coming to pass, I'm not gonna lie, it really fucking pisses me off. But here's JB Pritzker saying what he is going to do, which I believe is insufficient, but we'll still take a look at what he's saying.
Everyone. It has been over a month since...
God, the fucking... the leftist audio. 1 second, let me fix this real quick. If I can. Would like to have a mono sound. Have that mono sound. There we go.
President Trump launched what he calls Operation Midway Blitz. It's a military-style assault on Chicago and our suburbs. In the short time, we have witnessed countless acts of harassment and intimidation and brutality and abuse.
Like, I don't know, adding a little smiley face on the end of it and a lol as people get fucking roughed up in the streets and families are ripped apart. I don't know. Makes me really angry.
Of power perpetrated against law-abiding civilians.
Will we get an update on that guy who got arrested? No. No, you won't.
Across our communities. Trump's masked agents have detained innocent American citizens and legal residents. They have used unmarked cars, a Black Hawk helicopter, automatic weapons, and battering rams to raid an apartment building filled with almost entirely, well, families and children. They've thrown tear gas and smoke grenades at peaceful crowds. Just yesterday, a Chicago alderman said a group of U.S. citizens were detained in Little Village and Cicero, including 2 of his staff members. We've seen this repeatedly, the demand for proof of citizenship without probable cause, with only the victim's skin color as a reason for the confrontations. None of this is about crime or safety. If it were, there would be coordination with local law enforcement and judicial warrants. In any other country, sending masked federal agents to intimidate its own law-abiding residents would be seen as a dangerous overreach and an abuse of power. Under normal circumstances, federal agency supervisors and inspectors general would enforce proper legal procedures and protocols and hold accountable those who violate them. But Donald Trump, Stephen Miller, Kristi Noem, Tom Homan, and Greg Bovino have failed their oaths of office and allowed agents under their command to act unconscionably under the color of law. They have given the impression that their actions are immune from investigation or accountability. They are not. We have a duty to ensure that the truth is preserved so the public can know what their elected and appointed officials have done, and so the courts and the Congress can eventually hold people accountable. It is imperative that none of the impropriety, brutality, and harassment perpetrated upon our people goes unnoticed.
And, like, this is good. It is good to document the crimes that are happening on a daily basis, but I'm not gonna lie, to me, this is nowhere near sufficient. This is nowhere near sufficient in order to stop what is happening. In order to be, like, you know, fill the breach. What, like this is bare minimum, but like in my mind, like, nah, you need to commit police resources to following these out-of-state whack jobs around. And if they break the law, to arrest them. Like, that's what needs to happen. And I understand that that sets up the stage for potentially scary confrontation, but like, that's what you need to do. People in your communities are getting disappeared off the streets. No, I have noticed the raid, folks, and I do appreciate it, but I'm also just fucking enraged. And so I welcome you all here, but like, this story and the abuses we have seen makes me so inarticulately angry that I cannot adequately welcome you at the moment.
Every instance of abuse, of law breaking, or violent and violations of rights needs to be documented and archived. Since this began, I have encouraged the people of Illinois to use their phones and to record everything they are witnessing and post it on social media. But we must now take this a step further and create an official public record.
My hope here is that as that public record inevitably blossoms and bulges with content, that then there becomes a demand for state level action to curb these abuses. That is my hope, but also, like, man, I'm furious. I'm furious about what is happening in my state, in my city, and what is going to be happening everywhere. And like, this is just Illinois. Like, this guy doesn't even speak for what's happening in my state. Like, I want protections in my state. I want the police to be fighting ICE when they come here. And Kiwi TP, we'll talk about what we can do after we finish listening to Pritzker here.
Across the board, President Trump and the federal government have dodged accountability and dismantled the institutions responsible for checking that corruption and overreach that they're committing. Trump has fired 17 inspectors general. He has installed cronies and sycophants at the Department of Justice who are willing to look the other way. His MAGA allies in Congress have enthusiastically ignored or approved of it. No hearings, no oversight, no checks and balances. And while states have limited abilities against federal immunity, we must remind everyone that this is not forever. There will come a time where people...
I'm sorry, if you think that Pritzker can't control the state police, then the state police should cease to exist. He should dissolve them.
People of good faith are empowered to uphold the law. When the time comes, Illinois will have the testimony and the records needed to pursue justice to its fullest extent. Today, I'm signing an executive order creating the Illinois Accountability Commission, a body dedicated to truth, transparency, and justice. The commission will be charged with 3 core missions. 1, creating a public record of the abuses. 2, capturing the impact on families and communities. And 3, recommending actions to prevent further harm and to pursue justice.
And like, again, maybe this is just setting the stage for some more substantial action on that third principle, but like, God, I want it sooner rather than later.
The commission will be led by truly an extraordinary group of highly qualified leaders who reflect
not necessarily empty words, like gathering information and like having a process to like collect it and use it for, you know, for example, defending folks in court. These are all good things. It's not enough to stop what is happening on the street, but this is good. It just, there needs to be more to it than this. Do lawsuits accomplish anything? I mean, the deployment of troops in Portland has been stymied by lawsuits, so you know, we'll see.
Illinois' deep expertise, integrity, and commitment to justice. With support from the Illinois Department of Human Rights, the Commission will collect testimony, hold hearings, and gather information and firsthand accounts from individuals, community members, subject matter experts, local officials, journalists, faith leaders, and organizations. The Commission and the records they gather will shine more light on the misconduct of Trump's federal agents. The Trump administration officials have demonstrated on more than one occasion that they are willing to lie to the public and the media to mask their misdeeds.
While this is nice, this should have happened months ago, back in April or March. It should have been step 2, not 69.
Well, and the worst part is Pritzker is doing more than basically any other governor. You know, like, more governors need to be stepping up in this way, and so few are.
They have already, and will continue to, cover up abuses of power, cross the legal limits of their authority, and attempt to justify dangerous attacks that threaten our people and our communities. We hope to reveal to the public in Chicago, the state of Illinois, across.
I hadn't considered that it was potentially a cover your ass situation, commenter, but that also checks out.
The nation and around the world, the facts on the ground about what is happening here. We intend to create a detailed record of the truth. And once this all ends, people of good faith will review what this commission has gathered and will demand accountability. Indeed, people are demanding that accountability even now. I'm glad to be joined here by members of the commission who all share a commitment to justice, transparency, and the rule of law. The Honorable Ruben Castillo will serve as chair. He served as a federal judge for the Northern.
Yeah, okay. We don't need to know each and every member of this commission. Like, yes, it is good to collect information for posterity. Yes, it is good to collect that information for future prosecutions. Yes, that is all well and good. We need a way to fix what is happening now. And I'm hoping that perhaps the recommendation of this commission is going to be arrest the fuckers. But we'll have to see, I guess. And this seems to be about as good as we're going to get from a sitting Democratic governor, which is not great. The good news is that we're getting more from folks who live closer to the ground, right? The good news is that we are getting folks mobilized on the streets and in, places like this. Folks are getting radicalized and making a decision deep in their hearts to get involved and to help their communities in whatever ways they can. You've got people going out there and joining their homeless shelters. You got people going out there and joining their soup kitchens. You got people going out there serving food, not bombs. You got people going out there volunteering with their local DSAs. You got people out there meeting with their local Dems and radicalizing them and getting them on board with doing things like ending cooperation with ICE between their police departments or sheriffs and departments and ICE. You got people going out there and doing shit. And that fills me with a lot of hope. And one of the things I saw today that filled me with some hope is the fact that clergy are showing up. 3 days ago, 200 plus Chicago area clergy, Protestants, Catholics, and evangelicals have signed a letter decrying ICE's efforts and voicing a willingness to put their bodies on the line for migrants and update the Chicago clergy letter decrying ICE's actions and voicing a willingness on the part of the clergy to put their bodies on the lines to protest ICE has reached 250 signatures and now includes multiple evangelical pastors slash leaders of evangelical institutions in the area. And for those of you who are worried about the rise of Christian nationalism, getting evangelicals on the side of migrants and immigrants, the marginalized, that is a huge win. That is good. Unambiguously good. Getting the local religious leadership on the side of, the people, on the side of folks who are taken to the streets, that is good because a lot of people come to being mobilized for social protest. They come to it through their churches and religious institutions, right? This is huge. And I just want to read this. Okay. Again, this comes from Religion News Service. After clergy arrests, religious pushback to ICE expands in Chicago. Representing a range of liberal and conservative traditions have signed a letter criticizing ICE titled "Jesus is being tear-gassed at Broadview." Last Friday, the Reverend Hannah Cardin, a United Methodist minister in the Chicago area, stood alongside other protesters demonstrating outside the Immigration and Customs Enforcement detention facility in Broadview, Illinois. As a line of Illinois State Police began marching toward her and other demonstrators gripping wooden batons, footage shows the pastor with her hands raised in prayer. Officers then pushed into the protesters, forcing them back. One officer shifted his stance, reared back, and began to shove his baton like a battering ram, jamming it repeatedly, Cardin says, into her leg. A few seconds later, the pastor was pulled from the crowd and thrown to the ground. All the while, Cardon says she never stopped praying. When officers began to arrest her, they tied her arms behind her back and placed her along the curb. I said, God, please help these people to know what they're doing is wrong and help them to turn around. Let's take a look at the letter. Jesus is being tear gassed at Broadview, an open letter from Chicago clergy. Can I use my pastoral expense account to buy a gas mask? Is a question dozens of Chicago pastors asked our church boards this month. Few of us expected to be met with this degree of hostility and cruelty at the Broadview Detention Center, as we remain committed to nonviolent action and the peaceful exercise of our First Amendment rights. Our group comprises dozens of pastors and is still only a fraction of the clergy who are showing up and standing in support. Unfortunately, peaceful actions such as prayer and communion have meant little to ICE agents. They lob tear gas, use pepper spray and bully sticks, body slam and drag protesters. One of our colleagues was hit in the face multiple times with pepper balls and rubber bullets. This is the brutality we are now accustomed to. We come offering bread and prayer, hope for justice and healing. We leave washing pepper spray out of each other's eyes. We willingly submit to these risks. What Kristi Noem and her ICE agents are doing is immoral. They aren't arresting criminals, they're arresting our neighbors. They are tearing families apart. They wait at bus stops to detain children and use them as bait to lure parents from their homes. People of all ages are in hiding, businesses shuttered, and our friends and congregants, the people we have been ordained to serve, are being taken to Broadview in unmarked vans. Despite these facts, pastors are asked by well-meaning people, those both inside and outside the church, why we put our bodies on the line. Aren't the ICE agents simply doing their job and following the law? Why do we oppose their actions? And what does any of this have to do with the teachings of Jesus? It isn't lost on us that Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. encountered those same questions. After Bull Connor aimed his hoses at protesters and King was arrested, he penned his famous letter from a Birmingham jail. In it, he says that there are just and unjust laws, and one has not only the option but the moral obligation to refuse unjust laws. We oppose the laws and orders that allow for the hunting and terrorizing of immigrant communities. It is not only the words of the King that inspire our actions, it's the teachings of Jesus. Specifically, the Sermon on the Mount is an instruction manual for nonviolent action on behalf of the persecuted. Here, Jesus blesses the poor, the meek, the hungry, the peacemakers, and the persecuted, and promises them the kingdom of heaven. We accept that following Christ's example may mean we are mocked and assaulted, oppressed, opposed, and even arrested. Jesus has guidance for this as well, saying, "Blessed are you when people insult you, persecute you, and falsely say all kinds of evil against you." If he were living today, we believe he might add pepper spray, body slam, and arrest you to his beatitude. Jesus further stipulates how we must treat strangers. He famously told his disciples, "I was a stranger and you invited me in." When asked what he meant by this, he said, "Whatever you did to one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did unto me." In other words, when our friends and congregants are kidnapped, forced into hiding, torn away from their families, those things are happening to Jesus in real time. As Christians, we cannot look away. We must act to stop this evil and witness to the goodness and dignity of all God's children. For us, the stakes couldn't be higher. As Matt 25:46 clarifies, those who refuse hospitality to the stranger, refuse to see Jesus in the faces of the persecuted, stand condemned. The good news, of course, is that anyone at any time can change their heart. It applies to all of us. Those who have been sitting on the sidelines can get involved. They can join us at Broadview, but there are many other ways to help. They can write to their theirship officials. I've never encountered that word before. Theirship officials? Maybe their worship officials, it means to say. Go to protests in their communities, support families with food and necessities, and reach out to those who are fearful. The Trump administration and the ICE agents, too, can have a change of heart. They can set aside their indifference and cruelty. They can put away their assault rifles and bully sticks. They can give up their pepper spray and rubber bullets. They can choose not to do this. Cross to the other side of the fence and join us for communion. It's not too late to repent. In faith, And then you have so many different names.
We reached out to Yeshua bin Yosef, but he was unable to comment as he was detained by TSA at the port and detained.
Fuck. Ain't that the truth, Sake? Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. You've got the Reverend Quincy Worthington, Highland Park Presbyterian Church, Dr. Elias Ortega, President, Meadville Lombard Theological School, Reverend Dr. Lucas Hergert, North Shore Unitarian Church, Reverend Dennis R. Edwards, PhD, Seminary Dean of North Park Theological Seminary. You got the Reverend Abby Holcomb, River Forest United Methodist Church and Urban Village Church. You got Father Brendan Curran, OP, the Resurrection Project. You got Father Brian Cones, Trinity Episcopal Church. You've got the Reverend Aaron Marth, Christ Church of Chicago. You got the Reverend Christina Sinks. And I'm going to end there because there are a whole lot of other names added to this. And, I don't know. This fills me with a lot of hope. You've got over 270 names now. And these are not 270 protesters only. These are 270 plus leaders. This is 270 plus people who each have congregations of who knows how many committing themselves to this cause, to organize it. That fills me with a lot of hope. Fills me with a lot of hope to see, you know, I grew up with a lot of this stuff, you know, but it fills me with hope to see like actual Christians of moral clarity. It gives me hope. And it's also worth noting here, folks, that like we can in fact organize and win. You know, a lot of folks have been looking around and thinking, man, what can we do? What can we do when we organize locally? You know, it feels like such a big and overwhelming problem. Feels like a huge, overwhelming problem that we can't overcome. And I'm here to tell you we can. And that other communities that feel small are capable of achieving great things. Here's one example, right? This is just from yesterday. Avelo Airlines quits Bradley after seeking free rent, losing tax subsidy, and ICE protest. For those who don't know, Avelo Airlines has basically been operating as an agency of ICE. It has been one of the contracted airlines that is flying folks who have been detained by ICE all over this country. When we're talking about folks being detained and spirited away to several states away, Avelo's the airline that has been making that happen. Through hard work and protest, the fine folks around Windsor Locks, Connecticut have actually succeeded in pushing Avelo Airlines out of their local airport, out of Bradley International Airport. And so if you ever feel like, oh, I don't know what to do, you could help organize your community to protest at your local airport to make sure Avelo Airlines is not welcome and should not be allowed to function out of said airport. You can, in fact, airport by airport, lock down and deny their ability to move people around the country via this rinky-dink, second-rate airline that would fail without a government contract. Consider looking at the airports in your local area. Consider that when we're talking about this overarching issue, like problem that we are dealing with.
I can't believe they didn't call it Project No Availability.
God. All I have to say, thank you, Sake, is these folks, they're just like you and me. The folks who are protesting, they aren't special. Anyone could be them. You could be someone like that. Your mom could be someone like that. Your dad could be someone like that. Your grandpa could be someone like that. Anyone can become someone capable of forcing these airlines out. And I want to point out here that we have just come off one of the largest single days of protest, if not the largest single day of protest in American history. And we are capable of using that people power to do unimaginably amazing things. Okay? And, I want to leave you guys with hope that, like, you look around, and if you feel like you're isolated and alone, keep in mind that almost 300 religious leaders in and around Chicago are organizing their congregation. Neighborhoods are turning out and forcing ICE agents to retreat. People are hauling detained folks out of piles of ICE agents. Folks are shutting down the ability to transport these detainees around the country. And we each need to do our part. And we might not be able to do the entire thing, but we can, in fact, take our actions and focus them on things that are going to have wider effects. So, that being said, I encourage you all to get involved and start doing what you can in your local areas, and to start doing what you can to figure out what your community response is going to be when ICE shows up. They have got the funding now. They're running the advertisements. They are recruiting as many folks as they can get. And apparently they're skipping the reading tests and their competency and physical exams in order to get any damn person who signs up. But we got to have a plan, because they're going to be in a lot of our neighborhoods real soon. That being said, let's move on. Welcome, Raiders. Hello, everybody. How we doing? Remember, like, comment, subscribe, do the things. And folks, we've been going for 4.5 hours. If you've been getting anything out of today's stream, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and please drop those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. We have not played the click the button song, so here you go. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click I've been pretty stressed about this upcoming November, like with the government shutdown. How long will it be before a HUD runs out of money and I have to pay my whole rent amount? Really fucking sucks that EBT is running out of funds and Trump, Republicans, Homeland Security, ICE are pulling crap like disappearing people and tearing down part of the
We
White
will
House.
focus our actions like the rays of the sun and burn the fascism from this country.
What's a fascism? God, that Adrian. What's his name? Aiden, not Adrian. That Aiden clip is so fucking funny. How are any of us supposed to continue helping out others to stay safe from ICE as Trump wrecks the safety net to the ground because of vindictive little shit that barely got told no? Genuinely, you gotta organize in your community. You gotta find folks around you who you can help and who can help you. And part of that is by joining groups. One of the reasons why in the lead up to where we are right now, I've talked about, knowing people and being known is a gigantic it's a gigantic defense. I would rather have a civil war than have our country slaughter innocent people. You understand having a civil war necessitates slaughtering innocent people, yeah? Oh Lord. That was meant for someone else? Yeah, but you understand your comments are visible to other people, yeah? And I do read all of the chats. Can you manifest rent money by organizing? Unironically, yes. But, like, not via magic, but by, like, getting to know other people in your community. Have any of you seen It's a Wonderful Life? Like, yeah, by knowing people and being known, other folks can know that how they can support you and attempt to do that. Yes, like what I am talking about is mutual aid. What I'm talking about is mutual aid. What I'm talking about is like getting involved with groups like DSA that connect and link with other groups in your local community that can potentially be of service with you as well. There were like paragraphs of context. Yeah, but like you still wound up saying something that was silly. Yeah, I mean, like, ultimately, I know it sounds silly, but like, yeah, getting to know people in your community, like, yeah, it's really fucking important because by getting to know people, you know who you can help and can make it known how you need help. Just as a basic principle, right? Let's see here. Get to know your food, not bombs, is a great start. Agreed, Dragonfire. How we doing? One of my chapter mates said something dumb about Prop 50. It doesn't surprise me. Tenant unions are great, Punky Gal. All right. I think that it's going to be pretty important for us here to take a look at the most recent What's the Plan from Indivisible. I think it might be useful to some folks. because they talk extensively about next steps we can take. Then after that, might be time for Kaiji the stage play. My community is all Republican. I think that, like, sometimes a Republican community can still come together and help each other. You know? But, you know, your mileage may vary. You know your community better than I do. You know? But growing up in spending summers in rural Minnesota around a lot of conservatives, a lot of those a lot of those conservatives did come together routinely to help one another. Um Not mine. There are also almost definitely other people like you thinking the same thing. It's one of the reasons why I direct people towards their local Dems as an organizing apparatus, because even if you live in rural middle of nowhere, guarantee you there's still a Democratic group somewhere in your area. And if you organize with them, they might be willing to help. You know? But we are in a time where, like, shit is fucked. And you know shit's fucked because, like, I can't point you guys towards an organization that is going to, like, fix all your problems. Um and like if folks are like, what do we do? And I'm like, you organize with local people, and then you're like, well, I can't. Then I don't know. Then you got to get out of where you're at. And I don't know how you go about doing that. But like, if you are completely and utterly isolated and there are no orgs around you, and like, if you try and reach out, they're gonna like fucking kill you outside of town. Like, then you gotta get out of there. Like, your answer is already like, you have to like flee. Or you might need to travel to the next town over. True. All right. Fleeing is not easy. I'm aware, but do you understand, like, if you are stuck in the middle of nowhere and you are so
If you
desperate
can't
that you
organize
need to
with
ask for
local
help,
people, disorganize with local people. Infiltrate their ranks and casually misplace crucial documents.
honestly, I kind of like that idea too, Sake Tanuki. um but like, you guys understand that, right? Like, I'm not saying it's easy. What I'm saying is, like, you if you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, you got to figure out which way to go. And if you're like, well, I can't ask my neighbors for help, use the internet. Find someone on the internet to ask for help. Find a group on the internet you can organize with. Like, does that make sense? Like, what I'm talking about is to find community however you can. And like, if it's online, great. Find a community that can help you. If it's local, great. But like, you need to help build that community, cuz you can't just show up and be like, "Give me stuff." You need to like be part of the community. You need to engage. Community is a mutual like effort. I'm not saying it's easy, and I'm not saying just move. But I'm saying, like, fuck, if you feel so under threat that, like, if you go and ask for help, you think they're gonna kill you, like, then you gotta get out of there.
Dancing in an inflatable costume outside your local town square will inevitably bring others who will join you.
Honestly, true. Sometimes I get baffled by by you lovely, lovely folks. Like, yeah, sometimes you gotta like engage with folks. Sometimes you gotta like talk with people, and like, yeah, sometimes that's hard. I'm autistic as fuck. I understand. Sometimes talking with people is hard. Um, Sorry, we tired. It's okay. I'm tired too, and I'm trying to be less tired than I am. Um, Also, we have a community right here full of people with wonderful ideas and
Humans are
resources,
social
and
animals. When did we
maybe someone
forget
in
how
this
to be
community can
human?
help. Also, Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Getting outside of your own head be difficult as fuck. I know! I don't want to talk to other people. It's hard enough talking to you guys. And you're the little gay friends that live in my computer. I understand. Yeah, the Discord we've built here may genuinely help. You know, I can't guarantee you guys anything, but like, this community of people, you guys are solid. You guys are good. You guys are capable.
I got angry that there were no on-screen timers on debates. So I'm writing software to market to debate clubs that does that to get a news interview to force it.
Oh, hell yes, Sake Tanuki. Let's go. Be the change you want to see in the world. Be the debate timer you wish to see on screen. I do appreciate that. You're gonna make a killing in 2026. A Guncilio, unironically, putting on an inflatable frog costume makes you so many friends so quickly. I'm not gay. Is it a requirement? It's not a requirement. But I am gonna still think of you as a gay little friend. You know, if you're straight, then you're gay in a, you know, happy way. You're just one of the happy little friends that lives in my computer. All right. You guys ready? You guys ready for talking about nonviolent protest and why it rocks? How do you
Not
read
to
two
mention I
chats?
totally want podiums to light up red when time is up, or
Oh,
the
that'd be
America's
lovely.
Got Talent style giant X above the candidates to go off.
Sake Tanuki, I don't know what you do for a living, but you should just go into designing the aesthetics of debate. Because honestly, I am in favor of all of your debate changes. I think that would rock. You could even get the like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire lights to come down on whoever's turn it is to speak. That was I don't even know if people watch that anymore. um
Bishrexual pixie living in the computer here, show me the incognito tabs.
You'll never see my incognito tabs. Not even once. I'm old, I get it. Hell yeah. Solidarity with my fellow olds. How do you read 2 chats at once? I read 3 chats at once. All right, here we go. Yeah, look, we're gonna have Riverboat Jack hosted debates in the year 2028. Okay, on an actual riverboat.
If you can't organize, can't move, can't reach out, can't pay rent, can't get food, what can you do? Like, do you leave your bed or have any form of income? Are you alive? Because IDK how?
Yeah, you know.
I actually got to meet Regis Philbin because I was in the wrong seat in opening week of Book of Mormon.
Did you steal Regis Philbin's seat at Book of Mormon, Sake Tanuki? Did you steal his seat? That sweet old man? Also, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And Nine-Tailed Witch, you know, I think some people just, I think folks feel really defeated. And when people feel really defeated, they feel like they can't do anything. And I think sometimes those folks just need hope. And they need to feel like there are opportunities. Did he ask if you wanted to be a millionaire? All right. Here we go. So, folks, I want to talk today about... Okay. Quickly, thank you for the $2 super chat. Can I be an old? I'm 21, but old at heart? No. Also, and I just say this from personal experience, people who are called old at heart might actually be dealing with an undiagnosed issue like ADHD and or autism. Because I was called old at heart like my entire childhood, and then I realized that all of the people who told me I was old at heart, they were they were really just commenting on the fact that I was masking hard as fuck. I was just masking so hard all the time, and they were like, "Wow, you're really mature." And yeah, I was an old soul. Exactly. Jack, stop calling me out. I'm glad this resonated with a lot of you. So Quigley, maybe. Oh, uh-oh, this resonated with a lot of people. Uh-oh, this resonated with a lot of people, and suddenly some people are getting a little called out. Uh-oh.
I want to die peacefully in my sleep like my grandpa, not screaming in terror like the people in his car.
Oh no. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono.
I was also called an old soul. Now I am diagnosed ADHD and probably undiagnosed autism.
Open Pandora's box. Yeah, you know. All right, we're gonna try starting this segment again. So, folks, we are gonna talk about the utility of nonviolent organizing. All right, because I've seen a lot of folks feeling real salty about No King's Day, too, talking about how it was performative. It's just a one-day protest. What can it accomplish? You know, where do we go from here? There are a lot of questions being asked, and I, of course, have some of my own takes, and I'll be sprinkling these throughout. But I figured one of the ways we could go about doing this is by taking a look at Indivisible. Indivisible puts out a weekly What's the Plan show that if you are feeling hopeless or powerless, I do encourage you folks to tune in because they take questions from Indivisible leaders, from members of Indivisible, from people who organize, and they answer those questions and steer
I'm
towards...
an old soul. Dayton original. Came over on the ships from Tajik. Still waiting to get my lick back on Lord Xenu.
God, Paladin, you know the deep lore on the Scientology. Thank you for the $5 dono. But yeah, they direct like the will and desire to turn out to nonviolent protest with seriousness, and also in a way that I've found particularly useful for myself, and I think you guys might find it useful too. So let's take a look together, shall we? Here we go. Also, these people might genuinely go
everybody.
in the history books.
Oh man, this is our first What's the Plan since
Ezra Levin and Leah Greenberg. They are just the sweetest people.
the largest peaceful protest in American history, Leah.
Wow.
I know that's news
Say
to
that
everybody. We might say that a few times. Introduce yourself, everybody. We got Mary won the challenge here. Indivisible Sacramento, California is in the house, followed
the
by
first two are both Sacramento.
Yeah, the good
What are
Ezra.
the chances? Also Indivisible
Indeed.
Cobb in Marietta, Georgia, blue
Carson
corner of
City,
Georgia 11.
Nevada.
Hey,
Oh my goodness, we're going. Okay, Minneapolis, Rock No Kings. Colorado Springs,
Hell
Indivisible.
yeah,
Indivisible,
Minneapolis,
Las
I'm
Vegas,
from there.
Albuquerque, Indivisible.
and y'all, we're
Pretty
trying
cool.
something new where for the audio purposes, we have this new innovative technique where we've put the mic close to Leah and far from me.
Really far from
And we're trying to make that work. So if it still isn't working, let us know. It's adjusting. There's like, I think Zooms are not set up to have two people in one space.
I think we just projected very different volumes.
That's also it.
And that might be like 70% of the problem. But
at least. We've got Utah, we've got Maine, we've got Denver, Colorado, Evanston, Illinois,
Oceanside, California,
Maui, Hawaii,
Reno, Nevada. Let's see, Arlington,
Manhattan in the
Massachusetts,
house, upstate South Carolina,
Portland,
oh, 5051 Arvada in the house. Hey, 5051, we love y'all.
Eugene, Oregon. Let's see,
5051,
Charlottesville,
let's go.
Oceanside again, New Mexico, Bend, Oregon, Sarasota, Florida, Mill Valley, California, Medford.
Have it scroll.
Oh yeah, it's going too fast now.
Y'all, there are more people that registered for this one than literally ever before. I think
they are genuinely the sweetest people, and it's kind of startling because they're both incredibly sweet, but that shouldn't be mistaken for weakness or for I don't even know how to say it, a lack of savviness. They're very intentional about their organizing apparatus, and I for one really appreciate it. They've been working on organizing since the early push for Medicare for All, and they've been continuing to push for years, and so they have the organizing know-how to be able to coordinate with all these other organizations and like incorporate nonviolent tactics into the effort to organize, which is really,
Wait,
really great.
They don't have a mixer and dual mics or even a 2-receiver lavalier? This is like a $300 or less solution. If I catch the next stream, I just find it.
Genuinely, they're just like two people with like a webcam. It's truly like impressive what they have been able to pull off with what they have.
More than 15,000 people for this weekly call. We love it. We love to see it. This is a growing movement. I was telling the team it's almost as if
our local Indivisible doesn't accept volunteers, so I joined DSA instead. Excellent alternative.
There was a massive historic recruitment drive that just went on this past weekend. And a lot of people are asking, all right, what do I do now? What is the plan? Welcome to What is the Plan? This is What's the Plan.
I'm Leah.
Hey, and I'm Ezra. We are the married co-executive directors of Invisible.
Oh, she does kind of look like Louise
people here, and they're probably wondering, why don't you get your own damn room? You can probably do that. We are in the same room together. This is part of our little tradition to talk to the movement about how
each Indivisible branch is a bit different, Sassy Sassa. So I imagine some don't accept volunteers, and some do.
How we fight back against the authoritarian overreach that seems a lot more puny, even as it does a lot of damage. It just seems weaker this week.
I think these two are a power couple, yet they are a couple, and they understand how power works, which I appreciate. It actually bothers me when audio is bad, when it's never been easier and cheaper. I hope my audio is good. I've been putting in a lot of effort to get like the right rugs and like get stuff to make the audio better
than it seemed last week. Lee. Am I wrong about
That's
that?
right.
It seems
That's right.
like they want to do so much. And yes, they're causing chaos, they're overreaching, they're destroying the East Wing of the White House. And yet, that's not where the power is. I think on Saturday we made so clear that they are lashing out in ways that an anxious, insecure ruler lashes out while we build up this power. Um, we are here with y'all because we believe that the only way to fight back against authoritarianism is through organizing. Lee and I are not the leaders of this movement. The leaders of this movement put on the incredible show that we saw on Saturday in 2,700 communities around the world. This is built by people from the ground up. This is how it works. We believe in organizing peaceful demonstrations of our First Amendment rights because we believe there are more of us than there are of them. And if you believe that, if you believe there are more pro-democracy Americans than fascist Americans, then that inexorably drives you to the conclusion that our challenge is just an organizing challenge. That doesn't mean it's easy.
That's the thing. The only thing preventing us from the better world, whether it is Medicare for all or ending fascism, is
If
building
your
the
audio
political
was
will to
bad,
end it.
I would have P.O. boxed it long ago.
Fair sake. Thanks for the 2 tier 1 subs. But like, this is what I mean, right? Like, the only thing at all times that keeps us from having the better world that we wish we had is building up the popular political support and the political will to make it happen. That's it.
But it does mean it's just a practical thing, and we've got to figure out what's the plan for doing that. And that's why we hold these calls, not just to get on the same page as to what reality is and what news we're consuming and what the issues of the day are, but to talk about what do we do that can actually move the ball forward for democracy. Leah, do you want to talk about how we structure these calls and what folks can expect if they're brand new?
Sure. So this is going to be mostly Q&A. We'll do some upfront opening comments, but most of this is going to be taking your questions out of the chat box. If you have a question you want to do, put it in that Q&A toolbar on the bottom of your screen. You can upvote the questions that you most want to see answered. We are going to take them mostly from the top with a little bit of curating to try to get some variety in the questions. If you are from an indivisible group, please be sure to indicate what indivisible group you are with in your question, because we love to make sure that we are answering questions directly from movement practitioners. This is going to be recorded. It will be sent out to everyone who registered, and it will be posted on our YouTube page. We will post links in the chat as we go along, calls to action, articles, etc. Those will all be included in the follow-up email too. So if you miss it, don't worry, we will send it out on the other end. Finally, just a note about respect and the space that we're in. This is a big, bold movement. We've got a lot of people doing a lot. We've also got a lot of people who are really scared and under real personal threat. It is natural to be processing this in your own way. What we ask for our collective movement spaces is that we keep the chat constructive and supportive. We're going to organize together to get through this together. That is the only way we can do it.
Speaking of organizing together,
I do want to say,
God bless Ezra, but holy spacious loquacious made with Beyblade asterisk 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 Batman. He forehead got damn big.
He's balding. You leave him alone. It's only happening because he's so high in testosterone. That's right, bald men have more testosterone, and that's why they go bald. But also, I really, yeah, he has high level ideas. He's I do like that they take the time every single week to really reiterate for folks to be kind. And like, I wish I could be that person, you know? I aspire to make this a kind place for most of you, but also, like, so I don't have as wide a tent as they're making, right? Like, this community, I want to be nice. I want people to be able to treat each other with respect. You know, I want that very, very badly. And on the other hand, if someone comes in here and is like kind of a conservative bigot, I am going to be rude to them. And I do feel a little bad about it because I wish I could be as committed to like a radical kindness like these two are. But you know, we all fall short. And you know, this is my failing. This is my burden to bear.
How do we do that? We have a belief in the power of local groups. Y'all, while we are living through an autocratic breakthrough moment, we are also living in a constitutional republic. And this constitutional republic for the last 250 years has divided power geographically. That's how it divides power. So you have a state rep, a state senator, a US rep, a senator. That is how we, in a representative democracy, say, this is how we're going to govern ourselves. And that means it's really important to gather together in the most old-fashioned way possible, geographically in person. And so our unit of activism is the local indivisible group. There are more than 2,400 of them, I believe now. I should check. There are more every single day, and that's why it's hard for me to keep track. We keep on thinking, okay, this is probably the last week we see a lot of new indivisible groups. It is actually the case that we still see 3 or 4 or 5 indivisible groups every single day. We had about 40 since the last week. I cannot call out all 40. Leah, I'm just going to call out a handful of new indivisible groups because I think it's important for us to welcome people into this movement. You don't need to be a professional organizer or politico to be part of this. The movement is led by people who looked around and said, okay, this is it. This is the moment I'm going to get in. And that's in red states, blue states, purple states, rural areas, suburban areas, urban areas. We need you, and we're excited to have you here. So in the chat, can you please welcome these folks? Welcome them with your emojis and your congratulations and your welcomes. I want to welcome in Jennifer from Northwest Alabama Indivisible in Haleyville, Alabama. We got Indivisible Indio from Terrelin in Indio, California. We've got Manistee Indivisible. That's Alana from Manistee, Minnesota. We've got
Michigan.
Oh, sorry, Manistee, Michigan. Sorry, I was reading the next one in Minnesota, which is Indivisible I Falls. Indivisible I Falls in International Falls,
I Falls.
Minnesota.
Let's go.
That's Susan. We've got
International
No
Falls.
Kings, Springfield Indivisible. I'm seeing more and more, Leah, of the No Kings and Indivisible. Love it. It's your group.
Also, I just want to say, shout out to oh, what is their name? I think it's Parker Rose Permaculture. I'm relatively new to their content. Let me take a quick gander here. Is that it? Yeah, Park Rose Permaculture. Not Parker Rose. Park Rose Permaculture. I've been very much enjoying their content. Yeah, I looked at my analytics on YouTube and I saw that a bunch of you guys also watch Park Rose Permaculture, and some of you had mentioned her to me before. And like I checked out some of her content and like I'm extremely impressed. I like her content a lot, and I would very much recommend you all check her out if you guys haven't yet. But she posts a lot about nonviolent protest and organizing and ways you can get involved in your local area. And if you guys are ever feeling like you're a bit at a loss what to do in your local area, you know, I don't focus so much on local organizing. I try and like point you guys in the direction of that. She is very big on local organizing, and I would very much recommend you guys check her out if you haven't. I think she does a really good job.
Name it what you want to name it. Name it something that resonates in your community. That No King Springfield.
Like we're talking about nonviolent protest, and that made me think her because she's committed to nonviolent protest. So that was my thought process here.
Indivisible. That was registered by Travis in Springfield, Pennsylvania. I got to call out Elizabeth in Nacogdoches. This Nacogdoches, which is both a fun name to say, it's in Texas, not actually close
They're so goddamn charming, and I just realized they've only been listing names of places for like the last minute. So let's jump ahead a little bit.
Say some numbers. 7 million people showed up over this weekend in more than 2,700 official events, and we are hearing more and more information about events that weren't even on the map, where even more people gathered. This was the largest peaceful same-day peaceful protest in American history. We're just going to keep saying that because they're already trying to
What do you
erase
keep saying?
largest peaceful protest in American history.
It's the largest peaceful protest in American history?
Yeah, and the 7 million figure has been revised up, I believe, including some non-official protests. It might have been as close, it might have been as high as 8.5 million.
Wow.
In American history, yes. You can sing it to like the
The
teenage
ADHD thought process is a wonderful thing.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Ninja Turtles song, like single largest peaceful protest. You can do that if you want to.
I actually haven't heard that. Did you
Yeah,
just make
I
that
just
up?
made that. It's
Wow.
stuck in my head for a while,
I
actually,
love it.
candidly. So I'm okay.
They're
The
so
numbers
cute.
are amazing and incredible. The video montage of the places around the country that came out are incredible. Sit in that. I just want to note, because this is a space that is full of people who really put their time and effort and selves on the line to make this happen. This is like a space of the
What is that? 2.5% of the population? Roundabout, Celestial Heart. Yeah, 7 million was like 2 point something. Like 2.25 or something. So it might genuinely be around 2.5.
organizers and the practitioners. I want to sit in celebration for y'all. Putting these things together is a lot of work. It is hard. It can involve, building coalitions, trying new skills, having tough conversations, navigating and managing risks and challenges in your community. There's a lot that goes into every single one of those 2,700 official, and at this point, possibly multiple hundred not official events around the country. And every march has heroes behind them. Every protest has heroes who have made it possible, who raised their hand and said, hey, maybe, we've never had one of these in my town before. Maybe this is the time, and maybe I'm the person who's going to put it on. A lot of you are on the call. When you are organizing one of these things, you tend to get a lot of feedback from people who are like, they've got some constructive feedback for next time or whatever. Everybody's got thoughts. This is the space where we just tell you, oh my gosh, you are heroes. And we are so grateful. We are so grateful to you for your work. I'm going to take another step back and just say, put what happened in the.
That's actually a really good point, Celestial Heart. The United States military only has 1.3 million active duty service members. Like, this is part of the reason why nonviolent protest works so well. Because there's like in mass mobilization events, there's literally too many people for them to actually deal with. Like, even if they wanted to deploy military to every major urban city center, they would not be able to stop that type of turnout from manifesting.
Context of the authoritarian overreach, authoritarian encroachment that we are seeing, because I think it's important for everyone to understand that what happened last week or over the weekend was a failed attempt by an authoritarian regime at compelling compliance.
Yes.
We saw Republicans out for a week in advance. We've in the middle of like an ongoing effort to suppress civil society, repress dissent. We saw Republicans wage a full-throated campaign to brand these rallies as hateful, to bunk them as destructive, to try to scare people away from coming, to try and drive down attendance and create a permission structure for repression that would allow them to escalate in the way that they have consistently tried to do. We saw all of that. They wanted these to be small. They wanted them to give them the visuals that would allow them to escalate their repression. We rejected the fear. We rejected their smear.
I believe this was streamed after, right? This came out yesterday.
We turned out in unbelievable, literally historic numbers, in peaceful and organized and joyful, and in some cases very silly, strategically silly protests, in order to dispute what their entire narrative. And in doing so, we called that fundamental bluff of authoritarianism, right?
Yeah.
The fundamental bluff that their power is inevitable, that they will inevitably win, that everyone in society just has to get smaller, go quiet, let them take control. We called that bluff together. We rejected it. And what is the result? It really scared them. There is a great piece. But I mean, we know that because Donald Trump was up rage posting the most insane scatological video of himself.
Scatological. I do want to say though that like this is one of the reasons why you shouldn't allow yourself to doom. You shouldn't don't do that. Because part of the doomer mindset is intensely related to why institutions and people capitulate to the administration, right? The doomer mindset is essentially the idea that, like, well, they have all the power anyway. What's even the point? Trump's gonna break the law anyway. What's even the point of trying to take this to court? And so the idea there, kind of the cycle you go down is like, well, then I won't bring them to court anyway, or it's not worth standing up to them. And that in turn makes it easier for the authoritarian to consolidate power, right? It's one of the reasons why I push back so hard on folks who feel doomer and why I try to radically encourage people to feel hope. Because, like, going out and actually cultivating that hope is really, really important. That hope is maybe the fundamental bedrock upon which we build our movement. And it shouldn't just be hope, it should be hope combined with the knowledge that this administration, if we are all filled with hope, if we are all taking action predicated on that hope, they can't beat us. They can't actually win in any way that matters. And so it is deeply important to hold on to that hope and to cultivate it and to be intentional about it and to make sure you do not burn yourself out, because that's when the authoritarian doubt begins to seep into your mind. And I call it the authoritarian doubt because the doubt serves the authoritarian.
Confirming one that he'd like to be a king.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Nomadic. Like, the fascist would rather you defeat yourself with doubt and indecision and fear, and then they don't have to worry about you.
And demonstrating, and I'm not even going to say this out loud, demonstrating what he would like to do to protesters. That's not somebody who's, doesn't care what happened. That's somebody who is pretty frustrated about the fact that the single largest protest in American history was a protest of him. We're going to pop in the chat a Jamel Bowie piece because I think it's so much more eloquent than I'm going to be able to cover on the call right now, talking about exactly why this.
Yeah, Brooklyn to NW, like, I'm just going to read your comment. If they take the economy and they have us begging for crumbs, they believe they'll beat us that way. And that is an incredibly dangerous gamble for them to take. Yeah, historically, it does not work well to try and starve the general population into agreeing with you.
Regime is so scared of large-scale peaceful protests, of the fact that we have successfully created this container for a pro-democracy movement, this story of what is happening, and the fact that we are both organizing and building our own capacity and punching it through to the broader public. And how is it working? I'm going to we're going to pop another link in chat from CNN, because the thing is, polling that is coming out as people react to No King shows that people agree with us. There is I'm going to say 56% to 41% Americans agree that Donald Trump is behaving like a dangerous dictator right now. That is wild. People
Hungry people do not sit idle.
Indeed. And, like, even if you somehow restore order after, like, people have taken action to try and feed themselves, like, they're not going to like you, and they're certainly not going to fear you. Oh, no. Brooklyn to NW. That is the gamble that they are taking. It does appear that way. I don't think it's going to work out for them the way they think it might, though.
Protests are not normally very popular at the time that they happen. It's extremely rare that you are able to successfully kind of like land the story of what is happening. It is extremely rare that you are able to like inject that narrative in a way that has that kind of broad uptake immediately. And it is a credit to the discipline, it is a credit to the depth and the breadth of the organizing that has happened. It is a credit to everybody on this call. So thank you. And then finally, we're building capacity, we're building numbers. Guys, in April at Hands Off, we had 3 million people, which was incredible. In June at No Kings, we had 5 million people, which was also incredible. This year, or this time, we had 7 million people. So you do the math. We are growing with each of these mobilizations. We're making inroads into places that have never seen protests before. We are bringing out more and new people each time. We're building skills and capacities all over the country that are going to serve us well as we transition and as we continue to grow. Ezra, you take us into the next story.
Now, I before we go on here, I wanted to pause and say, her observation there seems pretty straightforward, right? But let's break that down. We're building skills and capacities all across this country, right? And I think a lot of people who like to dismiss these No Kings protests, they think of it as, oh, a bunch of libs, a bunch of liberals, a bunch of neoliberals and conservatives, a bunch of virtue signalers who are going back to brunch, right? That's what they think. But keep in mind, each and every one of those people who is turning out, they are workers too. They have skills and expertise, and they have knowledge, and they have connections, and they have different abilities. And the entire point of doing these is to connect those folks into an anti-authoritarian movement, not just to one protest, but into a movement, so that they can go and work in different areas of their community and put those skills and connections and knowledge to use. They are workers. They're the people we're supposed to have solidarity with. Like, it's so important. So when she's talking about building up those skills and capacities, that's what she means. When you have 8+ million people, or even 7 million people, like they're saying, right? Like, that is so much accumulated knowledge, so much accumulated expertise, so much ability to enact change and to do things in the community. Because what do workers do best? We get to work.
Building a resistance to fascism now will vaccinate us for a couple generations, making the life of fascism harder.
It's true! And honestly, again, this is why I keep harping on the idea that when we get beyond this, we need better than a New Deal 2. We need a Super New Deal 2 that gets us to, a better and more stable future. Socialism is that path forward. It's why I advocate for it. Because if we capitulate and give capitalism too much ground, we will wind up back in this exact situation, 100 years hence. And so I also just want to touch on something else that she mentioned here.
Seeing a lot
serve us well as we transition. We're building skills and capacities, all new people each time that have never seen protests before. With each of these mobilizations, we're making inroads into places that have never seen protests before. We are.
To that one, you might think, oh, what do you mean? And I talked about this a little bit the other day, right? About where folks are making inroads. And one of the things that I wanted to bring up here is you know, in this piece, resistance reaches into Trump country. Right? This was posted before No Kings, and you can see in some of these maps here, proportion of US counties with at least one protest by month. And you can see we are already surpassing where we were at any point during Trump's first administration. And we're less than a year in. Okay? In terms of protest counties where people are turning out to consistently protest this administration. You also have, let's see here. Many of these protests have featured impressive numbers of participants. For instance, on No King's Day on June 14th, a protest in Kingsport, Tennessee, saw an estimated 2,000 people lining almost a mile stretch of Center Street, close to 10% of that city's population. Trump won the surrounding Sullivan County by 54 points. Right? That's for just the previous No King's Day. And so it begs the question, how are these protests penetrating into Trump country, right? And Erica Chenoweth's outfit here did really good work breaking this down, right? Small but mighty protests. We have seen a 62.5% increase in average protest participation nationwide in Trump country. Meaning in deep red areas of the country that voted for Donald Trump, there are 62.5% more protesters than there were during Trump's last term. Okay? That's where we're at right now. And it's only going to go up from here, folks. The people who are going to be hardest hit by the government shutdown, hardest hit by these cuts that the Republicans are trying to force through so that they can pay their billionaire friends. People who are going to be hurt most by that, in a lot of cases, are folks in Trump country. And it is worth noting that a lot of what's happening here is unprecedented. All right? Here's another one. Over 86% of voters in Hardin County, Texas, voted for Trump in 2024. The county seat of Quincy, with a population of 2,125, also saw a protest march in March of 2025 at Big Thicket National Preserve as part of the Resistance Rangers Day of Action. Organizers report that 25 people attended, accounting for 1.2% of the population. In Harlan County, Kentucky, some 88% of the ballots were cast for Trump. But town of Harlan saw one protest in July of 2025 against the Big Beautiful Bill with an estimated 20 to 30 participants, or between 1.1 and 1.6% of the population. Trump similarly won about 88% of the vote in Campbell County, Wyoming. The county seat of Gillette has seen at least two protests so far in 2025. One on April 5th, hands off, with an estimated 75, and one on June 18th, No Kings, with an estimated crowd of 175, about 0.5% of the county population, or the city's population. And like, that doesn't seem like a huge deal, but these are places in the country where people have historically never protested before. You are seeing people and communities turning out to protest and taking their literal first steps as protesters. And it's wonderful. It is a wonderful amount of activation.
They did not account for this level of resistance. They are scared. Have hope, lovely people.
Yeah, and I talked about this the other day. Every single one of these protests, every single person who gets out on the streets, the way this is geographically dispersed across the country, this creates friction for the administration. Every single one of us is a point of friction that they have to contend with. That makes it harder for them to truly embrace the fascist ideas that they wish to put forward and impose upon us. And Shootbang, I think you are exactly right. I think when people like Stephen Miller think about Americans, They think about docile sheep. They think about people who are easily controlled and manipulated. They think we are going to turn over and lay down and die. And we're just not going to do that. I think a lot of folks under Donald Trump assumed that, like, Trump voters are essentially stupid morons who are going to be controllable. And they thought that the level of control was basically infinite, that they could cut trillions of dollars from the American budget and hand it to billionaires, and no one would notice, that none of them would actually, like, take notice and do something. But, like, that's not what we're seeing, actually. And yes, there are some that are, for sure. There are some fools that are going to be, like, ride or die for this guy, even as they suffer on account of him. But not all of them. And we're seeing that because people who are turning out in these very red areas, they're not just Democrats. They're also Republicans. You know, whether they're Republican, like, whether they are Republican farmers who got screwed over by tariffs, or middlemen who have been fired as a result of, like, you know, fact that they can no longer import cheaply, like, or because they rely on food being distributed to their area that's no longer being distributed there. Like, there are a lot of gaps here, and a lot of damage is being done, and people are starting to look around and go, hey, wait a minute. And I think that is only going to continue as we go forward. Like, Donald Trump is at the least popular level he has ever been in either of his terms, and we are only 9 months in. So it's only going to get worse for him from here. Yeah.
Bringing out more and new people each time. We're building skills and capacities all over the country that are going to serve us well as we transition and as we.
Yeah, I live in pretty much the way station between Minneapolis and Des Moines, and we had like 800 people show up at the last No Kings we just had. Samara says, I love hearing that. For those who don't know, the way station between Minneapolis and Des Moines, not that big.
Continue to grow. Ezra, you take us into the next story.
I'm seeing a lot of people saying, so what's next? What's next?
Okay, yeah, no, right.
So
right.
we can connect the dots, right?
This
3
is
million.
an audience of people who always want to know what's
Well,
next.
that's why we're like, I love how practically minded individuals are, which is like, we were like, yeah, we did an incredible thing, a historic thing, but like, okay, now what are we going to do? And that's exactly where our heads go. It's like, we didn't do this to do this. We did this in service of a strategy to help us achieve our goal. 3 million, 5 million, 7 million. What's next? So let's talk about what's next. If people came to the call on Tuesday, you will have heard a little bit of this. It was our largest movement call literally in history. What we know is that mass mobilizations are a tactic. We just pulled off the most impressive one of these tactics in American history, but no successful anti-authoritarian movement around the world has relied exclusively on one-day protests. Successful movements grow, they evolve, they mature, they diversify their tactics, they do new things together, they make demands, specific demands, and extract specific concessions. They fracture the opposition, they buck up the forces of defiance. And I want to talk about how we take a historic level of people power and use it in the near term, not just in the long term. There will be future mobilizations, but not just for the future mobilization. But what do we do with this power now to push back against the authoritarianism? And I think it's really important that we learn from what's worked so far this year. And I think the best case study we have, it's not everything, but the best case study we've had of how people power can immediately push back and achieve immediate results was what we saw a few weeks ago with Disney and ABC and Kimmel. Here's how it went down. The regime bullied this institution, Disney. That institution capitulated, got Kimmel off the air. People rebelled, 1.7 million of us. canceled our Disney Plus subscriptions. Even those of us with a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old at home who rely on that, canceled our Disney subscriptions. We were out in Burbank protesting Disney in person. We were out in New York protesting ABC in person. This all happened in a matter of days. This wasn't months long. This was immediate, rapid response. And what did that target do? They reversed course. We made a demand that they could actually meet, which was get the guy back on the air, and they did it. And democracy sat up a little bit straighter. We were all a little bit more confident right after that. It didn't save democracy just by itself, but it started to create this sense that, oh, whoa, maybe there are costs to capitulation. Maybe it isn't the quote unquote smart thing to do to just bow to this regime. And so that, yeah, it's important for Disney. I like that Kimmel got back in the air. I like the guy. I appreciate everything he did to promote No Kings, which was significant in the lead up to this weekend. But it's important beyond Disney. It's important for the message it sends to other media institutions, to other businesses, to other institutions. It says there's a cost to capitulation, and we collectively produce that cost. This is how we reverse this culture of fear that the regime is spreading.
Yeah. So what he's talking about here, and for those of you who have taken Indivisible's like leadership training, which I would recommend, by the way, if you are feeling like you want to build up some skills, there are 3-hour-long training courses you can take. I believe Indivisible has them on their YouTube page. Part of what a nonviolent resistance movement needs to do is erode the pillars of support for the authoritarian regime. You know, and you have several different pillars, one of which being the business support. Like the administration, or rather the regime, relies upon the support of businesses. And one of the ways you can disrupt that is by targeting different businesses, you know, choosing your shot, right? And taking aim at one particular business that is doing the bidding of the administration in order to make a point and make an example.
Make it clear that democracy is indeed reasserting itself, that there's going to be...
You extract a meaningful cost from those companies for kowtowing to fascists.
People who will not put up with this shit, that will not allow you to just go along with the regime. And you don't have to do this to literally every single institution in the country. No, that's not what's actually required of us. We just have to notch a lot of individual high-profile wins, like a Disney, to make clear that this isn't the Trump era. This is the No Kings era, and you better get with the times. We want leaders of these institutions to understand that, look, they could be the target of the next pro-democracy demonstration of power. And so I'm actually going to do something a little bit chancy here right now, which...
So should people be protesting and cutting money to the East Wing demolition donors, since we know who they are? Shoot bang, I would advocate for that, yeah. Like, however folks can get others to begin to boycott companies that are capitulating like this, I support that. And there are going to be a lot of different ways to organize around that. But sometimes there, like a lot of companies and individuals and nebulous foundations supported it. Sometimes it's good to just pick one specific target in order to make an example of them.
Which is to tell you not this is what we're going to do, but to invite you into the planning of how we apply that power. And we have an idea, but I would say this is in the idea phase where we are gathering input. And if there's sufficient interest, we want to go on it pretty fast. That's where we are in this. And so I'm going to propose another possible target. This isn't everything, but it is something that I think could push us in the direction of creating this sense that democracy is here. And the target here is Spotify. Let me tell you about Spotify. Like Disney, Spotify is a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Like Disney, it relies a lot on subscriptions. 90% of Spotify's revenue almost comes from subscriptions. People paying, normal everyday people paying on a monthly basis. Only about 10% of its revenue comes from ads. And also, for that 10%, news broke last week that Spotify is running ads to recruit for ICE. Right now, they're running these ads. actively participating in building up the secret police force that we have all seen. They're terrorizing communities across the country, and this is just the beginning. ICE is ramping up. The reason why they're getting money to recruit for ICE is because America just approved $171 billion for Donald Trump's secret police force. So they got money to spend on ads. And Spotify's taken some of that money. Look, Spotify does not want to be the target of a national boycott. They don't want to know that they are taking money to help recruit Proud Boys to zip tie kids in Chicago and pull them naked out in the streets. But that's what they're doing. That is what they are doing. But I'm not going to sit here and make a threat that we can't actually say people are behind, that people are actually angry. I don't want to say that and then have there be no response. So I'm bringing this up now before we have some kind of website to launch or big campaign to engage everybody here on the strategic planning. I don't want to act again as if ICE is only operating through Spotify, or that Spotify is like the only or even the main perpetrator. Every one of us could name a lot. Yes, Amazon. Look, Apple has been doing bad things too. There are a lot of bad actors here. What I'm saying is I think Spotify is a particularly good target in this moment. It is a public-facing brand. It purports to be cool. It is doing a specific bad thing, running these ads, that we can actually make a demand about. We could get them to stop it. And we can mobilize millions of people who are subscribers to take action to apply that pressure. So
yeah, like I get what he's saying, right? Like, so in this circumstance, right, you want to pick a target. You want to pick a target that has, that is doing something bad, that, is broadly abhorrent. And then you want to focus your, people power on demonstrating how unacceptable that abhorrence is. And by doing that, you help erode support for the business pillar of that is aligned itself with this administration, right? You want to do that. And the thing is, you want to make sure that your boycott has achievable goals that you can then point to, so that other companies are like, better not do that. Kind of the goal is similar, right? You want to get companies complying in advance with what the broad-based popular movement and their goals are, rather than the authoritarian regime. You want to make essentially popular support an additional element that they have to consider when they're taking ad deals or anytime they're doing business with the administration. You want to make the popular support a big enough player that every single company that engages with this administration has to do a cost-benefit analysis where they're like, yeah, but people will be mad and might organize against us. I think that's a pretty big point to make, and Spotify, I think, is an achievable target. Like, because their advertising revenue does not make up the majority of their income, it means that like customers have an outsized influence on what Spotify does, right? Suddenly removing yourself from the Spotify ecosystem deals quite a blow to their bottom line, and they do not want that blow. Actually, do we have any list of companies that are acquiescing on the Discord? Brutus Magnuson, we do not. But if somebody wanted to make a Google Doc and start compiling, that would be a wonderful resource to have.
I'm seeing a lot of positivity in the chat, which is encouraging. Here's what I would actually ask of you, though. We are going to follow up this call with a survey. It's only going to have 3 or 4 questions. It's not super in depth, but we're trying to get a sense of where the movement is on this. And that's going to come out right after this Q&A that we're doing, this discussion. Tell us how you feel about this. Give us a sense of where the movement is, and that's going to give us more confidence to move forward with greater clarity, and then we'll be engaging everybody on this if there's appetite. Leah, anything else on how we're thinking about this current moment?
Let's get to the questions. We're
Okay.
a little over.
Thank you all for bearing with us. We are trying to build on the momentum. We don't want to just rest on our laurels. We did something historic. We did something incredible, but we don't build people power to just put it in a jar on the shelf.
Right.
That's not the purpose. And if you don't use people power, it evaporates. It goes away. So we need to be looking for how we use this people power effectively. Spotify isn't the end all be all. No individual campaign is going to be the end all be all. But I think if we build up a set of these campaigns in between the mass mobilizations, what we start to create is this sense that democracy is on the march, y'all, and we're going to win. Okay, so with that said, should we go into the questions?
Yes.
Okay. So
what if Discord and Google are some of those companies? Well, also understanding that some people are going to be better positioned to protest, again, non-violently, these different companies. A good example of an effective Google protest was employees at Google continuing time and time again to make a stink about the use of Google products, or maybe it was Microsoft. Was it Microsoft? I think it might have been Microsoft. The use of, yeah, it was Microsoft Azure. The use of Microsoft's Azure services for essentially collecting intelligence on Palestinians. And the protesters internally at Microsoft were able to leverage enough pressure that Microsoft stopped using its cloud services to power that information gathering, right? So there are going to be different kinds of protests that are effective against different kinds of companies. Spotify is in a position uniquely vulnerable in a way that Google perhaps is not. Does that make sense? We would have to start thinking outside the box to affect Google, but worth beginning the thought process for sure. I don't have one readily available, but if folks can think of one, it'd be interesting.
go into questions. We have the very top question is from Susan. I have two questions. Oh, look, Susan. People are itching to know the date for the next No Kings. When will you announce one? And two, what if on Black Friday, November 28th, the biggest retail shopping day of the year, Americans choose to buy nothing, not chewing gum, not an iPad, not coat hangers, not a kayak, nothing. Is it time for a shutdown of this kind yet? I love the question, Susan. In fact, we've been talking about exactly this. Leah.
Yeah, okay. So first on, we know people are itching to know.
I mean, perhaps one of the best ways to affect Google would be to, on local, just thinking about it here, getting local or state governments to stop using Google products and to instead switch to a different company. Part of the problem is like Apple is also highly implicated, like but you could perhaps move your local and state level companies or sorry, your local and state level governments. Sorry, I've been going for almost 6 hours. Local and state level government to stop contracting with Google for various services. That might get their attention in a way that is more substantial than, say, individuals or even 1,000 individuals or 10,000 individuals stop using Google Chrome. You heard about people's sick day situation? I think I know what you're talking about, but you might elaborate and clarify for me.
Know the date of the next No Kings. We had a whole situation where we made a reference to the fact that there will be one at some point in the future.
Did Microsoft need internal pressure for it to work? Yes.
And there were headlines everywhere. It was like, there's going the third No Kings is coming, you know. So we know there's a lot of energy. That's it's gonna take a little bit of time. Everybody just candidly who was involved in the like core process of putting No Kings on is currently taking a couple of days off.
Some of them are sick.
Some of them are sick. Yes. A lot. Everybody is we need a recharge period, y'all. And also we're going to want to work with a big bunch of people because every time we do this, we want to pull in more organizations, more people. Like, part of the goal here is not just that it's the same people doing this in June as in October, as in January.
Yeah.
We want to use each of these to build and build and build. And so short version is, we know you're hungry. We want to get that to you. It's going to take a little bit of time because we want to pull in we want to have a bunch of conversations and a bunch of planning.
There's a movement to get people to call out sick and not buy anything from November 25th to December 2nd. Anywhere I can find out more about that?
That goes into how we ensure that when we announce it, it's set up to be even bigger. Okay, number
Black
2,
Friday.
Black Friday. Yes, okay, Black Friday. I'm seeing it come up in the chat a
Yep,
lot.
yes.
We are 100% aligned that there needs to be some kind of Black Friday action.
Yep.
There are a bunch of different conversations in different places happening right now about which Black Friday action. Attention that
Thanks,
I
Lady
want to pull
Domino.
out that's kind of pulled in the question is how much of this is about not buying anything versus how much of this is about specific bad actors experiencing Black Friday as really disappointing for their sales, right? So like, how much of it is about don't buy from Target, don't buy from Amazon versus don't buy anything, buy from small businesses instead,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So there's actually like a little bit of a kind of, how much of it is a digital action? Are there other things we could pair on top of it? Like that kind of conversation, but very much hear the energy and am very aligned that this is an important narrative intervention point as we move to this higher focus on corporate enablers.
Yeah, I'm just
I deeply appreciate the stream and you have inspired me to be involved.
Hell
Also,
yeah.
your humor always refills my hope cup. Also, whoever gifted me, thank you.
Foxy Cheshire, thank you for being a member. Very much appreciated. And also, I'm glad this is filling you with hope and the determination to act. You know? Both things are so important, you know? I know I know that like I know it's stupid, but like a lot of folks have played Undertale. You know, we're all just doing our non-violent route through Undertale, okay? We got to be filled with determination.
realizing I think the seasons have changed, and when we started
I
doing
know.
No Kings Here,
Also, I still have to play I still have to play the sequel.
it was before the sun would always like shine down on
know,
you like a
I'm
halo.
angelic.
You
I'm
were
angelic.
angelic.
What's the dono goal count at? It's at 314.
Like, as
It's
we
also
talk
kind
about
of washed
boycotts.
out. Yeah.
Okay, we might invest in some blinds
Yeah,
for the
get it.
next No Kings. But great questions, and right in line with what we're thinking. I think in addition to doing these kind of rapid response push on Spotify or different institutions that are buckling, I think these kind of longer term campaigns are going to be necessary, and are
I would love you know what? Maybe our next tier of donos will be for a Deltarune stream. I know that a not insignificant number of you want me to play that game.
head is in the same place. PF asks, why don't we take this targeted action to defund ICE centers? On the Big Tent call yesterday, Kerry Kennedy mentioned this action.
Is Firefox better than Google Chrome? It can be. Firefox, Brave, Opera GX, those ones I believe like are generally considered a bit better than Chrome.
We can take retirement companies are investing in Geo Group and Core Civic Co. Apparently, these are companies are invested in private prisons, ICE detention centers. If people ask that their retirement savings were not invested in these companies, could move the needle. And there's a link.
Oh, this is that's a great idea. And again, why you want people of all different kinds of ages involved in your protest movement. Check and see which companies your retirement accounts are invested in. You know, if any of those companies are the ones that donated to demolish the East Wing of the White House, or are engaged in some way with ICE, divest from them. Divest from companies that would serve this fascist administration. excellent idea to think about. I don't typically think about it because I'm a small streamer. I don't have a retirement account. Security dude here, it's a more complicated question than just which one is better, up-to-date Chromium based but not Chrome, or where I'd recommend generally. Is Firefox Chromium based? I'm unsure. But I do appreciate the technical minded of you letting us know what is actually secure for us to use. No? Okay. Then all right. Man, a lot of you saying no.
Which, just for the benefit of everybody else, I'm going to put in the chat because there's a Newsweek article. So I'm just, if I can do it, send to everybody. Okay. Thank you for the question, PF. Leah, we've talked about this campaign, I believe, before. I think the Pennsylvania Indivisibles, Philly Indivisibles, were exploring a similar campaign, and it had a resource specifically on this. So this was weeks ago when we were talking about it. Thoughts on targeting ICE facilities broadly? And I would just say, I think ICE as a target is very, very good, both because of the damage it's doing and also because we're at the early stages, unfortunately. Like, the money that is flowing down to what is the largest law enforcement agency in the country has only just started flowing down. The reason why we're seeing these ads on Hulu and HBO and Spotify now is because the money is there.
Please avoid Opera GX. Okay, I will. Thank you for the recommendation. What does Chromium mean? It's like the basis of how the web browser operates.
And they're trying to bulk up. So the damage that they've already done is only going to accelerate in the future. But so, like, Leah, either ICE broadly or specifically the tactic of the detention facilities.
I think this goes in the category of more people should try more things. Like, very totally supportive of it. It's probably not where we're ourselves going to focus. And also, I think that there should be a lot of different tests of how can you get at the companies that are profiting off of this mass detention, mass deportation agenda, and actually push them to make better decisions. So I'm, supportive without knowing enough about the specific campaign to have like a very educated take on it.
Hello, Konami Kun the Alpha.
One of our favorite people just came in the chat. Elizabeth asks about Stephen Miller, who is threatening to investigate the finances of progressive nonprofits like Indivisible. What is the national level doing to protect, say, a group treasurer who's just signed up for the distributed fundraising program? So for folks who don't know, one of the things Indivisible does is, if you are a local Indivisible group and you're looking to raise money for your local events, you can do that with an ActBlue account. And obviously ActBlue has been targeted directly, Indivisible has been targeted directly. And there's a lot of saber rattling and hearsay. Leah, do you want to talk about how we're taking these threats from the regime?
Yeah, so I'll talk on the macro level about this first, which is that we're very clear that this administration is at minimum threatening this regime is at minimum threatening to come after a bunch of different parts of the progressive ecosystem. They have made, specific comments about us, ActBlue, philanthropy, other nonprofits. It's all part of the same repression of civil society agenda. It's also part of like the classic playbook in that they make these threats and they see how far they can advance just on the threats before they even put any of this into motion. And the biggest danger that we face across a bunch of different fronts is not that they're, the fact that they're going to do it is also somewhat dangerous, but the biggest danger that we face is anticipatory obedience, is saying,
bingo,
oh, well, they're going to come for us and they can get away with that, so we better pull back right now. We do not pull back. We do not bow down. We do not concede anything in advance. Our organization and our movement is proudly organizing in the open to protect our First Amendment rights. And we are, we do what we do and we're proud of it. And so the short answer to this is they may try any number of ways to try to repress peaceful protest and dissent and organizing, and we will concede nothing in advance. And I don't comment on specifics of like this legal effort versus that legal effort, but what we'll say is that this is the kind of moment where people who have nothing to be ashamed of have to stand their ground and say, we are organizing, we are organizing in the best tradition of American free speech, and we continue to do it. And if you want to come after us, you have to come after us.
This is why it's so important that when they called us violent Marxists and claimed that
You do have to embrace in a time of resistance. You have to embrace the ethos of "fuck you, make me." You know, you you got to embrace that as your default stance and role. When interacting with this administration and its thugs. And it is pissing them the hell off that they cannot label us as violent protesters.
there was going to be blood in the streets last Saturday, for us to respond with, again, the largest peaceful protest in American history was so important. And I am so impressed by the rigor that went into planning these events, by the discipline that was demonstrated at these events, and the amount of effort around planning for de-escalation and security and safety. The largest protest in American history doesn't go off without a single incident of violence accidentally. That's not just happening. It's a combination of the types of people who are coming, which is you all, the best people in the country are showing up in defense of their First Amendment rights, and two, a lot of planning and work to make sure that there are tens of thousands of safety volunteers out there, to make sure that every single one of the 2,700 events has a safety plan and a safety lead. That's how we're able to pull this off, which means when and slash if Stephen Miller comes at us, he is going to be coming out the people who organized the largest peaceful protest in American history. And that's something that they're going to have to deal with. They're going to have to explain, where is this attack coming from? Because we organize in Hands Off, we organize in No Kings 1, and we organize in No Kings 2. We've demonstrated that what we do is mass people-powered protests in peaceful, constructive ways. This regime, they like their protests small and violent. See January 6th. What we do is we organize at scale, as Leah said, in the grand tradition of America's great First Amendment. And we're going to maintain our commitment to that approach. Okay, Leah, Karen asks, recent mutterings have arisen among some progressives to the effect of No Kings 2 was just a parade, useless and performative, and that it accomplished nothing. While I totally understand the frustration of facing the terrible and destructive things being done in this country by the Trump administration, this cynical view really undercuts our work by strangling our hope. What is our best, most effective strategy for gently but firmly countering the cynical and hopeless who share our same goals for the country? I've been trying to articulate the accomplishments of No King 2, but my draft is very rough. I'm unsure how best to deliver the message so that the naysayers actually listen. She writes a couple of ideas here. One, demonstrating that millions will take step in support. By doing so and coming to no harm, they are encouraged to do more next time. And two, showing people in other countries that there are millions of Americans who do not support our current government. Leah, what do you think of those 2 points and anything else you would say to this current part?
Yeah, Brasmo, 1000%. More socialists, more people on the left should show up. People should set up booths to recruit for their local orgs. Like this is the opportunity to get a maximum number of people interested and joined up with your org, like show up with like accessible socialist rhetoric and signs and slogans and like get people signed up. And to a large extent, that's what happened. But a lot of folks on the left who care more about virtue signaling just didn't show up like that or didn't see those things going on,
The discourse that is like, just a parade, doesn't matter.
Well, let's just do a quick recap of the strategic logic.
Yes,
Great. Right? Because it's not, I think we're all aligned that having a protest that is delinked from a strategy is just a protest, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's not good. We don't want to do that. We don't protest for the sake of protest. We protest as a tactic, as part of a broader strategy about staving off authoritarian consolidation in America. The basic idea here is that we are in this period where Donald Trump is sprinting to consolidate both his formal powers as the executive, pushing those to the max, doing a bunch of illegal stuff, and crack down on any kind of opposition, pushback, dissent from other power centers in society. And we've seen that with corporations, we've seen that with media, with higher education, with law firms, and with civil society, as well as with opposition politicians and state and local governments. And so, in a moment when a would be fascist is trying to consolidate power, the kind of large scale peaceful protest and organizing that No Kings represents is really important for holding open civil society space and for contesting the idea that Donald Trump has a mandate for anything that he's doing and that he will inevitably win. It basically introduces a new factor into the minds of all of the stakeholders who are making decisions about how much they go along with this regime and how much they push back. Where before
Let's
they were like, oh, well,
go.
Donald Trump's
Yeah, make civil society, make the broad base of people-powered, worker-powered support something they actually have to consider when doing their cost-benefit analysis of whether or not they should support the fascist regime. Make them have to weigh their options and then increase the weight every single time you organize.
gonna consolidate power. I have to deal with him for the force.
Like right now, it's like, oh man, 7 million people turned out. Next time, maybe 9 million. Next time, maybe turnout is 9 million people. For some companies, that might be enough. Next time, maybe it's 11 million or 12 million or 10 million. But at a certain point, it's going to become clear to a lot of these decision makers who are not ideologically married to the idea of a fascist administration, but are doing it because it's easy, because it makes them money, you know? They are like, they're going to capitulate not to the administration, but to us. That's the goal.
Foreseeable future. I need to just do the things that are necessary to secure my safety, my position, my business, whatever it is. What we do when we come out in 7 million and counting is we create this sense of like, oh, there might be this other force in society that is getting bigger and more organized every day that I also have to factor into my calculations as I make decisions. So we're all aware that Donald Trump is not going to like have a ghost of Christmas future style, like emotional reawakening as
a charming Muppet-based come to Jesus moment. Yes, we are all familiar with a Muppet Christmas Carol, the classic Dickens work.
Result of the No Kings protest. He's not going to change his mind. He's a bad dude. He's going to keep being a bad dude. But a lot of other factors and stakeholders in society might start to make different decisions based on how much pushback they see, how much defiance is in the air as they're looking left and right what other people are doing. And that's part of the vibe that No Kings catalyzed. So that's the first piece, is just kind of holding open space for broader social pushback. The second is creating a sense of a shared movement identity amongst a really broad set of people
to call
who are
No Kings
pro-democracy
just
folks.
a
I cannot
parade is
tell you
insulting. I will never forget when we were marching, the sidewalk was full and a man in a high-vis vest was shouting, "Fill the streets, fill the streets."
Hell yeah, Nathan. Let's go!
in the last week how many people have come up to me to tell me about their No Kings experience, right? Like it was an experience for them that made them part of something bigger, that gave them a little bit more hope. That has unpredictable second order consequences, right? Because in this moment, we need people to do so many things and we can't put them all into one campaign and say, take this action. We need people to go to their PTA meeting and say, what is this school's plan to protect kids from ICE? And if there isn't a plan, say, hey, I'm going to get a bunch of parents together who will show up at the school if ICE comes, and we're all going to be organizing now. We need people to go to their faith, their house of worship, and say to their minister or rabbi, why are you not talking about how these cuts are going to affect people in our communities? Why are you not sharing that with our community?
No!
We need people to say,
Foxy Cheshire, congrats on getting your disability. Hell yeah. I'm glad for you.
hey, I'm not going to follow that order at work. That is illegal. Like all of those things require people feeling like they are part of a bigger movement. And that is what No Kings catalyzes. And
yeah, and again, what being part of a bigger movement does is it creates a permission structure. You know, it creates a permission structure for folks to see themselves. You know, there's something powerful about someone saying like, and maybe it may look a good, maybe personalizing it would make a good example. Like being told it's okay to cry can sometimes allow someone who's feeling really, really pushed the edge. Like, it is, in fact, okay to cry, even though nothing was physically preventing them from crying, right? In a similar way, No Kings can give people permission and say, it is actually okay for you to resist this administration. It is actually okay for you to do something unexpected or that might be rude or throw a wrench into things. It is okay to do that because millions of other people want to do that too. Right? And like, I don't know, it's interesting. It's interesting to see. It's interesting to see that kind of very fundamental human level behavior becomes so important in these times of mass mobilization.
Third, which everyone on this call is super familiar with, is we build capacity and we put it to work, right? These are not just marches, they are recruitment events. Everybody who is running an indivisible group is also getting new people out of these marches. They've got people who are activated for the first time. We're getting new groups that form because they put on a No Kings protest and they continue to organize. We're actually creating the cadre of folks across the country who are organizing for the mutual aid, for the immigrant detention support, for the political, the electoral and civic engagement and advocacy stuff that we are going to need to do in the future. That got a little long, but those are the three things that I would say.
I think I agree with all of them. And depending on how much of a nerd the person you're talking to is, they might be convinced by the folks that I'm convinced by, the people like Heather Cox Richardson, who wrote a couple of really great pieces right after the protests and in the lead up to Timothy Snyder as well. I think I looked at Erica Chenoweth and Maria Stephan, who are experts in authoritarianism, who talk very directly about the strategic value of showing up in moments like this.
And by the way, I would recommend, if any of you are looking for reading from your local library on nonviolent civil resistance, I would recommend this particular book, Why Civil Resistance Works, The Strategic Logic of Nonviolent Conflict. A lot of folks among lefty circles are familiar with it, but they haven't read it, and they demonstrate that they haven't read it regularly. Because the idea behind this is pretty simple, which is that it's a description of how successful these attempts to change society, to overthrow authoritarianism. What is the most successful way to do that? What is the easiest way to go about doing that? And it seems to be that the most successful route to overthrowing authoritarianism, regardless of how violent the regime might be, is nonviolence. Nonviolence itself lends itself to more success. And it's pretty interesting, right? They take a look at all kinds of different oppressive authoritarian governments and the movements that ultimately overthrew them in favor of democracy. And like, that's, I think, really important, because I think a lot of folks equate nonviolence with weakness. I think a lot of folks equate nonviolence with ineffectiveness. I think a lot of folks equate nonviolence with performativity and non-confrontation. Except that nonviolence does not mean you are not confronting the oppressor. Nonviolence, in fact, demands such confrontation. And it's pretty interesting to read the breakdown and the tactics used and employed by a variety of nonviolent resistance movements and how they wound up being successful, or even perhaps more informatively, how they failed. And a lot of folks put a lot of stock in Erica Chenoweth's description of this 3.5% rule. And a lot of people misunderstand it as like, they're saying that if you reach 3.5% of the population, you automatically win, and that's not how that works, except that that's not like that's not at all what Erica Chenoweth has described in this book or in subsequent books. The 3.5% rule is descriptive. It is that when you mobilize 3.5% of the population, it isn't an automatic win card. It is just an observation that no civil society with an engaged 3.5% of the population within a resistance movement has ever failed to achieve their goal. It is descriptive. It doesn't mean you hit that number and then all of a sudden you win. That just doesn't. That's not how it works. But what it does mean is that is a critical point of mass. It is a good goal for us to aim towards. But it also doesn't mean we just automatically win when we hit that number. When we hit that number, we're going to seek to engage more and more people beyond that. And I think it is worth pointing out that it's a good initial goal. Well, we're going to have to roll up our sleeves and do the work, even if we hit that goal.
I also think just overall, it's good to have some humble approach to this. Nobody is saying, and Lee, I'm just going to be redundant and say what you said at the beginning.
That's a great question, Splintered Orion. What I don't get about the 3.5% rule is what counts as engaged. I haven't looked into it yet, but it seems like that would be the key sticking point for me. Engaged means that you are a person is committed to an ongoing set of actions, not just a turnout once and done type situation. So what is important from the protests Indivisible has put together is that what you're seeing is a growth of movement. What you're seeing is, the same people are turning out, demonstrating a commitment, but also different kinds of people are turning out and demonstrating growth. And not only that, but then people who attend those protests then are tending towards getting involved in other local efforts to resist authoritarianism. It isn't just, oh, you turned out to a protest and waved a flag and now you're done. It is, you turned out to a protest, waved a flag, or wore a inflatable suit, and then you joined your local homeless shelter or joined your local rapid response against ICE so that you can film what's happening. You turned up to that local protest and now you are suddenly making sure undocumented children at your local school are able to get home safely. Like, that's what it means. Like, you are engaged within the movement that is resistant to the regime. Because the entire idea isn't just, oh yeah, you have one protest. You have one protest where you hit 3.5% of the population. You win! No, you need the movement to reach 3.5%. Of 3.5% of people actively engaged in ongoing actions and activities to stymie the authoritarians. How close are we to 3.5%? I mean, it's hard to say, again, where that line is between engaged and not engaged. We know that 7 million people turned out to the last No Kings, right? Are all 7 million people engaged? Perhaps not. But if we manage to make it to 11 or 12 million turning out, when we actually have a turnout that hits that 3.5%, I think I would hazard a guess that we would need to get maybe even 15 million out and demonstrate that we can field that number of people consistently because people are willing, engaged, and able to turn up in that way. So there is still a lot of building to do. But if we can get 11 or 12 million people to turn out to multiple protests, then I think we're there. But the goal is to always get bigger, even if you hit that 3.5% threshold. Hope that all made sense.
Nobody is saying that protests are everything, that one-day protests are enough. All we are saying is fits into a broader strategy that helps us achieve our goals. So don't overplay, this is how we win, we did it. And also don't underplay, like when you have a historic number of people peacefully showing up under one banner against the regime, that's a good thing, y'all.
Yeah.
Like that is a good thing, and good things will flow from that. And now the question, and then if somebody
Good
says,
night,
well,
Alan
that's not
Smith.
enough, then you say, that, I agree. Do you want to help us with this Spotify action that we were all taking?
Yeah.
Help us organize that. This is how we build on it. Anytime somebody is like, well, I don't like that and you should be doing that, great invitation for leadership. They are volunteering to take part in the next work. That's how I would interpret that.
And I would just add one last point, which is just be kind to people who are in a bad place right now. There are people who've given a lot and
that's true.
seen and lost a lot and are burnt out right now. And so I'm not advising getting into like long arguments about this stuff.
Resisting tyrants isn't like seeing a progress bar. As Mandela said, everything seems impossible until it is done. The goal is to just keep pushing and growing until suddenly the bridge collapses quickly. Yes. The metaphorical bridge. Also, good observation, Gamer G. Always great to bring it back to Mandela.
I'm advising keeping the doors open. Some people will show up later. That's okay.
Great. Next question from Nadine. Is there any way, for instance, litigation to stop Trump from taking $230 million from taxpayers in supposed damages for having been investigated for his crimes against the American people? With Bondi in charge of justice, it seems to be going around all the pillars of society. If his minions just sign off on this one, he can keep ponying up claims for the next 3+ years. For folks who haven't seen, Trump is extorting the federal government for
Yeah, Splintered Orion, it's regularly getting those numbers in protests, but also getting those people engaged in like, daily or weekly activities that keep them, furthering the goals of the movement.
Upwards of $230 million to be given directly to him because he thinks he deserves it. I would say we're not lawyers, we're not experts on litigation. I guarantee you there will be litigation about this.
Yep.
Beyond this, it's a political problem, y'all. The question is, how much of a political headache does this become for the regime, and not just the regime, meaning Donald Trump, he doesn't give a shit, but for his supporters, other people in the government and other people in Congress and other Republicans who are holding their tongue. I do think this is why a key part of our messaging from here on out until we regain power needs to be about corruption and accountability. Americans who do not care about politics at all, who aren't getting into the details of a continuing resolution, or maybe aren't paying attention to other legislative items, everybody understands an autocrat who self-enriches. We have a guy who is demanding more than $200 million for himself while he builds a more than $200 million golden ballroom for himself at the same time that he is jacking up your healthcare prices and cutting up food nutrition assistance for everybody else. That's the reason.
This should be the go-to refrain of every single Democrat in Congress. Democrats should not be approving Trump judges. Frankly, folks, keep calling your senators, keep calling your representatives, and asking them, why the fuck are you confirming Trump judges at this time? Cut it out. Use that as leverage. My God.
Reality. A guy that is absolutely collapsing the economy of the country while he self-enriches. We need to be telling this story again and again and again. But to put blame.
Freedom Evie, thank you for gifting a sub to Konami Kun the Alpha. Appreciate you. And thank you for supporting the stream.
On the right people, him and the people who support him, but also to make sure that Democrats commit to using their power, should they get it, to go after these corrupt bastards. And they should be talking about that not just a year and a half from now, but now. So it becomes a fait accompli. So we know the second that the Democratic Speaker of the House gets sworn in 2027, the subpoenas start flying. within hours, not months, not weeks, not days. I want subpoenas on January 3rd of 2027, and we need to get to the bottom of this. But we start creating that now. Leah, other thoughts on their corruption?
No, you covered it. You got it.
Carol says, California Proposition 50 is our greatest hope to win the 2026 election. What other states are in a position to add representatives to Congress, and what action can every indivisible in every state do to help gain seats and pass Proposition 50? Leah, do you want to fill people in on what Prop 50 is and what the current state of the affairs are?
So Prop 50 is going to be on the ballot in November in California. Shout out to everyone who is working on this right now. And it is a proposition to do mid-decade redistricting in California in response to the mid-district redistricting in response to the gerrymandering that has taken place in Texas and the ongoing campaign by Trump to get Republican states to gerrymander districts, safer districts for Republicans, because he's really clear that as things stand, he is going to lose the House of Representatives. There are a couple of
you can find articles showing who voted shoot bang. I don't have one handy at the moment, but they are out there and readily accessible.
Places where I understand there's like
Can we say another word on Prop 50?
Yeah, go
if you are interested in participating in a campaign to pass Prop 50, Indivisible is running a statewide neighbor-to-neighbor campaign. So this is the most effective form of get out the vote that we've ever done and tested. We've tested it several cycles. You sign up, you get 10 neighbors who live near you, and you go talk to your neighbors. These are sporadic Democratic voters.
That's actually brilliant. If you have a wide-ranging base like Indivisible, having each person reach out to 10 of their neighbors, these should be people that these are people that you should know already. Ideally, you know who all 10 of your neighbors are. And if you don't, excellent opportunity to meet them.
So they're on your side. You're not trying to convince MAGA folks to be on your side, but they might not vote because it's an off-year election. So I would, if you care a lot about this, and specifically you're in California, sign up, talk to 10 voters. It's going to be easy to do. You'll meet some of your neighbors. I've done it. It's fun. It's not a big lift, and it will help us get this over the finish line, specifically in California. Okay.
Great. Wonderful. And then in terms of other states, so Virginia, there's breaking news today that Virginia is looking at doing a redistricting program. There's a live conversation in Illinois about it. Speaker Jeffries has been, Minority Leader Jeffries has been pushing for Illinois Democrats to redistrict. There are a couple of other places where there's prospects, but it's going to take longer. So New York is an example where that's not going to happen this cycle, but the best time to start is right now.
I will say I'm disappointed in Maryland right now.
Yeah.
Maryland has the ability to get another seat, get a right-wing Republican out through a redistricting effort if they wanted to do it, and they're not moving yet. So I think the governor and I think the Democratic state legislature could be moving forward with this, and I think they could use a nudge. Why is Maryland doing worse than Virginia right now? Why is that?
That felt really personally targeted.
Well, it wasn't so personally. Leah's from
I didn't know native.
Well, I'm sorry, Leah. I think that your governor and your state legislature should be doing better. And see, we got to be able to speak truth to power and to our spouses, y'all. That's what this is about.
You're from Texas. You want to look at this?
Okay, fair point. Fair point. But yeah, Maryland's on the list. And in addition to that, I think we should be pushing all of our state reps and state senators and governors in blue states to put this on the agenda. Like you said, Leah, New Jersey and New York, they can't, for complicated reasons, they're not going to be able to act in this cycle, but they could act for 2028. They could start moving.
Did you hear the DOJ is planning to have poll watchers at California and New Jersey? Yeah, my guess is that they are going to attempt to do some kind of voter intimidation with poll watchers, but the easiest way for that to be ineffective is to just not give a fuck and go vote anyway. There's not really that much poll watchers can do if you're just there to vote honestly and forthrightly.
Moving this forward so that we can make these changes. We can't constantly be playing catch up to the Republicans who are always on the offense. We can do this. There are 15 Democratic trifectas, y'all. 15 Democratic trifectas. There's a lot of opportunity to make headway here, and we should make it the expectation that our Democrats start pushing forward on it.
Yep.
But again, neighbor to neighbor, we'll send out a link for folks in California. We'll send out a link if you're interested in joining that, so you can sign up. I think it's actually the best form of voter contact I've ever done. It's just a great way to meet your community too.
Yeah.
Robert.
Yeah, my guess is if the New Jersey and California efforts to redistrict succeed, you'll see a lot of other Dem states start to try them as well.
Asks Robert from CBFD Indivisible in San Diego. Hey, San Diego. It's great that at least 7 out of the 9 universities who were offered the quote-unquote deal from the regime have said hell no. Yay. In addition to alumni outreach and letters to presidents, what else can we do to call out and support these universities? You want to update on what this is, Leah, and how we're thinking about university organizing?
Yeah, so about a month ago, the administration put out a proposed compact to a set of universities that I think it viewed as possible capitulators, often places that have an interim president or that are perceived as weaker for one reason or another and not as much in a position to push back. And basically, the compact, in as many words as possible, basically said that you're going to put yourself under the judgment of the Department of Justice to.
Whoa, Sake Tanuki.
Even better, create a group to watch the poll watchers. Nothing makes poll watching freaks more nervous than people with lab coats and clipboards taking notes.
But Sake, who watches the watchers? That's my question. Also, I watched that episode of Star Trek The Next Generation the other day, and it is still top tier, excellent television. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
Supervise your policies across a range of places on an ongoing basis, and in exchange for that, you get preferential access for research grants and funding. And there has been a bunch of really great organizing across many of these campuses and across alumni networks in many of these places, and faculty and staff at these universities around pushing to make sure that they are rejected. Or that they have been rejected. As of now, there are
Yeah, who watches the watchers? Exactly.
couple outstanding, and I'm sure somebody is going to put them in the chat.
Please bring up UVA.
UVA, yes, UVA is an important asterisk, and we can get.
Also bring tape recorders and do your best David Attenborough impressions.
God, can I just say I love David Attenborough impressions. Like I love them so much, and I really wish people would just do their best David Attenborough impressions rather than doing whatever AI slop is regurgitating his voice. It makes me so mad every time I come across like a YouTube video that uses AI David Attenborough. Like, I understand what you were going for, but just like do your own. Like, it's so much more charming and fun. Also, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. Good night, Thistles for Eyes.
Into that. Here's what I would say. The Trump administration really wanted to get some of those folks on the compact, right? It doesn't look good when you try to put this offer out and it just flops. They've now extended it to a much broader, I believe, to all universities. Vanderbilt, yes, thank you.
And
They've now
UT
extended,
Austin.
yeah.
Not to rail on Texas again. Sorry.
Yeah, so they're now extending the basic terms of the compact more broadly. So if you are an alumni or a student or in any way affiliated with one of the original targeted universities, you should be calling, you should be writing,
Yeah, Story of the Bard, I looked at the polling from Maine, and I'll continue to look at it, but Jordan Wood has like maybe 1% of the vote in that poll. It doesn't look good for him. Have the polling handy. Yeah. Like it's just a very commanding difference. Jordan Wood is here. He didn't even have the strongest 1%. But, you know, it's possible. There is enough time between now and the primary to turn that around a bit. But, yeah, it's even Janet Mills, the number 2 contender, even if she doubled the amount of support she had, she'd still be behind Plattner. I mean, we'll see. But some of the folks that I looked at, he's going to be hard to beat. We'll see.
You should be contacting whoever you've got a voice with or a contact with at that university. You should be making sure
Kaname Kun the Alpha, I did get my weights set up.
They're getting positive reinforcement for the stance they took. If you're an alumni who gives regularly, great moment to highlight that you are giving now because of this, and you would not be giving if they had taken it, right? Just try to make sure that people understand that they've taken the path that is going to reward them in the short to medium term. But also, if you're an alumni of any other school, you should just understand that this is on the table right now. So it's never too early to start raising the alarm wherever you are. Now, we're working on some more organized platforms and stuff for you to plug into through the Courage collectives on this. They're not live yet, but we are going to be pushing for some more organized alumni action in the immediate future.
Connie asks, are there any organizations that are tracking the disappeared in a more or less reliable way?
I am not sure about that. If anybody is aware of it, please put it in the comments.
Yeah, put it in the chat.
ProPublica. Oh, yes, I did see ProPublica.
Oh, yeah.
ProPublica is tracking, I believe,
for the
U.S.
rain
citizens who've been detained by ICE, but maybe also other folks disappeared. So
you know what? I'm going to just I'm going to take a screenshot, Connie, of your question. And I'm going to send it to the team so that we can follow up afterwards. I've just done that so that hopefully we can get a good response. Thanks for that question. I love being asked questions that we don't know the immediate answer to. Deborah asks, ICE has been given a huge budget and they are buying military grade weapons, warheads, long range stuff, etc. Is this an army in case our army won't back the regime? Is there anything we can do? And why are they buying weapons that are only used in war? That's from Deb in South County Resistance in Wakefield, Rhode Island. I saw this reporting too, Deb. Look, this is troubling stuff. ICE is the largest federal law enforcement agency.
Do it just to be here. When you work out, you can do more things. It's great. Like, genuinely, just forget about, I don't know, the idea of, losing weight or whatever. Just do it to feel better. It genuinely is such a profound shift when you shift your perspective on working out like that. You do it to feel good.
In the history of the Republic. Those funds, as I mentioned earlier, were appropriated earlier this year, have only just now started to flow down, and we see how they're flowing down. They're going on a massive hiring spree. They're paying Spotify to recruit for them, and they're buying lots of guns and lots of scary kind of guns.
Thanks, Just Kenny.
This is why we're talking a lot about ICE, both because of the damage it's doing now, and also because it's blindingly obvious to anybody that's paying attention. We ain't seen nothing yet. That they are ramping up the attack. They are recruiting more and more people with fewer and fewer qualifications and giving them more and more scary guns. That's not
I feel like absolute shit when working out and after. I still do it anyway.
Okay, fair, Saki Tanuki, but I do the workouts, especially cardio, because then I can climb stairs and not be winded. It's genuinely so nice to be able to do that. Also, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And I will also add that yeah, folks, one of the reasons I keep telling you guys, work together with your local orgs, whatever they might be, to figure out how you guys are going to react and how you can effectively counteract ICE presence in your neighborhoods. They're going to be everywhere in the near future. We got to be ready, and better to prepare now than to try and prepare after they're already here.
Recipe for democracy. And so again, this is why any quote unquote normal institution institution that is some way supporting ICE, that is helping to recruit for them, is especially egregious right now. They think that they can slip under the radar. We need to be making clear to everybody that
Kanami-kun, the Alpha says, I think the guided missiles turned out to be a misread of the budget documentation. Quote, a previous version of this article stated that the guided missile warheads were purchased by ICE this year. Subsequent reporting found that an error in a payment record incorrectly showed the warheads were included in the Trump administration's purchase. The article has been corrected. Well, that's at least somewhat comforting.
ICE is not just, it's not like you're working with a GAO. It's not like you're working with the budget office of the government. It's not like you're working with the Department of even Health and Human Services or something that you could claim is innocuous. This is America's Gestapo. This is America's secret police force that is terrorizing American communities. We should not normalize ICE. And I think it is both the moral thing to run campaigns against that kind of damage it is doing to communities already, but politically, this is going to alienate a lot of people. And as politicians and as institutions look to be on the right side of history so their reputations remain intact, we should be pushing them to take strong stances against it. Because if ICE is just seen as a, maybe quasi-problematic, but generally fine, Republican-aligned institution, as they build up, both in staff and in ammunition and guns, that's going to be way more dangerous for the rest of us.
I agree. I would actually like to just provide one step back and like a framework for thinking about this as well, because I think it's really important that we collectively understand that the road to authoritarianism in America runs through attacks on immigrants, right?
Yes.
When you look at the ways in which they are attempting to consolidate authoritarian power, they're using immigration as the place where they wedge open the use of powers that they will eventually use on all of us, right? So if you are looking at extra legal detentions without charges, if you are looking at free speech violations, detaining people purely for violations of free speech, if you are looking, or for free speech, their own, what they have said, if you are looking at the deployment of the military domestically for, non-military purposes, if you are looking at the expansion of the surveillance state, all of this is being piloted in the context of immigration in order to have that infrastructure for the broader suppression agenda in this country. And so there is not a like immigration problem over here and democracy problem over there. These are one and the same problem.
Yes.
And one of the reasons you need to be organizing now so that we can win electorally in 2026 is because it is doubtful that by 2026 they will have consolidated their power. And we have a window to actually, if we actually manage to flip Congress, we can strip ICE of this funding. We can do something about this. And I think that that's really, really important. I think retaking Congress is super, super important for our ability to combat what is coming down the pipeline. Not to mention impeaching Donald Trump, not to mention impeaching anyone else who might come after him all the way down the line until we get to someone who is willing to sign into law something that defunds and destroys this horrible criminal organization. We need to flip Congress. That is kind of the mission of our electoral organizing for 2026.
Thousand percent yes. 1000% yes. Well said. Dave asks, the No Kings protest has struck a nerve and caught the attention of Americans across the nation.
It isn't the only piece that needs to fall into place, but it is one that we need to organize for, which is why I keep telling you guys, get involved with DSA and get involved with your local Dems. We need to fucking win this shit.
No Kings Alliance considered launching No.
Do we kick out Schumer and Jeffries? If we can by then, and if not, we organize the people power to get them to vote along with us.
Kings as a political party. Surely there would be many steps involved, but at least getting enough signatures in all 50 states at the next No Kings protest would seem easy to do. Perhaps keep it a big tent People's Party, make sure that candidates agree to a few pro-democracy, anti-corruption platform planks while allowing candidates room to tailor themselves to the district on social or other issues. Here's what I'll say, y'all. Until we reform our democracy, we are a two-party.
Yeah, also local elections matter a lot, which is why I value how many of you are turning out to phone bank for Omar Fateh here in Minneapolis, right? Like, your local government can help keep you safe. Your state government can help keep you safe. And ideally, you get both working together. But engaging in effective electoral politics and electoral action is something that can genuinely keep us safe to a degree going forward. And so I need y'all to get involved with your local Dems and your local DSA. Do it. Join the Discord, message GamerG for DSA, message Dragonfly for Dems. Do it. We have the resources to connect you with your local area. Get involved. We need to win this shit because a lot of terrible, terrible things are heading our way right now.
Democracy. That is how it works. So we have no intent of forming a new party to compete with the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. I think the path out of this mess means unifying the opposition, not fracturing the flawed but
It feels
still
weird that we
existing.
never seem to get candidates who realize they have to get their rainbow dash tramp stamp tattoo they got over a decade ago mid-campaign.
It's coming, Sake Tanuki. The day is coming. You know, eventually we'll have our first brony elected official to Congress.
Opposition party, which is the Democratic Party. That said, I think we should be heading into primary season, which is right around the corner, with an eye towards building a Democratic Party that doesn't sideline the fight back faction. I do not want the Democratic Party that we had in November and December and January. That was a Democratic Party that was driven by a strategic orientation defined by James Carville as roll over and play dead. That is not a party we can afford to have. I'm happy to say the party is currently fighting back. Maybe not on solid ground, maybe it's a little shaky, but damn it, we're 3 weeks into a shutdown because Democrats are declining to.
I meant covered up.
Why ever would you get a rainbow dash tramp stamp tattoo covered up? Be loud and proud with your love of Rainbow Dash. I mean, after all, at least you don't have a jar lurking in your closet. Dun dun dun!
Cave to Republican demands, and I call that progress, and I think we should build on it. I do think in the future, we should be building towards a democracy that doesn't require us to line up purely behind two failed and discredited parties. People don't like the Republican Party. People don't trust the
Please, for the love of God, if you don't know what I referenced, do not look it up.
Democratic Party, and that's an issue for democracy. And as we think bigger and in long term about what to do once Trump is gone and how to make democracy more responsive to people, I think there are things we should be discussing about. How do we build towards a system that gives voters more choice and allows them to get behind parties that don't fracture the opposition to the fascists, which is currently the choice in front of us right now. So I am, you know what I'm kind of interested in though, y'all? Leah, I haven't talked to you about this today. I think
I meant freaking about thinking you had to in order to be taken seriously as a candidate, word limit, and 3 a.m. brain fart.
Oh no, I totally understand what you mean, Sake Tanuki. I'm just late night goofing. I'm late night goofing. But I understand. Also, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated.
Kind of cool if we made June 14th, the day of the first No King's Day, a national holiday. I could imagine No King's Day on June 14th, along with Flag Day.
It's Flag Day.
Yeah, but it can share it. Wouldn't it be great if once Donald Trump is gone and he's in prison or whatever he's doing after he gets out of office, we commemorate that day of the first historic mass mobilization against his regime? I think there are opportunities here to make sure that even though there's not like a brand new No Kings party, that the ethos and the philosophy and the strategic orientation
Jack,
of No
when will you release a Riverboat Jack figure hides jar behind back?
No! Never now. No. You don't need to know what the reference is, Chad. I'm not going to explain it to you, and you don't want to Google it. Just let it be.
Kings essentially takes over the
It was a really gross reference hidden behind innocuous language.
Democratic Party and provides that boost that we need. That's more or less what the Tea Party did to devastating effect for the Republican Party, but we're doing it in service of democracy, not in service of attacking.
I would die laughing if they had to say in a press conference, I did not know it was a My Little Pony reference. I asked the artist to draw a colorful horse.
I went into the tattoo parlor, drunk with my buddies in Croatia, and they opened up the tattoo book, and, you know, I like ponies, and I said, maybe we could get a pony. And, you know, we looked at a bunch of them. They were all so colorful and sparkly, and I got the cutest one. I got the cutest one there. And I didn't know until much later that it was actually based on a series of children's ponies and animated television.
Brown and black people and lowering taxes for billionaires. Any other thoughts? Do you endorse that?
We are not launching a call for any new national holidays on
That's
this call right now.
Okay, fine.
What I would say in general is I think that long term we really should be looking at like multi-party system reform, and also short term we're really clear that having a third party that's like closer to the party that is currently the vehicle for protecting democracy in this country is mostly just going to pull votes away from the people who have a real chance of getting elected. So that's where we are.
There are, I mean, just to flag.
Tanner, you know, I've totally derailed us. I'm so sorry, chat. But Tanner, dude, man, that was oddly poetic. The internet has many jars. Some get filled, some shatter. It's the silence that is the real measure of a man.
People, there is legislation out there to create a proportional representation system. It basically looks like expanding the House of Representatives, which would make sense for our size of country, and then allowing the states to run ranked choice voting for multiple parties. So if you're a fascist, vote for the fascist party. There are 10% of you, fine, vote for them. If you're a Green Party person, vote for the Green Party person. And then you would total up the total number of votes, and then you'd have a
My little commie, I am looking forward to the next-gen of politicians who have to explain things like their association with the Steven Universe fandom.
Oh no. One day I will watch all of Steven Universe and understand a bunch of those references. I never got super into it, but I did see like 1 or 2 episodes. Seemed cute.
Parliamentary style government and coalitions would be formed, but people wouldn't be forced to line up behind X party just because that's the lesser of two evils. I think that makes a lot of sense. And that kind of reform is a good idea to consider. And also, we're not getting that done in 2025 or 2026, y'all. Let's be realistic. The goal for us right now is defeating the fascists, and that means lining up and unifying the Democratic Party to turn it into the unified opposition party we need. Angela asks, isn't it time
we must forge the Democrats into a blade that will pierce the heart of fascism?
For a tax revolt along with mass protests against SCOTUS for upholding unlawful presidential actions, not upholding the Constitution, and their defense on the shadow docket?
Well, I'll talk about the tax part of this, and then Ezra, do you want to talk about SCOTUS as a target?
Sure.
So, you know, this comes up regularly, and we've heard it in the context of blue states withholding taxes or kind of individuals withholding taxes.
Jack, do you denounce rose quartz hum?
I think it's a very pretty mineral. I don't know. I like its crystalline structures.
I would say, in terms of like how we are thinking about tactics and escalation right now, is that the US government is very, very comfortable running on a deficit, like a very, very large deficit. And so, when you're talking about kind of tax withholding as a tactic for meaningfully impacting anybody's operations, it's not like the ratio of personal risk to impact on any of the regime and its operations is not high. And so it is not something that we have been investigating or pursuing. I
Good
know
night,
I
Dragonfly.
know that there's some folks who are talking about and thinking about that, but that's where we're standing right now.
On SCOTUS, look, we need term limits, we need ethics reform, and we need to expand the court. Like that's the solution for SCOTUS. But we're not getting there until 2029 at the earliest. That's when we could realistically achieve that. So in my mind, influence.
Do I denounce the jar? I absolutely denounce the jar. Oh my god.
Jack, what is your response to the asbestos allegations? The people need to know.
Okay, in the name of full transparency, there is asbestos right above me, right there. I did not get it abated. I did get it boxed in, however. So, there is drywall in a box type formation above my head that boxes in the asbestos lined pipes and keeps me safe from inhaling said asbestos dust. So, there we go. I hope that sufficiently addresses the asbestos situation. Are you serious? Yeah.
SCOTUS is more of a political act. Remember, the Supreme Court is a political body. They wear robes, but it's
How much to fix everything? Well, it's boxed in, so like it's fine. And also like the pipes are lined with like an asbestos lining. As long as you don't touch the lining, the asbestos just kind of stays put and does its thing. But just to be extra safe, we boxed it in, and it can't get into the roof now.
basically a MAGA Senate, but very small. And they're
Aren't there regulations for that? It's an old house.
creating policy from the bench. That sucks because we shouldn't have a MAGA Senate, but it does mean that they are responsive to public pressure too.
How did you box the asbestos in? We got a contractor to build a secondary containment thing for it. A lot of the pipes here in Minnesota were lined with asbestos in order to like insulate the pipes during the winter time. And so like it's old asbestos lining. It's gonna it's fine as long as it's not disturbed. It's not like particleizing. But just to be extra safe, they built like a drywall boxed wooden container to keep it all in.
They're looking at where the winds are blowing. So one of the best things that we can do to push the court to stop taking such aggressive positions into
Like if I wouldn't punch through there. If I punch through there, that'd be a bad idea, but I'm not gonna do that. Why is it not doing the thing? Why is it not doing alerts? I don't know why it's not doing alerts. Bothering me. Oh, there we go. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. What do you think will be the political ramifications of King Sombra invading Ponyville, by the way? Not Brony. Everything I know comes from online content. Maybe someday, though. Well, I think that King Sombra has the potentiality to disrupt enough happening in Ponyville to potentially trigger some kind of electoral reform. And I, for one, am somewhat excited for the chaotic shakeup Sombra has in store for Ponyville.
defense of the regime is to demonstrate that this period is temporary, that in fact democracy will reassert itself, and what they are doing is feeding the mass mobilization that will ultimately result in term limits and expanding the court because of their behavior. I view this as a direct connection from now until the 2029 when we can make that happen. And look, I think if you're looking at Democratic senators who are unwilling to reform the filibuster in this day and age in 2025, who are unwilling to talk out there about the need for court reform, you need to be looking elsewhere, or they need to be updating their positions, because that's old-fashioned politics. That's not where we are anymore.
I just want to tap on that point, and then we actually have to wrap pretty much on time today. Sorry, we normally love to go a few minutes early, but
We gotta get the kids.
But we gotta get the kids. So the Supreme Court, John Roberts currently has a pretty clear assessment that he can do
I do not know how to get rid of black mold.
a bunch of wildly fucked up, partisan, illegitimate things without meaningful consequences for the Supreme Court. And part of the reason he has that assessment is because we don't even have Democrats collectively aligned on any kind of commitment to court reform.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if you want to get their attention, you need to do things that start to indicate that the ground that they are on is getting shakier and shakier.
Yeah.
And that's going to look like a bunch of Democrats who've historically been institutionalists saying, well, yeah, obviously we got to reform the court. It's been captured by MAGA. That's the kind of thing that's going to get their attention, because it suggests a meaningful shift in the power conditions that they're operating on. They're very aware we don't like them. They're not swayed by that, but they might be swayed as they start to see the ground shift underneath their feet.
And there's an opportunity here. Look, Mark Warner in Virginia is running for re-election for the Senate. Get Mark Warner to come out for expanding the court.
Yep.
Ask him why the hell he's not out for expanding the court.
Right.
I mean, Susan Mills wants to win in Maine. Get her to say, of course I'll reform the filibuster. Of course I'll expand the court. Or support other candidates who are doing that. We want the party to be better, y'all, but we say this again and again. We got to demand better. We got to demand better. It's not enough to complain from the sidelines. We've got to show it with our attention, with our money, with our votes, that we're not going to accept the failed Democratic Party that got us here. But we
Jazz Dog, I think I paid you previously for a different song. I think I paid you twice. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
do want to rally around a version of the Democratic Party that'll fight back. And I think the primary season is just such an incredible opportunity for us to make those gains. Leah, I know we got to go. Can we close out with just a combo of these two questions? Because I think they're like interesting, different sides of the coin. One is from Ian, who says, what's it going to take for unions and movement leaders to call for a general strike? So that's one big ask. And the other is...
Yeah, the recent one was for the outro, so that I can finally like use it and not feel bad.
From Haru, who asks, basically, can you give us more time to organize mass events, like 6 months, in order to get it going? And appreciate the love as well. I'm curious in the chat how people are feeling. They're like, no, next March, let's do it. Let's do a big
do 3 months from now.
National protest next week, or you're like, no, let's wait. Let's give us some time. Let's put it off. But
you do it, identify whether you are an organizer of a march or whether you are a participant in a march, because my experience is that there's there's a divergence in kind of when and how ready people are based on what role they've got there. Okay. And we probably should have given a more structured way to ask that question, because it's really hard to read the chat.
I think what I'm seeing in the chat is there's actually a diversity of opinions here, and that's what makes it tricky, quite honestly, to figure out how to move forward with as much efficacy as possible and as much unity as possible. But Leah, how can you maybe shed some light on how we're thinking about this and how we're planning to plan for this going forward?
Well, and like, again, I really just want to stress, we are still in the debrief and recovery
We
and
need
like
to line up with the midterms.
I think it does need to align with the lead up to midterm. I think that's pretty important. I don't think it should be the same day as midterms, but I think it should align with midterms.
thinking stage of what comes next as far as mass mobilization, like the next mass mobilization, right? And so this is like mini caveats that there's a lot of conversations with movement, with folks who are part of this, with partners, with stakeholders across, the broad pro-democracy movement that will go into the next steps here. I feel your pain on how
I'm really glad
the need for a timeline. We've been getting longer and longer in our timelines. Hands off was about 3 weeks. Folks will remember the mad dash to get that done. No Kings, we had about 6 weeks. I think this time around we were a little bit longer, not quite 2 months, but getting closer. We are aiming to have a good amount of lead time. I think 6 months, I'll just be realistic. I would be nervous about trying to put things on the
it's too
calendar
long.
that far out because conditions change so rapidly that I think it's just very hard to successfully, you can get a little bit more concrete and you can be a little bit more careful when
Can
you're
I
2
just
months out about like the sense of when something is going to land and how it's going to work. It's really hard to predict what world we are in 6 months from now. So there may be like some flagship dates or tentpole dates that we try to organize around well in advance, but 6 months is hard, is what I would say. But we do aim to give people as much time as we possibly can. In terms of like the general strike conversation, what I would say, I hear the hunger for like a little bit more of a linear conversation here. And what I would say is it's going to involve like any kind of building to deeper economic flexing of power is going to involve some baby steps, right? Like we are, when we talk about kind of like what is involved in that kind of collective societal mobilization or refusal or non-cooperation, you can't, it is not a matter of going there, here from there. And it's also not a matter of like signing up to say I will do it and then we all do it, right? Like you actually have to have a level of cohesion, of infrastructure, of coordination, of community support, of legal support that actually makes that kind of mass action possible, even if you're just like not showing up to work for a day. Part of the thing that we think is happening right now is that we are collectively creating infrastructure across American society that can be multi-use and flexible and tactically agile when we do these marches. We are bringing more people in, we are building more skills, we are helping people create coalitions wherever they are. Those things are useful in a variety of different ways. And also, I hear you. I wish there was like, here's the calendar and here's how things are going. We don't have that for you.
And they're not going to have that for us. Like at best, they are going to have suggested courses of action. This is why they put out a video like this every week. And again, I would recommend if you guys are looking for something to fill you up a little bit with more hope, tune into these broadcasts from Indivisible. These are good. They are talking actual actionable advice and tactics and explaining the logic that undergirds them, right?
Mr. Mamdani, do you denounce clopping? Do you have a jar? Explain this clearly, not I photo of you with a rainbow dash tramp stamp.
But like, I would recommend tuning into them, right? They have the vision and they have the understanding of what it takes to actually organize this stuff. And if I were to put a rough guesstimate on when a mass mobilization of resources towards a general strike might be, it would be in May of 2028. It would be May of 2028 when the UAW has already aligned a bunch of other unions to renegotiate contracts, right? And so, like, that would be where you would want to schedule, you had to use that language, your mass mobilization general strike. That being said, it requires, again, a lot of that infrastructure. And I've been saying this for a while now to people who ask about this, because there is a hunger for it, but not a ton of understanding of what it requires from people.
Hopefully we will get it soon. And I hope people see that the pivot into economic power, whether it's Spotify or Disney or something else, as us moving collectively in this direction, as us getting people used to not just using their power as voters or as politically focused organizers, and towards thinking themselves as economically important in mass and using that power effectively. And I think strikes would fit within that as well, but it is a further escalation of where we are. I also want to say, y'all, we just pulled off the largest peaceful protest in American history. We are days out I hope everybody is finding a way to celebrate that. I hope they're finding a way to commemorate that, to feel like we weren't just part of history, we were making it together. In the face of these claims from the Republicans and from the regime that we were bloody insurrectionists, or then that we were weirdos, or then that we were old fogies, or then that we didn't ever happen, they can't change reality. The facts don't care about their feelings, to
Sylvia,
quote
right.
them.
Thank you.
We did it. We all did that collectively. And it's not the end, but it's a sign of what we've been able to accomplish together, that we're breaking records, that we're making history. And I don't know, y'all. I know there are a lot of tactical questions and strategic questions about what comes next. But damn it, we did something huge together, and that gives me hope. We brought a lot of people out and made them see that there's a better world that's possible, and that it's not so scary, and that they can be part of it, and that there's a place for them in it. So from the bottom of my heart, I'm so proud to be organizing with you all. I'm so thankful for folks who chose courage over fear and spread that courage in every nook and cranny of this country. We're going to win, y'all. We're going to freaking win this. This is the No Kings era. Trump is just living in it.
Hell yeah!
We will see y'all next week. And please take a look at that survey, because we're looking at this Spotify campaign. So please, it's going to come out.
If they wind up going with the Spotify campaign, I'll shill at you guys about it. I'll tell you guys to cancel your Spotifys all day long. All right? So, folks, I hope going over that helps you understand that there are a range of possibilities, a range of actions that we can take, that peaceful, nonviolent organizing can in fact save us and will in fact save us. And that by dedicating ourselves to nonviolent organizing, we are capable of reaching a critical mass. One of the things they find about violence is that it tends to turn public opinion against protest. Another thing they found about violence is that it tends to, well, frankly, not succeed in its goals. It tends to, if it does, it doesn't tend to preserve democracy as a concept. And so we have an opportunity here, with the largest mass mobilization of all time just behind us in this country. We have an opportunity to save our democracy, to build something better from the ashes of the old world, and to stop these authoritarian, vile, abhorrent individuals who are attempting to strong-arm us into oblivion. We have the ability to do it. There are tools being built in our communities the nation over. There are people organizing against this. There are people who are now open to ideas who never could have imagined being open to them, even 6 months ago, even 9 months ago. We're talking people who are just now awakening to the idea that there is a better world that is possible, and we do not have to be confined to suffering and misery. We do not have to put up with armed, masked men coming into our neighborhoods to abduct our neighbors and our friends and our family members. We do not have to put up with this. And we can make something better. So I hope you all will continue to organize with me. I hope you all will be inspired to organize in your communities. And I hope that this gave you some hope. With that, folks, remember, if you got anything out of this, like, comment, and subscribe.
Jack, I feel like Pavlov's dog. You said so, folks, and I thought incoming segment very strange feeling.
Sorry. I've trained you guys too well. Like, comment, and subscribe, and keep going. There we go, folks. Whew. Tired. Folks, we've been going for over 7 hours. If you've been getting anything out of tonight's stream, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. And consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because, folks, y'all make this stream possible. I could not do it without your support. You guys keep this stream rolling on, and I very, very much appreciate it. And I'm gonna close this. And I think I am too tired to finish what I was hoping to finish. I think I am done. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning, and I gotta get to sleep. But I appreciate all y'all, and I hope you all got something out of today's stream. And before I go, click the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Freedom, baby. Click the button. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click Good night, everyone. And I will see you all. I don't think tomorrow. Maybe maybe tomorrow. I'll definitely see you guys on Monday, if not tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Appreciate you. And get good rest. And keep thinking about ways you can help out your community. Good night, everybody. Bye.
I'm gonna tell you fascists, you may be surprised. The people in this country are getting organized. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. I'm gonna tell you workers, when you cash your checks, they say America first, but they mean America's next. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. People of every color marching side by side, marching across these fields where 1 million fascists died. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. I'm going into battle, gonna take my Union gun, and I ain't gonna lay it down till every battle's won. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. This hatred cannot break us, but I'm learning quick. Our children won't be sold on your poison rhetoric. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. Here comes a big machine surrounding all your hate, forcing it to surrender. Now it's getting late. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose.